Links, what are we going with? Links 2? Links 2 control room. And this is going to be your big view showing you what's going on from northern into central Oklahoma. So let's go ahead and jump into Links 2 here. We'll zoom on in. Here's Oklahoma City, Oklahoma County, and we have a couple of things happening here rather quickly. We have a hook developing on this. Now this looks like what we call a left split of a storm, right? So there's your hook developing there. That's going to head to Yukon, quarters, possibly some golf balls going to Yukon, and then eventually into West Oklahoma City, and then eventually into Deer Creek, okay? That's going to be the first storm. The second storm down the line, it also has a hook on it, but I want to point out that this is actually two storms in here. There's a hook, and there's a hook right in here. I'll show you that coming up. Let's go down the line here, and again, the northern part of the line is severe. These storms down here are not severe, but they are still rotating with hooks. Right here, there's a small hook there. There's another small hook there. Are these all going to produce tornadoes? Probably not. Could one or two of these produce a tornado or two? Yes. All right, absolutely. That's why we're on the air. And these are now coming into, again, Oklahoma City. We all know how this spring has gone. These things have hit the metro, the Southwest Metro, and they've ramped up. And we've had some bad things happen here the last couple of months. All right, so supercell, 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 and supercell, okay? Riding from Oklahoma City right down I-44. Okay, let's zoom on in. Let's kind of break this down for you here, and then we'll go to some of our trackers. Let's go ahead and take a closer look now. Brandon is on the, basically a Mustang. There's a hook here, and we're looking at his shot, and I can see his shot right there. And this is a hook, but we're going to have the biggest hail now. It's going to be along and north of 152. That hail's going to Yukon. Going to have some quarters in here. You might have some golf balls. And then Hank's down here on the other area of rotation, right? It's right in here. Let's go to velocity data. Let's see what that looks like here. And we kind of pick out where these areas of spin are. And it's right down in here. All right, Lacey, do you see that? And it's right down in here. So this thing is tightening up. Watch this one more time. Right here. So that's going for Tiger Safari. Hank's right here. There's Tuttle. Let's go to Hank Brown now. Justin, let's bring in Hank Brown. Let's take his shot control room. Look at shear rate. And I know it's just dark to the west and southwest of you, but Hank, shear rate is increasing. Velocity data is increasing with that storm. It's going to try to do something here, or it certainly could. Go ahead, Hank. Give us an update. Looking off to your southwest.
Yeah, David, we're sitting in Tuttle here at the Tuttle Water Tower watching this area. It's had a pretty persistent rotation for about the last 15 minutes or so. It's just kind of slowly progressed up this way. So right now we're in line with it, that it should come right over us. The visibility is not that great right now because we're still somewhat up in the core a little bit. But as soon as this comes over us, we should get a much better picture of this base. But if it does anything, we're going to be right here with it, David. Back to you.
All right, great job there. And again, Hank's right there looking right at it. It's coming in from the southwest. And Jim Gardner, he's up top, and he'll be swinging around as well. Let's go back to radar here. And there's shear rate, right over coming into Tiger Safari. Area of spin right here. Not a tornado warning on it. And we have not pulled the News 9 tornado warning yet, but we're watching it carefully. It continues to get a little bit stronger, slowly but surely, all right? Severe storms, yes, into West Oklahoma County and moving into Canadian County. All right, so let's jump down the line here. The other storm is where Sequoia is, rotation with that. Another hook there just southeast of Amber, and that storm's severe. And then a other severe storm, almost severe now, it's going to be south of Chickasha with the hook there that Brandon's looking at. Let's go to Brandon Pennell. Let's bring Brandon in. We have all these storms covered, okay? You're not going to see it any better than this right here on News 9. Let's go to Brandon. There's the lowering on that, beginning of a wall cloud. And Brandon, give me an update. Is it tighter? Is it faster? What do you think? What's it been doing here the last 10 minutes?
Okay, David, since we talked to you last time, you can see that, you know, it's kind of holding its own. It comes and it goes. It really tries to tighten up as it pulls away from the storm to the south, but then the rain comes back in and kind of disrupts it. So I still think they're kind of in the process of figuring themselves out. When it does localize, though, you can definitely see some low-level rotation. I wouldn't say there's been anything super imminent or super tight yet, but as they continue to track off to the east and the northeast, they are starting to figure themselves out. So we're going to be right here with it for the South Metro. Back to you.
Okay. All right. So here we go, guys. Talking about great job. Brandon's on that southern storm. Tornado warning now. Here we go. Tornado warning. Let's take a look at it here. This is going to be for the Tuttle storm where I was showing you that area of circulation. Let's jump back in here and take a look. And there it is. There's where your tornado is right here. That's what we were talking about right there. Okay, so let me look at Hank's shot again. Is Hank going east or south, Justin? Justin? Okay, all right. Let's go ahead and lapse this. Let me see what this looks like. Let's lapse this. There's your tornado now. Okay, it's trying to lift to the north. Hank's going to go a little bit further west, and then he's going to drop south. There's your tornado. So if you are in or near Tiger Safari, go to your tornado safe spot right now. This is going to be a News 9 tornado warning for that. This is Bridge Creek. It's going to be just west of Bridge Creek. Tornado developing right now. Okay, there's your tornado. Fox Lane. Let's go ahead and zoom on into some of these streets if we can. And it's getting tighter. There's Fox Lane. There's this Tiger Safari. If you live in and around Tiger Safari, okay, you need to be going to your safe spot. In, around Tiger Safari, or just to the west. This is going to be Richland Road and, Richland Road and Rabbit Road, basically at that intersection, or Fox Lane. Okay? Looking for debris. See the hook, and it's wrapped in rain. This is not going to be a visible tornado. You're not going to see this. It's not going to be hanging out there. This is going to be wrapped in rain. Tornado warning again. Tornado is going to be north of Bridge Creek. Okay, we'll get a storm track on that tornado coming up. All right, so this is wrapped in rain. There's another hook developing down here. Wrapped in rain. It's going to be lifting off to the north. And this is what we did back on April 19th. These storms would wrap up and spin, and they would what we call a cloud, where the hooks or the tornadoes would kind of lift to the north. That's exactly what this one's doing. Let's go back to Hank and get an update from Hank Brown. And Hank, you're looking off to your southwest about 4 miles. I know you're in the trees. You're making your way back west to get back south. Tornado warning continues. What do you think as you look back to your left? Go ahead, Hank.
Hank just dropped.
Okay, have a shot up. We'll get him back in here. And okay, let's go back to Lynx 1, or Lynx 2, excuse me. Lynx 2.
Hank is good now.
What's that?
Hank is good now.
All right, let's go back to Hank. My bad. Let's go back to Hank. Kind of some bad cell coverage here. So he's about 3 miles north and east of that. Hank, when you look back to your southwest, what do you see? Go ahead.
Yeah, David, I can't see anything right now. I've dropped south on Cemetery Road from Highway 37, trying to get through these trees to get a clearing back here. I can tell they're just right almost to me, so we should be either feeling the wind or seeing this base or any possible circulation here. And just, hang on, coming through. Yeah, I can't see anything. It's just... it's a big rain core here and a rain base. So right here, I'm going to stop. You can look to the south. Oh, there it is, right here.
Hank?
Right here, I got it.
Hank, what do you got?
I've got a rain-wrapped wall cloud. Give me just a second. Let me get off the road here. So due west of my position, I've got a little small funnel with it coming down. You see the funnel, Patty? Right next to that pole. So...
Yep. Okay, we lost his shot. Hank, we lost.
Okay, I'm sorry. Cemetery and Rock Creek Road.
Yeah, that's it.
We lost the shot. Patty will get it back here in just a second.
Yeah.
So I am at Cemetery and Rock Creek Road looking due west. I've got a little small wall cloud that's wrapped up in the rain. Oh, tornado is on the ground.
Okay.
I've got a tornado on the ground.
Let's go back to Hank's shot. Hank's shot. Let's go back to Hank's shot.
Right here to the left, Patty. Right here. It's right here to the left of that telephone pole.
Oh, there it is.
It's right here.
A pretty good-sized cone.
There's a tornado.
It's on the ground right now.
Tornado on the ground. There it is, right there, folks. Tornado. It's wrapped in rain, but we can still see it. Okay, tornado on the ground, right here, only on News 9. There's your tornado. Hank, take it. Go.
I'm about 2 miles southwest or south of Highway 37. So I am at about Rock Creek Road and Cemetery Road, just a little bit north of Rock Creek. This tornado is to my west. Southwest, and it looks like to me that it's almost stationary. It might be moving a little bit to the northeast, but it's almost stationary. You can see that a pretty well-defined cone. It's not a huge tornado, but it is a sizable enough tornado that's just to the left. Oh, now it's starting to move north, starting to pick up speed.
Yeah, it's moving now.
2.5 miles southwest
yeah,
of
it's
Tuttle.
turning due north.
Okay. All right,
Yeah,
Hank.
so this is going to come in.
Southeast of
I'm
Tuttle.
sorry, go ahead.
Southeast of
No,
Tuttle.
hang on, Hank. We're going to go back to radar. Stay with it. It's moving almost due north. Tornadoes on the ground. And, folks, this is going to be 2.5 miles southeast of you folks in Tuttle. Let's go ahead and lapse this. Let's see what the movement is right now. Tornado on the ground right here. It's lifting north right now. If it stays on its present,
What is the next,
on its
next
present,
road west of me?
again, speed and line of fire here, it's going to go east of Tuttle. But if you live east of Tuttle, safe spot, lowest level, center part of the house, interior bathroom, don't panic, just go. You got to go. If you live in or east of Tuttle, this is going to be Frisco Road. This is Frisco, folks. This is Highway 37. It's going to cross 37 here in the next 5 minutes as it moves from south to north. There's the tornado. There's the tornado. Hank Brown has it. Hank and Patty have it in the tornado in their shot. And again, there's Frisco. There's Tiger Safari. It just barely missed Tiger Safari. Let's go back to Hank. Hank, you're on. Let's go back to Hank's shot. Tornado does continue. We'll get a storm track. There's the tornado on the ground. Did we see anything in debris detector? Go ahead, Hank. Take it.
I can see it on the ground, David. There's a well-defined cone about 3/4 the way to the ground, and that's what you're seeing in that shot. But I can see the condensation going all the way to the ground. I don't see any debris lifted up. However, I see quite a few homes in between me and this tornado. So it's going to be, give or take, right about Frisco Road, a mile or so south or 2 miles south of 37. Looks like it's lifted off the ground now. So you can, Patty, back out just a little bit. So you can see there that big bowl-shaped lowering now is still there, but I do not see condensate all the way to the ground. However, these are wrapping rain curtains around this. I can see about a mile worth of wrapping rain curtains, and so we've got to say that this is still on the ground. And, folks, here's the thing about this. You're not going to see it until you're right up underneath it. I was like a mile and a half away from it, and I couldn't see it until it finally popped out of that wrapping rain. So it looks like it's actually lifted now. I still see quite a bit of rotation. It's kind of drifting to the north. It's not moving that fast. It's kind of drifting to the north, and it's going to be somewhere probably Frisco Road. I am looking due west from Cemetery Road. I'm looking due west at it. It's moving north towards Highway 37, and it's starting to come back down to the ground again. Here we go. Yeah, it's coming back down to the ground again.
Okay,
so
here it is. All right,
there. It took a little recycle.
Right, there it
now
is.
It's coming back down.
Let's go back to radar here. Let's control room keep his shot up. There it is. There's Hank's. There's a tornado. We've had it live only on News 9. There's the tornado right here. There's the Tuttle High School. It's a mile and a half east-southeast of the Tuttle High School. Remember, it's wrapped in rain. You can see it a little bit, but like Hank said, when it's coming to your house from the south, you're not going to see it. All you're going to do is hear it, which is a bad problem, right? That's not where you want to be. There's the tornado. Okay, so it's now crossing Rock Creek Road, which is County Road 1200, okay? County Road 1200. It's still south of 37. It's right here. Hank's looking off to his west, which is right here. It's going to cross 37. There's the tornado right there, lifting off to the north. Let's go to Links 3. We're going to do a storm track, and we're taking it almost due north. Mustang at 734, okay? It's right here. Mustang is, I know it's out of the east. We've given you plenty of leeway in here, plenty of room. The old Xerox plant, 756. Yukon, 8 o'clock. Banner, 807. Wiley Post, it is still south of 37, but it's lifting north, okay? There's your storm track. If you live in Yukon, Banner, down to Tuttle, safe spot, you got to go now. Center part of the house, lowest level. Okay, let's go back to Links 2. There's the tornado, clearly sticking out at you like a bullseye. Hank's right there. It looks like it has lifted. It looks like we still have a funnel from time to time, but the tornado has lifted. Anything in debris detector at all? Nothing at all showing up?
Let me take a look. While I'm looking for that.
There it is.
Let's see.
It might have. Okay, right, maybe right there. No, it's.
Yeah, it's still not showing up.
No.
So if you
but
take
we
a
know
look
it's on the ground.
On Links 1, David, that's where we have the high-res data, the mapping, where you can actually see the homes in that area just north of where that tornado has been. So it's moving definitely into a much more highly populated area as it looks towards Highway 37.
Okay, so here's the tornado, right? Here's the tornado. It's right here. And this is going to be State Highway 37. There's Tuttle. You can see all the neighborhoods. This is high-res. And this is all new data. You can see all the neighborhoods that have gone in here and all the places. So there's a lot of homes in here. And this is high-res data, and this is going to be lifting right into that, a much higher populated area with that tornado. Let's go back to Hank and get an update from Hank, and it's now coming up on 37. Hank, it's kind of a big, fat cone rotating, but here's the deal. Give me an update. It doesn't look like it's on the ground, but what do you think? Can you see anything on the ground there?
David, I can't. It looks like it's weakened to me in the last several minutes. I'm going to back this shot out just a little bit. That area right there, that bowl is still where the circulation was, but it really looks like it's lifting to me, which may mean that it's going to cycle a little bit to the east and northeast. But right now, I do not see it on the ground. We are looking right at it. I'll have Patty zoom back in on that. And I do not see it on the ground, and it looks like the wall cloud has gotten significantly smaller. It is still south of 37. It's still about Frisco and Rock Creek, somewhere around for everybody that knows where the Smokin' Joe's Rib Ranch is on 37, it's just southeast of that. And it's kind of drifting north at a snail's pace, but it looks like to me that it is not on the ground at this moment. And it really looks like it's dying. I am starting to get a little bit of better visibility with it because it's not as near as pronounced as it was. There's a little bit of sunlight backlighting it. I don't see it on the ground at this moment, and really it does not look as near as impressive, obviously, as it did, a few minutes ago. But it doesn't even look like it's ready to tornado at the moment. It looks like a dying updraft to me that's getting skinnier and skinnier, David.
Hank, great job. And Hank and Patty had the tornado live only on News 9. This is what's left of that. This is still spinning and lifting, but it looks like there may be a little bit of condensate trying to reach down, but that is a dying mezzo. Will it cycle and do it again? This is going to tighten up. This might try to tighten up and try to produce another tornado, but we'll show you some of that video coming up. Again, look at the rainfall in here. We've got rain. That's a problem, but that is quickly going away. It looks like a helix here trying to spin down. All right. Let's go to Jim Gardner. He's up top, and Jim's down here farther south, and he's looking at this right here off to his west. And let's go to Jim Gardner up top. And Jim, I know it's hard to see. Circulation is going to be, Lacey, it was to his southwest. Am I not?
Yeah, his GPS just updated.
Okay, all right. Greg, it's going to be to his southwest on I-44. So, Jim Gardner, if you can hear me, you need to drop south. Just a little bit there. There it is. Keep going. Right there. Boom. There it is. There. That's the next dangerous storm. Go ahead, Jim. Look at that. That is impressive. That is the next mesocyclone. Go ahead, Jim.
That's right, David. Like I said, that's right on 44. Kind of at this spur here. Let me say it's going to be Highway 4 that's going to the north, and that's going to be 44 that you're looking at that runs east and west. That is the next one, David. This is the one that we're kind of worried about right here. We rolled up on it. The other one is just too rain wrapped and too much rain for us to get in there and take a look at it. At one point we thought we saw the back of the wall cloud, but this one is sitting right over 44, just west of Highway 4 here. And we're really watching this one, David. It is very low to the ground. It's a huge wall cloud. Right now, it's not in the rain or anything. It's kind of in the open right now, so there's not too much cloud to ground lightning with this yet. But as you can see, the traffic on 44 there coming eastbound. So again, we're coming up on this day. We're going to keep tracking. We're going to keep you informed. Jim Gardner live for Bob.
As long as he's not in any rain, he's fine. Okay, all right. Great job there, Jim. Looking good. Now, that's the wall cloud on the next storm down the line. The northern storm has weakened. We're still watching it. Jim, hang on a second. Let's go back to Gardner. Hey, Jim, zoom in right here. Jim, zoom in, zoom in, zoom in, zoom in. Right here, right here, right here. Okay, hang on a second, folks. Okay,
yeah, David, that might be some condensation coming up off the ground.
Yeah, no, I think you're right. Jim, okay, there it is. Jim, here we go. Here we go, Jim.
There we go, David.
There it is, Jim.
6 miles to the southwest of Bridge Creek, moving up I-44 towards Bridge Creek right now.
Okay.
Tornado warning for Bridge Creek.
Okay, there we go. So new tornado warning now for this storm. Jim's right there. And, man, I'm glad we went back to that. Okay, that's how quickly that changes. And here we go. It's trying to condensate all the way down. Here we go. Jim, zoom in on that. Have Rich zoom in on that. That's it right there.
Yeah, it's right there, David. I can see the condensate on the ground, David.
Oh, you can?
We're rolling up just to the east of it here. But this whole thing is turning. That's just a small finger, David. This whole thing is turning here, so this could develop into a very large tornado drop down. But that was a small tornado right there. It's kind of went back up. Now that whole thing right there is turning, and like I said, it is sitting right over 44 west of Highway 4 there. And like I said, we're sitting in a good spot. We're starting to get some rain coming up around it here, David. But again, this is not something to play with right here. We're in a good spot. We'll keep tracking it. Back to you, David.
Okay, all right, great job, Jim. Jim, stay out of the rain if you can. You might need to back just a little bit, pull back a little bit so we get you out of that rain. And Jim, if it does anything at all, Greg, if Jim sees anything at all that gets nutty, gets weird, please get back with me as soon as possible. We're watching it. This is it right here. Let me show you where this is on radar. Let's go back to links 2. That's it right here. That's what Jim's looking at. This is going to be the next tornado. The tornado warning that we had earlier, that's died. That's gone. So there is no longer, right now, there's no longer a risk of a tornado with a northern storm. It's wind and hail. Now we're going back to this, okay? This is going to be a News 9. This is it, News 9 tornado warning. We have Jim Gardner shot. There's your hook right there. There's your lowering. And Jim's had at least 1 or 2 brief tornadoes on the ground with that. And that's your tornado now. It's going to cross I-44. It's going to try, or it's going to ride up I-44. If you live in Bridge Creek, center part of the house, you folks in Bridge Creek, how many times over the last 30 years have we said your name? I get it. Lowest level, center part of the house, if you live in Bridge Creek. This is a bigger mesocyclone. This is a stronger mesocyclone. And this is why I'm a little more concerned. The one up north, I was concerned about it, but it was smaller. This is a bigger storm. That is gone. That's the first tornado that Hank and Patty had. Here comes the next one now. And Brandon's coming in from the south. Let's go take a look at this. Let's zoom on in. Take a look at our roads here. This is Bridge Creek. There's your tornado. And we have it in your shot there, right? This is going to be County Road 1250 is north, and it's crossing now County Road 1270 and north-south County Road 2940. There's your tornado. I'm going to hold my finger here. Let's go ahead and take a look at shear rate. See what we have. Boom, right where it should be. It's going to Bridge Creek. We'll get a storm track on that, Cassie. We'll take a look. That's going, if it stays like it is, it's going to go to Bridge Creek. But look what's happened today so far. These have occluded, and they've lifted north. Look at the hook now.
Storm track is ready on 3 if you need it.
Okay, all right. So there's your tornado. There's your tornado. Jim Gardner's there. We have Brandon coming in from the south. A new storm, tornado warning. You guys see that south?
Yes, that's the one we're showing you right now.
Okay.
The Val is on. And David, there's a hook developing over Yukon. That storm is still weak. There's no rotation that you can see on radar, but there is a hook developing over Yukon with hail coming into North OKC.
Okay, let's go to Valcaster now, and then we're going to, okay, folks, now pay attention. If you live in Oklahoma City, south or southwest of the metro, look at that. That's a problem. Wow, Valcaster, you are live, you are hot. Take it. It looks like tornado is imminent. Go ahead. Let's go to Val. Do we have Val?
Okay, so David, if you can see our shot right there, I know we're in a lot of trees. This wall cloud has gotten bigger and lower.
Oh, he's breaking
up.
up.
Rotation is getting stronger. If you can hear me right there, it's just to our northeast, and we are, I'm going to hit the wipers. This wall cloud, David, it's getting lower and lower and lower. I think that there's a pretty good chance this thing is going to produce a tornado pretty soon. So we're just about maybe a mile and a half southwest of it. We're turning east right now. We're trying to get right back under it again. And there is strong RFD that we're noticing also where we're at. So all these signs point to this thing is really getting strong. And we can there's a lot of trees over here, but there it is right there. There's your big wall cloud. It's rotating. Nothing on the ground. I can see it.
In a real bad sail area. We'll get back with him coming up here. All right, so that's this storm here. There's the hook on that. Val and Amy are right there, folks. And let's go ahead and lapse this. Here's Ninnekah. There's where the circulation is, right there. Val's right there looking right at it. That's going to head northeast. It's going to go just northwest of Ellick. That's going to Dibble. Okay, we'll get a storm track on that as well. Okay, let's go back to the northern storm. So tornado warning there. We have 2 tornado warnings and 2 potential tornadoes about ready to happen, right? This is already produced. The northern storm produced, the one that Hank and Patty Brown were on. Now we have this one down here, and this is the one that Jim Gardner's on. There's the hook on that. That's getting more impressive, and you can see it in Jim's shot. and then we have Valcaster on the storm down to the south. Okay, let's go to Jim Gardner. Let's bring Jim in. Tornado warning for you folks in Bridge Creek. It's headed to Bridge Creek, and then after that, it's coming into the Southwest Metro. It's coming into the Southwest Metro. Let's take it. Go ahead, Jim Gardner. You're all over it. Go.
Well, that's right, David. I'm at County Road 1442 and County Road 1270 shooting back to the west. It's kind of ragged right now, but David, you can tell by our shots we have wrapping rain curtains underneath this. So there's a lot of motion with this, David, a whole lot of motion. Like I said, it's kind of ragged right now. I think it's just cycling back around. But at any time, and it's very low to the ground, at any time this could tighten back up. You can see how ragged it is. But let's go back to the right. Let's go back to the right. Keep going right. Keep going. We got a large cigar cloud, David, starting to form in this thing. Keep going. You'll see it over there. Yeah, there you go. We're starting to get a large cigar cloud. I'm starting to get more inflow from the east going into this. So we're in a good spot, Dave. We'll keep you updated. Jim Gardner reporting live for Bob Mills, Scotty's 9. Back to you.
All right, Jim. Yeah, tornado warning continues with that storm, and it has a very pronounced, deep mesocyclone from here all the way up 50, 60,000 feet. Big storm. And again, that is headed to Bridge Creek, right? That is a big storm in here. There are areas, the whole thing is spinning. What's going to happen is you'll get an area that'll localize, it'll tighten up in one area. This is the right side of the wall cloud. There's the left side from Jim. And what you'll get is a little tighter area, whether it's on the right side or possibly back in here. So it's localized earlier. Jim had at least one, if not two, brief tornado touchdowns with that. We'll see if it doesn't tighten up again, and we'll do this whole thing all over with. Okay, great job, Jim Gardner. Let's go back to links 2, and that's that area of spin. Notice it has weakened some.
David,
as it's. All right, let's go back to Jim Gardner, and there it is right there. That's how fast that happened. I said it was going to tighten up, probably localize, and it did. Let's go back to Jim. Go ahead, Jim, take it.
Yeah, that's right, David. It is just now starting to tighten up. In fact, I can see the condensation on the ground, but it is really trying to tighten itself up here, David. And it may do it a couple of times here, cycle around before it really drops one. But here you can see that motion in there, David. It is really starting to tighten up here. I'm pretty much in the same place I was at County Road 1270 that runs east and west there that you're looking at right at the bottom of your screen there. But yeah, David, it's still trying it. It's really trying to get to the ground here, and there's a lot of motion. It is getting faster as I'm looking at it, David. So again, don't toy with this one. This could possibly turn into a very large tornado, David. Jim Gardner reporting live for Bob Mills, Scotty's 9. Back to you.
Okay, you can see obviously the rotation here, and I'm looking on the ground, but see when you look down here, see the rooftops? You see neighborhoods and homes and ranches and things like that, okay? So, and again, a tornado, if it's over halfway to the ground from the base to the ground, it's considered a tornado. It's called the half-down rule. To me, that's over halfway down, but we're looking for condensate on the ground. Look at all the rain we have in here. This is what we call a dirty tornado. You've got rain wrapped in around it. You've got rain kind of obscuring the tornado itself, but it's right here, and it's tightening up. Now we're getting what looks like a double helix here, something on the backside, trying to wrap around. So great job, as always, by the man talking about Jim Gardner. All right. Wow, look at that. Okay, let's go back to links 2. And, wow, there's a lot going on. I mean, things are changing so quick. I'm telling you.
While you're looking at that, David, I mentioned earlier
it's right here.
There was a hook over Yukon. That's really weakened. There's nothing threatening right now. Piedmont, maybe some quarter-size hail. Yeah. But as far as rotation goes, yes, it's that storm down there and the one that Val's been on to the southwest. So that's what we've been watching throughout the last 5 minutes. David, back to you.
All right, great job there, Lace. Okay, good job. Okay, so Lace, let's go back into Canadian County and take a look at that. It's exactly what you were talking about here. Let's jump back up in here real quick, and then we'll jump back south here. All right, so this up here is weakened some. We still have a hook west of Piedmont, and they're going to have some hail coming into Piedmont right now. That's lifting from south to north, and we're looking at the other storm down here. Brandon's on that, Brandon Wells. He's one of our storm trackers from Tulsa. And that's going to be coming into Deer Creek right now. Going to have some hail with that. Nothing too crazy as far as big hail. Okay, so there's some good news. But this thing is, again, spinning right here, right over Yukon. Now, the other storm, this is the one that Hank had the tornado warning on and had the tornado with that. That's now weakening as well as it approaches I-40. Still severe. Winds 50, maybe 60 miles per hour, nickel and dime size hail. Okay? All right, so let's jump back here to what's going on down to our southwest. And area of spin is right here. It's right there. There's where Sequoia is there. Hank's coming in from the north. I see Hank's shot. And I see, let's see, there's Jim's shot. And I tell you what, hey, Justin. Hey, Justin, we need to get Hank. Hank needs to be sliding off. He needs to be kind of moving here so we can see this. He's all stuck in rain. We need to get him a little farther, take the spur if he needs to, or get on 44, but he needs to get out of that rain.
Sure.
Okay. All right. So this is that hook. Let's go a little farther south and take a look at Val's hook. Remember, these are all coming into Oklahoma City, okay? Moore, Norman, South Oklahoma City. I'll give you the timeline coming up. This is Val's storm, tornado warning with that. And what does Val have? I see his area of spin. Let's bring Val back in here. It's going to be southeast of Ninnekah. Let's bring Val back in. Val, give us an update. We can hear you now, hopefully a little better than last time. Go ahead. Circulation southeast of Ninnekah. Go.
Yeah, so we had no roads that stayed under the wall cloud, so we had to go north a little ways into the core. So we are in the core now, but we can still faintly see the wall cloud. It is definitely still there, definitely big. We're going to come out in just a minute, probably right under the wall cloud in about 3 or 4 minutes.
There's another area now.
Northeast. The storm is wrapped up. Back to you.
Okay, he was hot.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. Sorry, Val.
No, you're fine.
Another area south of Mustang that we're watching there, south of Brandon Wells, David, that's come up some in just the last little bit.
All right. Let's jump back in here. Okay. Let's go back to links 2. And, okay, so here's the big view. There's Jim. All of our trackers are out. And, okay, so I want to point out, as far as, like, Oklahoma City to Will Rogers, this storm, the West Metro, it is severe. Going to have a little bit of wind and hail with that.
Hank has a visual now.
All right, let's go to Hank. Let's go back to Hank. I want to see what Hank's seeing in his shot. And, okay, there it is. He got out of that. Great. That's what I was wanting to see. Hank, you're looking right at it now. Go ahead. Give us an update.
Yeah, hang on a second. I'm trying to get off the road here without having a wreck. So I am right here at the spur, the Bridge Creek spur, and I am looking kind of southeast-ish, and right there you can see that whole wall cloud. We just had a funnel with it, a bell-shaped funnel, but I don't see any lowering at the moment. I've just got a lowered base. Well, you can see at the shop, it kind of tells the picture there. We've got a big base. We do have a little area spinning. Is that a funnel above us? Anyway, so yeah, we are right here at the Bridge Creek Spur. So for the folks that live here, this is right where I-44 and the spur come across. We call it the Blanchard Spur. It is right here, and it's going to head probably just to the east of Bridge Creek High School. So right now, it is just barely moving to the north, but it's still south of the spur, and that's going to put it just a little bit south of Bridge Creek High School. But right now, there's 2 different areas of spin. I've got one that's probably right over the football field. Let me see. That might be forward flank. Right over the football field, and then there's this one right here that's just out my windshield just to the east. This is the main area of rotation. So I'm just trying to get my bearings there. These storms are kind of oriented backwards of how we normally chase them. So I'm coming through the core, and I'm starting to get RFD. That's what it is. So this thing's starting to strengthen. I'm getting RFD coming in from my north and west at about 40 miles an hour. That's wrapping right back up into this wall cloud. And you can see this has got to be a pretty well-defined wall cloud just in the couple of minutes I've been talking. So right now, folks, this is coming over the spur and 44 junction as we speak. And it's not on the ground, but you can sure see it spinning there. And it's just ever so slowly moving, I'm going to say due north is what it looks like to me right now. I do see quite a bit of rising motion in this. So for the folks that live out here, it's between KTs and I-44. So I-44 to the west. So along that spur, this area is between me and KTs, and I'm sitting on the spur. So for the folks that know, it's right over like the Blanchard Flatlands is kind of what we call it, coming out north on 76 on the Flatlands. It's just north of that. This is a very similar path of the last 2 tornadoes I've seen in Bridge Creek. It's just about the same path. It's coming right towards the high school. It's just not on the ground at the moment, David. Back to you.
All right, great job, Hank, and good breakdown of that. Let's go back to, shear rate. Yeah, this is what exactly you're looking at right there. And see how this looks like kind of like an onion hanging down there. Looks like cauliflower. It's kind of mean and angry looking. That is that right there. He's looking off to his southeast. He's looking down the highway here, right? He's looking down Highway 4, the spur, looking right here. This is I-44. There's the circulation right there. That is that shot right there, okay? Jim Gardner's right here, looking back at it. Brandon Pennell's right here, looking back at it. And let's go back to Jim. Let's go back to this wall cloud. And Jim's looking right back straight. Wow, look at that. Jim, it looks like it's beginning to tighten up. I'm seeing the wall cloud. I'm seeing condensate developing on the lower part of the wall cloud that's moving at a pretty good speed. What do you think, Jim, looking at it right now? Go ahead.
Well, that's right, David. I think it's all just trying to get tighter. The one we were on earlier, it kind of just dissipated, but we can see it still spinning and being pulled into this wall cloud to the front right here. Now, we're sitting right at Council Road, and H.E. Bailey Spur there is what you're looking at, 44. And it's just right there, David. And it has a tremendously long cigar cloud that is being pulled into this thing. And I mean, look at that. That's pretty impressive. It is being drawn right into this thing. And we're in a really good spot. I mean, there's a lot of motion with it. Nothing yet that we've seen on ground, but this is something not to toy with, David. I mean, at any time, this could drop a very large tornado. We'll keep you updated. Jim Garpoint live for Bob Mills, Scott is 9. Back to you.
Okay, that shot was pretty spectacular there. Let's see that one more time. So there's your mesocyclone. If we go to the right, there's the mesocyclone. He's talking about this is the mesocyclone. Then this feature here is what I've always called, when I was storm chasing all those years, cigar cloud. This is air being pulled in from the northeast, out of the core, back into the mesocyclone from right to left. And as you pull this air in, it begins to condensate. We get a cloud to form out of it, and this will be kind of the north side of that developing wall cloud, right? So this all comes in from the north, and you have all this coming in from the south, and right in the middle, you have your problem if you're going to have one. It's going to be right there. All right, so right now we can see nothing on the ground. Tornado warning continues. There's the spur that Hank was talking about, and that is where the tornado is going to be. But again, it's not on the ground. We're looking for anything at all. See how fast that's moving? Back to the west there, that little piece of scud, how fast that is on the backside, is going around, and then this is moving to the right from the left. So that's your mesocyclone. To me, it looks like it's pretty much right over the spur. It's right over the highway. There's your highway. There's your spur.
Brandon's got a shot of it, too.
All right, let's go to Brandon Pennell. He's on the ground, looking right at it. He's slightly back to the east. Brandon, what do you think? Give us an update. Go ahead.
Okay, David, so this is going to be Highway 76 and the spur looking due back to the west. From what I can tell right now, it's still probably 2 or so miles to my west, and I don't see a lot of rapid rotation by any stretch, but as we came through Blanchard and then came north, you could definitely tell that this thing was really starting to get its act together. As Jim was saying, there's a huge cigar cloud that I'm sure that y'all seen in his shot. I'm going to zoom out just a little bit. I would say this rotation's still fairly broad. There's not a strong tornado imminent by any stretch, but that doesn't mean that in those rain curtains over there to the left, that there couldn't be condensation on the ground and a small tornado on the ground right now. There's just a lot of rapid lifting going on, and hang on one second. Okay. So just on the right side.
Come back to me for a second here. Okay, so this is what he's talking about. Let's go back to radar here. And that's right here. Okay, Jim's right here. Brandon's right here. And we have Hank on this side. Hank's coming in from the northwest side. All right, let's do a storm track. Let's go to Lynx 3 and take a look at this on Lynx 3. And we have 2 storm tracks. One on the hook right here, not on the whole storm, on the dangerous part where the tornado's going to be, and then on the tornado down here. We'll start with the north. Bridge Creek, pretty much now, pretty close to you. Newcastle Casino at 750. Orr Family Farm, 802. Norman Regional Healthplex, 803. Moore Medical Center, 807. Moore, downtown, 808. Crossroads Mall, 814. Valley Brook, 815. Del City, 823. Tinker Air Force Base, 827. And Midwest City at about 830. Now, we've widened the cone out here. We've given you plenty of space. No way are we going to do like a thin little line in here. We're going to give you plenty of room in case this thing stays on the same track. Sometimes these will turn a little bit right. Other times it will occlude and try to turn north. So we've opened up the space in here to give you and your city and your area plenty of room in here, okay? Let's drop south to the southern storm. Tornado warning on this as well. It's now northwest of Ellick, east of Ninnekah, and that's going to be in Dibble at 8:07, Washington 8:29, and how about Purcell 8:44, Norman again, High School a little farther south and east at 8:48, and Norman downtown at about 8:50. So that's going to be on the north side of this, all right? We'll see if this makes it all the way up there and goes right across Norman, but it's certainly going to try. So I want to point out, nothing in Logan County, Oklahoma County of any concern right now, okay? But this is definitely headed towards the South Metro, and not that fast. It's not moving that fast. And these storms are interacting with each other. Sometimes when you get storms too close together, they impede upon each other's inflow, and one will usually take over, or one might weaken, or they'll impact both of them, and maybe they just kind of hold their own. So that might be at least what's happening right now. Now, we know we've had tornadoes today. We've had at least 2 or 3 so far. Okay, so again, tornado warning with that storm, tornado warning with that storm. Okay, let's go back to links 2, and we'll check back in with the trackers. Okay, so the hail size is in here. Here's the good news about today, and like the April 19th event we had, the tornadoes on that day were definitely stronger, and the hail sizes were bigger, and we had a lot more hail. Hail sizes so far have been very small. Nickel and dime, there might be some quarters in here. Instability is high enough to get bigger hail, but it's one of those things. Every event is like a thumbprint. They're all different. They're all different. Even though we have much higher instability, we have shear, we have spin, we have big mesocyclones, deep mesocyclones, hail sizes so far have been on the smaller side, which is good. We'll take the rain. We do not want the hail. We do not want the hail. Okay, so Jim Gardner's right here looking back at the hook, which is right there. Let's go back to Jim Gardner, and I see the rain curtains here. Jim, oh, those are definitely rotating. Rotating rain curtains, and Jim, is that a cone? Possibly the cone developing
David,
in the center.
That's the cone that's in the center there, and we've watched these rain curtains even get more prominent and spinning faster here. So again, we haven't really seen anything on the ground yet, but the rain curtains have really picked up. You can see the motion from our shot, David, and it's right there in the center is what we're kind of focused on. But man, there's just a lot of activity going on right now with those rain curtains, David.
Yeah, right here, Jim. Right here, Jim. Right in the center. Look how fast. Look how this might be developing tornado live right here on News 9. Look at the speed of that. Look at Hank's shot as well. Let's stay with this though just for a second. This is starting to fold over, and I also want to point out something back here. It's going to localize again. Let's see where it localizes. Okay. Do we see condensate on the ground? This is going to be a tornado warning again. For you folks, again, Southwest Metro. I'll show you where exactly coming up. Oh, this is
right on county line.
Right on county line. Okay.
And Highway 9.
Yeah. Okay, it's right on the spur still. Okay, there we go. Here we go. Look at the motion. See the ripping? See how fast this is? There you go. Tornado developing right now. Tornado developing right now. This is going to be at county line and Highway 9. This is going to be State Highway 76, basically, and the spur. Okay, this is going to be southwest of Newcastle. Okay, tornado on the ground.
By 3.5
Jim
miles.
Gardner, take it. Tornado on the ground. Go ahead.
That's right, David. It looks like it's right over the top of the spur from my vantage point, but yeah, it's still developing, David. There's a lot of motion, a lot of rotation, and it almost gets tight and it kind of falls apart like that, then it'll come together again. But this is definitely a tornado. I haven't seen it all the way to the ground yet. Of course, the rain is starting to really obscure some of my vision here. But again, there is a lot of action with this, David. And there we go. Now we're starting to tighten up again. It tightens up, then it comes apart, and it tightens up again. And I think it's just trying, David, it's pulling in so much stuff around it. You see right to the right side of the screen, it's pulling in more and more. And this could any time, David, really turn into a large tornado here. And I'm not sure that we don't have it on the ground right now. I've been watching to see if anything coming off the ground. I haven't seen it yet. But if we pull back real quick there, you can see the spur, and you can see a highway, I believe it's Highway 4 there, right there. Pull back just a little bit more if you can there. And there's the intersection right there. So it's just kind of to the southwest of that intersection right now. Now it's kind of come apart again, but all the rain curtains are wrapping. Zoom in on them rain curtains, Rich. You can see how fast those rain curtains are turning, David. So again, this could drop a huge tornado at any moment here. We're in a good spot. We're going to keep you updated, David. Just stay with our picture. Jim Garpoint live for Bob Mills, Sky News 9. Back to you.
All right, Jim, there we go. The tornado continues, at least intermittently, on and off the ground. So we're watching that. That's that shot from Jim Gardner live on News 9. Let's go back to Links 2. Let me show you where the tornado is. It's going to be right here. Here's Jim looking off to his west. It's basically over the highway. And there's, let's see, that's going to be Hank's shot right there. Hank's had it on the ground. You can see the rotating rain curtains in Hank's shot. There's the tornado.
It's
right?
Highway 76.
Yep, and this is Highway 76. It goes north-south. There's County Line Road right here, and there's Newcastle, 3.5 miles
Hank right now.
southwest of Newcastle. What'd you say?
It's going over Hank right now.
All right, let's go to Hank. Let's go to Hank Brown. Let's take it. Take it, Hank. It's yours. Go ahead.
David, I'm sitting in the KT's parking lot up on the hill, and we have had the vortices touchdown multiple times. We are in the wrapping rain curtain right now. You can see that lowering going just to the left. Patty's watching two little areas. We keep seeing little tornadoes spinning on this, and it's moving due east. It is right on top of Highway 9 and 76. I am sitting, like I say, in the KT's parking lot, and it's moving due east. There's right there in front of us. I got it. Oh, here it goes. Oh, we're taking some big wind. Yeah, it's on the ground again. Well, here, let me turn the truck so it don't flip us. Yeah, we're taking probably 80-mile-an-hour winds right there. It's right there in front of us.
Are you on?
It's on Highway 9. It's touching down again right here on Highway 9. You can see the wrapping rain curtains in my shot. This little vortice is going just to the south of this building, right on Highway 9. So it's missing KT. So for Tammy Romash, it is not hitting KTs at the moment.
Okay.
But you are taking big winds, and it's right on Highway 9.
Okay.
It is less than 100 yards from me.
Wow.
Where it keeps spinning down and touching. Yeah, and it's moving due east. The other one was moving north. This one just started really moving east.
Okay.
And we're probably taking 80, 90-mile-an-hour wind. We've got some debris. Oh, I got debris in the air. Oh, it's on top of us. Film it. We've got debris in the air right here in front of us.
I see that.
Hitting us in the windshield.
Here's debris.
We
Here's
are
debris.
in the tornado. It's right here to the right. It's coming across the hood. Yeah,
Okay,
we are in
there's
the tornado.
Right there.
I am at KT's. Tammy,
Here's
I lied
the tornado.
to you. It is hitting KT's right
Hank
now.
is in
We are in the tornado.
Hank is in the
We
tornado.
are in the tornado. Yes,
Wow.
we are. There's no doubt about it.
Okay.
I've got some
So-
debris coming. What was that?
Wow.
Yeah,
Hang on.
so now it's just moved just to my east. Let me reposition the truck.
Wow.
So,
Okay.
it's
a weak tornado. Let me point that out.
Wow. So right here you can
Okay,
see.
there goes
it's
the
just
tornado.
crossed over my hood.
There it goes.
And here it goes. So
right here.
now it's just moved just
Power
east
lines.
of Highway 9. So it's just east of the Blanchard or the McClain County Road Barn that's on Highway 9. It's moved just east of that. So this is coming. It might even be trying to move just a little bit southeast. So this might be going back towards some of the neighborhoods that are just east of 76 and right at Highway 9. So. Yeah, I'm going to try to get back out in it again. But, yeah, it didn't flip us, so it wasn't that strong. Back to you, David.
Well, that's always a plus when you go out and storm chase and you don't get flipped. It's a weak tornado. Hank was good. He recognizes the strength of the tornado at that point. It is weak, even though it went pretty much right over him. It was a broad area, and it did localize. You saw the debris in the air live on News 9, and now the tornado is right there. It's an ugly tornado as far as there's lots of rain wrapped in around it. Hard to see. Okay, let's go back to Links 2, and this is what it looks like. There's the tornado. Like he said, Hank nailed it. He said it's moving off to the east. That's exactly what it's doing, if not anything, east-northeast, going right down, what is that, 250th Street?
Yeah, 350th and Southwest 24th. It's coming up to Rockwell.
Okay, coming up, yeah, Rockwell here is Southwest 24th. It's 350th, west of Highway 76. But this is Highway 9. There it is. And Timber Ridge Road, Southwest 24th, this is where the tornado's going to, okay? This is Rockwell. This is going to be Rockwell and Southwest 24th. Safe spot. You got to go now. You have about 2 minutes. You got about 2 minutes. Lowest level, center part of the house. Okay, let's back out of this. Where's it going after that? Let's back out. I'm sorry, just keep backing out here. Okay, there it is. Okay, there, it's going to Norman. It's going to Norman right now. You folks in Norman, get ready, get prepared, safe spot, lowest level. Tornado is on the ground. Let's go back to Jim Gardner. He's looking right at it from the air. Jim, take it. It's yours. Let's go back to Jim. Looks like condensate now, just about fully on the ground. It's been on the ground, off and on. Go ahead, Jim.
That's right, David. We're on 62, just on the east side of 62, just south of Newcastle here. And it's been just kind of hanging there. And like I said, I agree with Hank. It's kind of coming more east right now. And but it's been up and down, up and down, up and down here. And the wrapping rain curtains are just staying with it. And the wrapping rain curtains are kind of out in front of it and then coming around. But yeah, David, it's been up and down all the time here, man. And it's I don't know if it's going to develop into a big tornado or not. Hopefully it'll just stay small and just touch down every now and then, but it's got the potential, David. If you go back to the right here and look at this huge wall cloud that is off to the right right here, David, as we come around here. And the last thing we want to do is have all this merge together and form one big tornado. But we're in a really good spot. Like I said, we're on 62 just south of Newcastle, tracking this thing, David. It is on the ground, off the ground, on the ground, off the ground. And with the rain curtains right now, I really couldn't tell you. It may be on the ground in there and it may not, but there's a definitely well-defined cone, as you can see that from our shot there. So we'll just keep tracking it, David. Jim Garborn live for Bob Mills, Sky News 9. Back to you.
Okay, again, this is an ugly tornado. They're all ugly, but when you bring in rain and a little bit of hail wrapped in here, mainly rain, they're very hard to see. There's Highway 9. It's north of the highway. This is Highway 9. That's the spur. It's north of the highway. It's going to Norman. Norman, listen up. You don't have that long, okay? It's not a strong tornado right now. That could change. Some low-level dynamics are going to start to kick in. That could become a stronger tornado. Let's act like it is. Let's go to our safe spots. Let's do it. Let's go to the lowest level, center part of the house. Tornado warning for you folks in Norman. All right, Jim's right there. Look at the cone here. Big fat cone hanging down. All right, let's go back to Links 2.
While you're looking at that, we also have a tornado warning coming for Grady County. This is for the storm near Rush Springs. The farthest storm down the line, David, has been rotating. Had reports of two different trackers in that area of it on the ground.
Okay, that's going to be the Rush.
Further south. So this is the tornado warning coming towards Norman, and then the storm farther to the south near Rush Springs also. That storm is also spinning, moving off towards the east-northeast, and we'll take a look at that here. And that storm right there, it doesn't look impressive on radar, but the rotation is there, and this is in a very favorable environment as it keeps making its way off towards the east, over towards Lindsay.
Okay, yeah, we see that. Okay, let's go back to Links 2, and we'll take a look at that. And we have Tom and JD down there. And let me show you what I'm talking about here. That's that storm right here. And this is where the tornado is. Okay, let's go to velocity data here. Let's take a look. It's right here. Golly, is it in Rush Springs?
It's moving very close to just north of Rush Springs.
It's going to be just north of Rush Springs. Okay, so you folks in Rush Springs, north of town, east-northeast towards Bradley. This is going to be a tornado on the ground. We've got trackers very close to that. We will check in with them coming up. Okay, let's come back north now. We'll come back north. Let's go back to the Oklahoma City storm. And this is a much smaller storm down south. This is a much bigger storm up north. And there we go. All right, so this is the hook. Big hook on this. And this has been on the ground for quite a while, at least up. It's been down. There's the circulation now coming right down Southwest 24th Street. And I do believe this is, what did we decide?
Rockwell.
Yeah, Rockwell right here. That's what we're going with.
Yeah.
Okay, and again, this is going to keep moving east-northeast. It's headed to Norman. So your tornado now, there's Timber Ridge Road, Southwest 24th. There's Rockwell. Tornado is going to be at the intersection of Rockwell and Southwest 24th. South Main is a little farther east, obviously, and that's going to be Southeast 16th Street. It's going to cross South Main. Brandon's right there.
There's a track on 3.
There's a tornado. Let's do a storm track and take a look at that, Cassie. And let's see here. Yeah, there's your tornado. Okay, so again, we've widened this out, okay? You got plenty of room in here. You're thinking, really? I live all the way up Lake Stanley Draper? Well, these things can keep moving northeast, and then a clue. So let's be safe, right? Let's not take a chance. Okay, so we're looking at Norman at 8 o'clock. West side of Norman at about 7:50. If you live west of I-35 or west or southwest Norman out near the flats, about 7:45 or 7:50. All right, we're almost there. Not that far away. It's coming in to, again, the west sides of Norman now. You're almost there on the other side of the river. Downtown, talking about OU at 8:05. That's the OU campus. 8:05, okay? We're 15 minutes away. Lake Thunderbird, 829. Little Axe, 837. Pink, 849. So once again, tornado warning. Once again, if you have friends or family in Norman, call them, text them, whatever. Let them know tornado on the ground. It's been up, it's been down, but it's headed east-northeast towards Norman. Towards downtown Norman, the way it's going. Or maybe it might go on the north side of Norman, but it's going to be Norman. Okay? If this does not lift, Norman more than likely will have a tornado unless it weakens. All right, what's shear rate look like out of this, guys?
It's
curious.
still
Let's
impressive.
go back.
It's very impressive.
Links 2, there it is.
And it's going to go just south of Newcastle, south of the Newcastle High School, it looks like, but it's very close to there and across the river.
Yeah, so here's Newcastle. I mean, safe spot right now. If you live in Newcastle, south of town, east of town, Fox Lane goes over, right? West Rock Creek Road, okay? You got to go to your safe spot. You got to go there now. Okay, it's moving east-northeast. There it is. It's now south and east of downtown Newcastle. Let's go back to Jim Gardner and take a look at Jim's shot. There's your tornado. Let's take a look at Jim's shot. And Jim, what do you think? Is the circulation on the right side of your screen there? Kind of back out just a little bit here. What do you think?
Well, I don't know, David. I think it's trying to. It's just getting so rain wrapped in there. Every now and then we still catch sight of it, but you can see how the rain has really tightened up. Right now, I'm 5 miles southwest of Westheimer Airport here in Norman, tracking this thing. And like I said, the rain, it really wrapped up. We really can't see it. You got that wall cloud that I showed you earlier that I think was going to try to be pulled into this, and it all would come together. The tornado is in that rain that is all wrapped up right there. I can't tell you if it's on the ground or if it's up and down off the ground, but it's right in there last time we saw it. And like I said, all this rain is tightened up. But right now, I'm 5 miles, like I said, southwest of Westheimer Airport here in Norman, tracking this thing, David. And also, just real quick, we are starting to get a lot of cloud-to-ground lightning out in front of me right now. So it has still got a lot of energy, David. We'll keep tracking it. Jim Garpoint live for Bob Mills, Scotty's 9, back to you.
Okay. All right, there we go. Nice shot. And this is probably going to be, what looks like to us, at least, a new developing wall cloud here on the right. The old mezzo was here. This might be cycling and trying to at least tighten up on this right side. Okay, so let's go back to links 2. And Brandon's right there. Let's go to Brandon Pennell. And again, Norman, can't say it enough. Norman. You've got about 15 minutes, Norman, before that circulation comes into town. Brandon, give us an update. Do you see anything on the ground right now? We don't from the chopper. Go ahead. What do you see?
So we're coming into the south side of Newcastle right now. We literally let circulation go pretty much right over the top of us. The one thing I can tell you is if this thing stays in the rain, you cannot see it until it is on your doorstep. We had a large cone back to the southwest of Newcastle probably about 10 minutes ago. Hank and I both could see it from the ground, but there's so much rain being pulled around this circulation right now. I mean, it's just completely embedded. So as it continues east into the heart of Norman, maybe, or maybe just the north side of Norman, everyone needs to take this serious because the RFD coming around the backside is probably 75 to 80 miles an hour. We're going to get north and then back east. We have to get across the river to get back in play. Back to you.
Okay, yeah, we're having a mess with that. So you got to kind of dance and prance around the rivers down there, talking about south of Norman there. So, all right, so great job, Brandon. He's getting back in position. Let's go back to links 2. And tornado warning continues for, here's the deal. The warning goes all the way into Moore, so more than likely the sirens are blowing in Moore down through Norman, and I get it. But unless it occludes, now it could though. Our storm earlier did. It occluded, or what it means it made a left turn and went right to the north. You folks in Moore, I'm watching this carefully. On its present line, it's going to North Moore and, it's going to North Norman and South Moore. It's right here, okay? It's crossed the highway. Let's go ahead and zoom on in now. It's about ready to cross the river here.
Jeremy's on the other side of the river along with Brandon Wells at I-35.
Okay. All right, what are their shots? I see Jeremy's shot.
And it's getting very close to the river now.
All right, what does Jim have? What is he looking at? I see that right here. All right, let's keep an eye on that. There's Jim. And Jim's looking a little farther back to the southwest. We need to get Jim back to the east here. Yeah, we need to just, I know he's zoomed in. He's on the right side, but we need to get him a little farther back to the east. And have him fly back towards, to the east, just a little bit there, Greg. Okay. All right, so this is it right here. Okay, so here's Norman. Here's Heyday. And this is going to be the Norman Regional Health Plaques, north side of Norman there. Sooner Mall's right here. Circulation is right here. What does a shear rate look like? Let's see what that's done. Okay, it's right here. Okay, so this is where the tornado is. Right now, it does not appear to be on the ground. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 trackers on it. And we have Jim Gardner in the air. It does not appear on the ground right now, but it is still a rotating wall cloud that has produced multiple small tornadoes the last couple of hours. Okay, but it's going to Norman. It's going to Norman, and then in between Norman and Moore, and it looks like it's trying to occlude, which means it's going to put it a little more favorable to make the turn and try to head towards South Moore.
Yeah, it's definitely made a slight northerly trek now.
Yeah, right there, right as it just got east of Newcastle. It's making a little more of a turn there. So you folks in Moore, think about safe spot, lowest level. How far are we from Highway 37 up in Moore? How far are we from there to there, you think? What's that? I can count them here. 15, 18 miles?
I'm trying to see where you're pointing.
Just right here at 37.
Okay, there you go. I got you.
Moore Medical Center. How far is that?
About 8 miles.
About 8 miles. Yeah, okay. About 8 miles. All right, so Jim's right there. And, all right, let's go back to Jim Gardner. Let's bring his shot in. He's looking right back at it here. And Jim, there you go. What do you think? Still a little ragged. Does not appear to be on the ground right now. Does not appear to be on the ground. At least not right now.
No, David, not right now. It's just, you know, that's the front of the storm there, and then where the tornado was right back behind that, and we've been watching it in there, and I don't think anything's on the ground right now. And like I agree with Lacey and you, it's kind of turned a little more north. I am just on the west side of Westheimer Airport here, shooting back to the west, tracking this thing more of a northerly direction right now. But it's just a real heavy rain right there, David. And like I said, we ain't been able to see anything on the ground or not. So the thing that'll happen is if this keeps tracking into Moore, South Moore, then we'll have to start looking for power flashes. That's how we will determine if there is a tornado on the ground there, is by seeing power flashes off the ground. We haven't seen any of that yet. Jim Gardner reporting live from Bob Mills, Scotty's 9, back to you.
Okay. All right, great job. Looking good. We'll see, and hopefully this will stay lifted as it moves into north and west sides of Norman and Moore. Okay, it's definitely going there. Let's go back to links 2, and this is the tornado right here, and it's not on the ground. It's still certainly there. It's certainly spinning as it's crossing the river, okay, as it lifts off to the northeast, and it's muddy, it's messy. They got the rain wrapped in there. You can see all the rain wrapped in there in Jim's shot. Hey, Greg. Yes. Gardner, is his GPS updating? I just asking for a friend. Anyway, that's going to be moving off to the east-northeast. Okay? All right, let's go back to reflectivity on this. Let's talk about the storms down south. Tornado warning. Let's jump back south here. Look at the hook on this, folks. And let's come back south here. Look at the hook. Did Val work? Hey, Justin, did Val leave that storm? Did he leave his storm?
No, there was a road closed, so he had to make a detour, but he's heading towards that storm in Dibble.
Okay. All right, yeah. Wow, he
so
got...
the circulation is now coming up towards Dibble, towards Winter Creek.
Yeah. Okay. All right, yeah. Make sure he gets off and starts to head back southeast here. Okay, yeah, he's got to get way south. Is that his plan? Yes. Okay. All right,
it's
so
becoming more organized in
yes,
the
it
last
is.
5 minutes.
For sure. So you folks northwest of Laverty, you're going to be in the clear. It's going to be just to your northwest. There's a developing tornado now, and that's going to go to Dibble. You folks in Dibble, prepare for a possible tornado, damaging winds, and some large hail. What's their shear rate?
And JD's been watching that storm as well. He's to the south.
Is JD in the system?
Yeah, JD's been in the system.
Okay, let's go to JD now. Let's JD. He's looking off to the north. And let's bring JD in here. Let's bring his shot in here. And Oh, yeah, that's definitely turning. JD, great shot. Are you looking back to the southwest? Now you're looking at the Dibble storm, or are you looking southwest?
Yeah, I'm looking north, actually. I was in progress to get on the Rush Spring storm, and I just looked over and saw this thing going berserk. It is really, and just took off all on its own. It's gotten really low. I saw a funnel with it, and I'm going to go ahead and try to get north towards Dibble and cut this thing off, and then we'll double back and hit the Rush Springs. But this thing looks to me like it could go tornado anytime, David. It's really wrapping up very quickly. Back to you.
No doubt about it. And you can see that in his shot. We'll get his shot back up here. It's still up, but he'll turn his camera around here, and you can see what he's looking at off to his north. And that is a very, very pronounced lowering. Okay, so let's go back to Lynx 2. And again, we have a hook, developing tornado with that. We're about ready to drop a News 9 tornado warning on that. That's going to Dibble. You folks in Dibble, prepare for severe weather, which will include a tornado. Okay, then we have JD's in between these, and we have the other hook down here, and this has produced a tornado. And Tom Pastrana is closing in on that from the east, okay? I want to point out we have other storms down here between Maysville and Purdy. We're watching these still in that environment to produce severe weather, and tornadoes included. We're going to have to watch that. But look at Jim's shot. I mean, this thing, again, it's a UFO from outer space. Pardon me, it has all the layers, stacked pancakes. Yep, right there, all the way from the bottom up. And that storm is the one that's now coming into Moore and Norman. All right, so let's go back north now. Let's talk about Moore again and Norman here. Tornado warning continues for you. Circulation is tight. It does not appear to be on the ground right now, but it is spinning. And circulation now is going to be right here. Jeremy's right here. Let's get an update from Jeremy Carter. And Jeremy's going to be in West Norman. And Jeremy, what do you think? Looking right at it there, what do you think? I don't see it on the ground. And velocity data, it looks like it maybe has come down a little bit, maybe a little bit. Go ahead, give us an update as you look off to your west.
Yeah, David. So I'm watching this here, and I definitely can't see anything on the ground. The velocity has dropped, but we're here in West Norman, keeping a close eye on this. Back to you.
All right, great job, Jeremy. So he's looking off to the west there. All right, let's get back to radar here. And this is going to be shear rate. It's crossing the river right now. This is going to be 72nd Avenue, and this is going to be Tecumseh Road. There's the developing tornado. If it's going to put down, it's going to be right there. And, okay, there's Franklin Road, Tecumseh, Franklin, Indian Hills Road. All right, okay, I-35. All right, little farther to the east, obviously. This is Norman Regional Hospital. Right? So here's the deal. Jim's right there. Developing tornado is right here. You can see the hook showing up on radar. And we'll get a storm track on this. But this is going to Norman. This is going, there it is right there. It's coming in. It's already in Norman. It's in West Norman right now. Okay, do we have Brandon in the system? Wells? Yeah. Okay, let's go to Brandon Wells, and let's bring his shot in. And Brandon, we have your shot up. Give us an update as you look back at that storm there. Go ahead, Brandon.
Yeah, David. Well, right now we're going to be here at 60th Avenue Northwest here on West Tecumseh Road.
Yes, Brandon Wells
the shot that you're looking at there to the northwest, and we don't really see any. I mean, it's buried behind the rain shaft there. We don't really have a visual on it just yet, but we're watching it very closely, David.
Okay, nice job. All right, so this is going to be looking at it from the west side of Norman. All right, let's go back to Lynx. Let's go back to Lynx 2. Circulation is going to be right here. That's where Brandon is. That's where Jeremy's located. And that's going to be headed up towards Indian Hills and Hayday and the northwest side of Norman. Okay, so here's Sooner Mall. You're fine. This is not going to hit you, okay? It did that, what we call, it kind of occluded a little bit and kind of lifted, kind of migrated to the north now. All right, so this is Max Westheimer Airport. That still looks good. You're fine. This is going to be northwest. This is going to be far northwest Norman, trying to make its way into South Moore.
And JD storm, the Dibble storm, is going tornado warned. Okay.
And JD is coming in from the south on that. Justin, is that the deal? JD's headed north? Justin?
Yeah, JD's heading north, and then Val's just on the north side of Dibble.
Okay, Val's on the north side of Dibble. Let me see.
So he will have a shot here in the next minute or two. Right now, he's punching the core coming in from the north.
Here you can see their location right there. The hook is now still to the southwest of Dibble by just a few miles, 4.5 miles.
Okay, Justin, who's going for, let's jump back here. Who's going to the farther storm down here? Who's going for this? This Tom?
That would be Tom going west on 19.
Okay. All right, we can't hear you, but.
There we go.
Yeah. Okay, let's do this. Let's go back to, let's bring in Val Castor. I want to point this out. Val's coming in from the north on this. Let's bring in Val real quick. Val, you're coming in from the north. Give us an update.
All right, so David, we are just now, we're about, I'm going to say, 1.5 miles to the northwest of Dibble, and we're just now coming out of the rain. And as soon as we come out of the trees here, you're going to be able to see what I think is probably the wall cloud with this storm. And we, like I say, just now coming out of the rain. So the camera, we're coming into Dibble. The camera is pointed southwest. There's an intersection up here. We'll pull up the intersection. We're going to go a little bit probably west here just to get a look at it. I know there's structure. We can see structure. And it looks like to me that there's a lowering to our straight southwest. I'm going to go down the road a little bit south. There's a convenience store right there, and it's behind that convenience store. Look, to me, it looks like a pretty good-sized lowering, but, man, I'm telling you, the trees just came up out of nowhere, David. Trees are pretty much the storm chaser's worst enemy here, but we're going to find a clearing, and we're going to look every now and then when I see a little bit of a break. Oh, here we go. Okay, so there it is right there. So, you know, the wall cloud is there. It's not crazy looking like it was earlier, but it's definitely there. There's a lowering. I can see some scud trying to form underneath it. And it looks like to me it's going to pass very near Dibble, possibly a little south of Dibble, but probably very close to Dibble. If you live in Dibble, keep that in mind.
Okay, all right, great job, Val, looking good. And look at the bowl here forming. Okay, that is the bowl there on the Dibble storm, if you will. Okay, that's a Dibble storm. That's the bowl on that. You can see it not on the ground, but definitely rotating for sure. Okay, definitely rotating. All right, so let's go. There we go. Links 2, and there's Val coming into that. We have 2 areas of spin now, and that's what Lacey was talking about here. 2 areas of spin, Dibble, and also south of Winter Creek Country Club. 1, 2. All right, so we'll see. This might be the one that takes over, but we have another area of spin there, so we'll see. But this is a stronger area for sure. This is the one that we're really watching.
Yeah,
that
that's
Val
been taken over.
Yeah, and so this is the first one. That's going to be the main one now, the second one. Okay, let's go to links. Let's stay with that. Let's go back to reflectivity.
Okay.
And let's come back to the city here. Come back to Moore, and let's talk about Norman. So tornado warnings continue. Right now we have, what, 3 tornado warnings going on?
We have 3, yes.
Okay, I see that shot. Who's that from? Oh, that's from Val. Okay, he's on that. Okay. Okay, so the circulation down in the Norman area, this, for now, this is weakened. It's still rotating. It's still there. It's still there, but it's not as tight as what it was. Tornado warning continues. If you live, let's say, between Norman Regional Healthplex, that's going to be Tecumseh Road, up I-35 to Hayday. This is going to be where the tornado is right here, but it's not quite as tight as what it was. Does it take just a few minutes to tighten up? Yes, that's all it takes, and to produce a tornado. But this is going to head northeast up towards Hayday, okay? And tornado warning. So lowest level, center part of the house, North Norman. And let's back out of this. This is going to be Broadmoor Elementary School. This is Moore, right? And this is going to move into south sides of Moore, and this will cross I-35. Right now, if it were to produce a tornado, it would not be a strong tornado. It would be what we've had so far today, and they've been fairly weak tornadoes, EF0s and EF1s, which is good. It's not great, but it's better than the alternative of stronger tornadoes. So far, we'll take a weaker tornado if it does happen. We've already had tornadoes, like I said, out of this. All right, so this is again coming into Moore, South Moore, and look at all the rain in here. Hard to pick out. You're just looking at reflectivity here. You're looking at regular rain. You're like, I don't see anything in there.
Yeah, the hook lifted north, and it really got embedded very quickly in the core.
Yeah,
it's very hard to find.
Yeah.
which is good.
It's in there. What does shear rate look like?
Shear rate's there. It's actually it weakened a little bit, then it came back up.
Okay,
So
it did
there's
weaken.
still the rotation there.
Yeah, still there, but it did weaken a little bit.
Yes, and it's very broad. And if you look at just the different velocity products, it's very hard to find a tight couplet.
Yeah, no, I agree. I agree with that. Man, Tom's shot. Wow, look at Tom's shot.
Tom is southwest.
Yeah, he's on the southwest storm, right?
Yes, the one that went through Rush Springs.
Okay, let's go back to Tom, control room, and look at that.
Tom's near Ellick.
All right, Tom, give us an update. You're on that supercell, and you're down by Ellick and Bradley, pretty far down there, and looking off to your southwest. And Tom, that's impressive. Boy, that's a big, deep mesocyclone for sure. Give us an update. What do you think?
Yeah, David, very impressive. Looking at a rotating wall cloud, there's also rising scud. You know, it very well could do something in the next few minutes. It's definitely rotating. It's probably not imminent at the moment, but, you know, there's definitely some rising scud right there. And, yeah, look at that. It's getting better organized as we speak. So, yeah, we definitely have to watch this. And I am just to the northwest of Bradley right now. And, oh, wow, look at that. There's a funnel coming down. Okay. So, yeah, David, back to you. We'll watch this.
Okay, Tom, is that behind that sign right there? Are you talking about right close to the sign that's in the foreground?
Yes, correct.
Okay. Okay, yep. Okay, well, Tom, if I'm looking. If anything gets nutty, say something. Let's see here. Yeah, zoom on in. Let's take a closer look. What do we see? Yeah, that's definitely tightening up.
There's really almost 3 areas of circulation with this storm. One just south of Ellick, one between Ellick and Agawam, and another one south of Rocky Ford.
Yeah, man, that's really tightening up right now. Okay. Okay, we'll come back to Tom, I promise you, here shortly, because that is tightening up. And that's going to be west-southwest of Bradley. Okay, that's tightening up from left to right, no doubt about it. This is swinging around. That's a little tag. That's not quite a funnel. That's a tag on the wall cloud, but that's lifting. These can turn into funnels if they start to tighten up, but right now that hasn't done it, but it's sure thinking about it.
And Val has a funnel.
All right, let's go to Val Castor. Let's bring Val in. And he is on the Dibble storm, we're going to call it. Val, go ahead. What do you think? Is that a funnel or a tag? What do you got there?
Yes. There has been 2 funnels with the storm. It's not super strong looking, but there's been 2 laminar funnels formed right out of that little lowered area right there. And, David, that's still going to be about 1.5 miles or so west of Dibble. I hear the tornado sirens are going off here, by the way, but there is rotation right there. I know it's not a humongous looking wall cloud, but that thing is rotating, and it's produced 2 funnels, 2 pretty much needle-looking funnels that came about a little more than halfway to the ground. A little bit more than halfway to the ground. Location is going to be about 1.5 miles west of Dibble, maybe even 2 miles. But right now, it appears to be moving east or east-northeast, pretty much towards Dibble. It's not super strong rotation. I'm going to put the wipers here. Not super strong rotation, but like I said, the funnel was more than halfway to the ground twice. So that's what we're watching right now. Back to you.
Okay. All right, Val, nice job. Let's see what this does here. That's going to be that Dibble storm. Let's go back to links 2 here. And so we have 1, 2, 3 tornado warnings right now. And look at the Norman storm. Wow, look at that shot there. No, I'm sorry, that's Tom's storm. That's the southern storm. Let's go back to Tom Pastrano, and let's get an update on that. The Moore Norman storm for now has weakened some. We'll check in with our trackers coming up. Tom, give us a quick update. That is lifting and slowly turning, it looks like. Go ahead, Tom.
Yeah, David, a moment ago we had the funnel 3/4 of the way to the ground. I wouldn't doubt if it was on the ground. I couldn't see anything, any vortices, but wow, it was very impressive. It still continues to rotate. It's probably about to do something. I would say a tornado is imminent right now. You can see that funnel right there. It's a horizontal funnel, but it's not on the ground at the moment, but it is definitely imminent right now.
All right, well, we're watching it. Okay, well, great job, Tom. We'll see. It looks like it's a little more ragged now. It's not as tight, but it's still serious. I mean, this is still rotating, from left to right. I mean, looks like a little, almost a horizontal tube right in here. Okay, hang on, what's here? See that? See how fast that forms? Okay, what's the motion here? Okay, that's pretty impressive. Okay. All right, this is going to really, really try hard. It's going to really, really try hard. It's what we call tail end Charlie. It's a storm down by itself. It's open to the humidity, to the warm, moist air, and this thing is breathing down here. We'll see if it doesn't ramp up. Okay, it's certainly going to try, and this is another tail cloud trying to come in. Okay, all right, let's go back to Lynx. Wow, let's go back to Lynx 2. And let's talk about Moore, Norman again. Let's come back to the metro here. Okay. And again, you folks in Moore and Norman, tornado warning does continue. It's right here, and we're looking for anything. Where's Hank? Is Hank underneath all this right here?
Yes, you can do it there.
All right, let's go to Hank. Right Hank, you're right where you should be. It's just not as tight as what you had when you got hit by the weak tornado an hour and a half ago or so. So. What do you think? The circulation is not as strong as what it was.
Well, so I'm down on Franklin Road in Western or Northwest 60th, and this wall cloud or this updraft is just outside of our windshield here. And what's happened is it looks like two storms have merged. Another storm caught up with this one, and it started to crash in from the southwest. And so a lot of times, we see that when that happens, that it produces another tornado. So I don't think this threat is over just yet. Like I say, we're at 60th and Franklin. I'm just on the west side of the mezzo. I'll have Patty turn the camera real quick and just show you. Sorry, the mirror's in the way. The rising motion that's coming off of that right there is the northwest side of the vault. So this thing is recycling here, and I don't think we're quite out of the woods yet for northwest Norman and southwest Moore. David, back to you.
All right, great job, Hank. Give me 1 second. All right, so again, that's what's going on down in Moore, Norman. This thing is still turning.
It is, and it's more localized, David. You can see it on radar.
Yeah, and see this right here? See how fast this is moving right here? Okay, hey, Greg, that's fine. That's fine. You don't want to go show me? Well, I mean, yes. Let me try. Okay.
The circulation's basically Franklin Road and in between 48th Northwest and 60th Northwest.
Yep. Let's go to Lynx 2. Let's go to that exactly. And let's take a look at it here.
There it is, right there. And the trackers all are located there.
Yeah, I think we have it covered. There's Brandon, there's Hank,
watching it.
There's Brandon W, and there's Jeremy. So we're right there. I'm looking at their shots.
Who has a funnel?
Yeah, I'm looking.
Hank believes he has a tornado on the ground.
All right, let's go back to Hank. Let's go to Hank. Give us an update. Hank, do you have it on the ground? This is going to be, what's your... Yeah, he might have it there. Boy, it's wrapped in rain. Goodness. Go ahead, Tom.
I'm at 60th and Franklin. Brandon is at 48th and Franklin. We both just seen it touch down. So that area right there that I was showing you that was the northwest side of the vault right there, that's what just tornadoed. So you can see how it's pulling the – Patty, zoom in right there. You can see how it's pulling these wrapping rain curtains back around. So this is just on the north side of Franklin. So this is going to be between Franklin and Indian Hills Road and Western and Santa Fe is basically, or 60th and 48, depending if you live in Moore or Norman. So just to my northeast, I mean, you can see it. It almost looks like it's getting bigger and kind of building back towards us. So, yeah, this other circulation crashed in, and right now I don't see a tornado on the ground, but I do see a real heavy wrapping rain curtain, and we did just have a brief tornado, and this whole thing is spinning right on top of us. So I have to say, do what? Another spot behind us? There's another area of circulation coming up just behind us, too, but right here you can see that the motion with this is getting better and better. It's getting ready to tornado again. It's starting to wrap up. The circulation is popping just back out of the rain again. This is going to roll that window up. It's too loud. It's going to tornado again imminently. So this is just about a quarter of a mile east of 60th, just a hair north of Franklin is where this is right now. You can see the circulation coming back out of the rain. It started to move east. It tornadoed. It moved to the north. It came back to the west just a little bit, and now it's sitting right here. So we have to call this a tornado on the ground. You can see the spinning. You can see it's over 3/4 of the way to the ground. It's being wrapped with rain curtains. It's sitting right here. It's not really moving at all. This storm was moving to the east pretty quick and then lurched north real quick. And then, yeah, it's on the ground. I'm getting hit with RFD, so that tells us that it's getting stronger again. And, yeah, you can see the condensate funnel right there. Look at it coming off that building. Look at the rain, the RFD coming off that building.
I see that right here.
On it.
Yeah, I see the
Yeah, so this was probably, 75, 80-mile-an-hour RFD.
Yeah, here's a tornado.
It's wrapping into this right now.
Yeah.
So it's tornado on the ground. There's no doubt. Back to you.
All right, so what Hank and Patty have, that's the tornado right here. It's thin. It's not very wide, but there's your tornado right here. Hank, one more time, what's your location in Norman?
60th and Franklin. 60th and Franklin.
Yeah.
So.
Right. Okay, 60th and Franklin, and he's looking north. He's looking northwest. Okay. All right, so let's go back to Links 2, and this is where Hank is, 60th and Franklin, and he's looking off to his northwest. It's right here on top of him.
Northeast. I'm looking to my northeast.
Looking to his northeast. I'm sorry.
So for folks familiar with the area, it's to the southwest of Heyday.
Yeah, let's go ahead and zoom on in.
Okay.
Brandon's to the north. This is Heyday. It doesn't appear to be a very strong tornado, but that can always change. And it's going to be right in here, right? And it's going towards Heyday. We have Brandon coming in from the north. And we have Jeremy and Brandon W. over here to the east. So the tornado is going to be trying to cross 48th Street between Indian Hills Road and Franklin. What does shear rate look like on this?
Shear rate's very broad. I mean, it shows almost 2 areas.
Yeah, it's pretty broad. But
possible 1 or 2 power flashes in Hank's shot, too.
Okay. All right. And I see Jeremy's shot. What is...
There's the hook.
Okay. Yeah. No, it's definitely pronounced. I mean, it's
it
right.
went from being very embedded in rain.
It is. And it's joining up with this. I mean, it's got like this big S thing going on. All right. So there's Tom's shot. I'm just going down the line here, looking southwest. Okay, nothing on the ground with that. If Tom gets something, have him holler. Okay, so the tornado is going to be, obviously, this is Norman Regional Healthplex. Tornado is going to be right now, seems to be a low-end, weak tornado, but it's going to be right here. And is that Brandon looking up in here? Brandon's at Indian Hills Road? Our Brandon?
Yes.
Okay, let's go to Brandon. He's looking off to the southwest. And Brandon, is that looking southwest at what Hank was looking at? I think it is. Go ahead.
Hey, David, can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead. You're on.
Hey, no, this is going to be looking right over the top of I-35. There's actually 2 circulations. This lowered area is going to be basically I-35, in between 36th and I-35, just south of Indian Hills. And then another circulation is going to be just to our southwest, but it's wrapped in the rain. So we're kind of watching both in between right now. But there's definitely a pronounced lowering in my shot right now, and then another circulation back to our southwest. So we're fixing to try to flip around and see if we can see back in the rain. Back to you.
Okay, so that's going to be the same storm, but we have 2 areas of spin. One that Brandon's on, looking straight south, and the other one that Hank's on, which is a little bit farther down to the southwest, but not by much. All right, so let's go back to Links 2. And see how this whole thing is doing this. See all this going on here? It's a big, broad area. And then inside of this, we get smaller areas. Justin, what do you got?
Hank was just saying that he can visually see the base with no tornado under it right now.
Okay, he can see the base. And his shot is going to be right. That's not his, but I see the base in Hank's shot as well. That's
the bottom.
Okay, yeah, there it is. There's Hank's shot. Okay, that's going to be down in Norman, and we can see underneath it. Doesn't look like what it did. But tornado warning does continue for you folks in North Norman and up to Indian Hills Road. And then from there, it's a broad area. I want to point that out. There is not a strong tornado in here right now. This is going to be a broad area of circulation. It tightens up. It looks like what we're doing now is like what we've done all day. We tighten up and we get some fairly brief tornadoes. The strongest tornado was our first one of the day. That was down by Mustang and Tuttle. That was kind of the first one of the day. These so far have been weak tornadoes under a broad area of circulation. They tighten up. You get an area of spin. Boom, you get a tornado, and it lasts maybe 10, 15, 20 seconds. Okay? So that's what's going on with that. All right, and let's back out of this just a second here. There's Lake Stanley Draper. Marty's here. We have more Norman. Obviously, there's more, or Family Farm. This is going to be Norman here. Circulation's right here. It's coming into heyday. Coming into heyday, and area of spin there is going on. Oh, the Momatis. Okay, yeah, look at that shot. Wow. Let's take, control room, let's take Jim Gardner's shot. What do you think of that?
Momatis at sunset.
Wow. That's the underside of these storms with the sun setting. And all this air is going up so high. This is at the top of the anvils, and it starts to bubble down. And wow, that is incredible. And people travel all over the world to see stuff like that. I'm not kidding you. That doesn't happen everywhere like that. So, wow, just an incredible shot from Jim. Okay, let's go back to it. Links 2. And once again, we have lots of rain. I want to point out in the south and east metro, lots of heavy rain. Might have some localized flooding going on. Okay, let's go back to Norman here. And then we'll jump south on the other tornado-warned storms. Okay, boy, this is messy, folks. This is not easy. I mean, this is, it's a broad area of circulation. And usually it's really, really tight, and you're kind of honed in on. This whole area is a good solid 2 miles wide, all directions, okay? And then inside that, it tightens up when we get little areas of spin, and or we get a couple of small tornadoes. Yeah. But it's trying to localize right here. And this is I-35. Right? I-35, and there's Southwest 34th. You can see everything trying to localize right in here, but it's not tight. But the tornado warning does continue. It's tight enough for the tornado warning to continue. So this is going to head to the northeast. We'll get a storm track.
Yeah, and Brandon Wells is on that storm right off of 35, and not seeing anything underneath rotating, but definitely a wall cloud still hanging into the rain.
Okay, yeah, all right, good call. Let's go back to Brandon Wells here. See what he has. And Brandon, there it is. You've got it. You know, it's a broad area, but you found the area that's localized. Brandon, give us an update on what you see in the rotation there.
Yeah, David, like you said, it's very broad. It's definitely buried in the rain there. So you're not going to be able to see this. There's definitely nothing that we see currently on the ground associated with this large lowering, David, but we're going to move to the east and keep tracking it. Back to you.
All right, yeah, great job there, Brandon. So Brandon also with our other Brandon and Hank and Jeremy down in the Norman area. And Norman, we're looking right at it. It's not on the ground. It's not on the ground in northwest Norman. Okay, all right, let's go back to links 2, and let's go back to, go to velocity data on links 2, and I want to point this out, this right here. All right, here's Cole. We all know what happened in Cole back on April 19th with the big EF3 tornado that went right down 74B. Okay, this is another area of spin. This is a tornado here, and JD's right there. What does JD see in his shot? I know he's moving. Okay, let's go to Val and get an update from Val. And Val's looking off to the northwest. Val, I know you're covered in trees and fence, but when you look back, what do you see when you look back to your northwest? This thing is trying to go into Cole. You folks in Cole, tornado warning for you again in Cole. And it's just to your southwest. Go ahead, Val.
So, David, big, meaty-looking wall cloud right there. And we pop out of the trees every now and then, and you can see it. We are headed north right now. We're headed north on whatever road this is. Man, you would not believe the chasers out here. Pan down the road and show all the good grief. There's a line of chasers. I don't know how many cars, but anyway, go back to the wall cloud there. So the wall cloud, David, it's probably as strong as it's looked all day. When we were in Dibble looking to the north at it, the rotation was, I'm not going to say strong rotation, but I would say bordering moderate rotation. Right now we're getting back up close enough to see what the rotation is, but looking at the wall cloud right there, the rotation is probably strengthened a little bit again. So it looks stronger now than it has the whole time we've been on it. Earlier we saw 2 funnels more than halfway to the ground, probably touched down. If you go by your halfway down rule, David, right now this is looking north, and this is going to be west of Washington, maybe 4 miles or so. Back to you.
Yeah, and it's going to be southwest of Cole, And let's go back to links 2. We'll take a look at it here. Great job there, Val. Val's looking at the wall cloud here. There's Cole. This is Highway 74B or 270th, right? Or once you get over here, it's East Cole Road. There's State Highway 76. JD's on the southwest side. Val is on the southeast side. And that's going to go, let's collapse that. Let's see. It's going to go right over Cole. The tornado is not on the ground. And let's see, we do have Val's shot up. It's frozen. But we'll get Val's shot unfrozen, if you will. And we'll take a look at it here. But there's your circulation. This is a small community of Cole. It's going to go pretty much right over Cole, which we know what it did back on April 19th. Okay, then it's going to cross 74B, which runs east and west, that runs through Cole. And then from there, it's headed off to the northeast, right? But yeah, and Goldsby's going to be right up in here. Let's back out just a second, show the folks where Goldsby is. Cass, let's get a storm track on that. And let's take that all the way to I-35.
Okay, it's done.
Okay, so there's your developing tornado. JD's there, Val's there. Folks, we got to watch this. It's getting tighter. It's getting tighter. You can see Val's shot. That's not Val's shot, but we'll get Val's shot in here for you. But we'll put Val's shot in there.
Yeah, that's Brandon.
That's Brandon's shot. That's the Moore storm, which is not on the ground right now. But let's flip out one of those and put Val's shot. I'm looking at it right now. But that's going to go right over Cole. And then let's do a storm track. There's Goldsby. It might go on or west of Goldsby. It's trying to make that left turn again. Okay, so Cole, 831, 830. Right on the number there. So it's coming into Cole here in the next 1 minute. Goldsby, 845. Riverwind Casino, 849. If you know anybody that's at the casino tonight, okay? You know what I'm going to say. If it's grandma or whatever, text them because they don't always get notified. They're busy playing games, doing what they do, spending the money, and they might not hear the phone or whatever going off. Try to get a hold of them if you can. If they're in the casino, if they're in the Riverwind Casino, and let them know, all right? National Weather Center, 9 o'clock. OU, 8:59. And again, this is going to be pushing off to the northeast, right? This is that southern storm down here. Strong rotation now with that going right over Cole. And then from there, it's headed northeast. This will go back into Norman, 9 o'clock. Back into Norman, 9 o'clock. Back into Norman, down to the Lloyd Noble Center. If it turns, it'll make a trek to the north, the trek up to the north here, okay? So we got to watch that. All right, let's go back to Val. Let's bring Val back in here. And I'm going to go to Val on this. Val, what do you think? We see the wall cloud. You and Amy have it. What do you think? Any tighter, looser? What do you got?
It's tighter, David. It's definitely tighter. As a matter of fact, it's stronger now than when I talked to you just a minute ago. And it's going to be pretty much directly north of us. And it's starting to get rain wrapped also. We just noticed that. Starting to get rain wrapped. You could almost say there's, I want to say, 2 areas visually of rotation. I'm not for sure that's exactly what it is. But one thing's for sure, it's going to go right over Cole or very close to Cole. So the area that she has the camera on right now is just to our northeast. And that would be east of Cole, the area of the camera she's got it on now. Looks like the main rotation. Okay, that's it. Okay, right here. Yeah. It's rotating strongly, David. Right there, right there. It's going to get. I am. It's going to touch down, I'm thinking. And oh man, it's moving right towards Cole again. I've got to get a better spot here so I can see it.
Okay.
4-wheel drive.
Yeah.
There we go.
There
it is. It's rotating strong. It's a big cone. I'm going to run up here so we can get a visual of it.
Okay.
It's going to touch down if it's not on the ground already.
Okay.
Look
Val.
at that. Man, it's spinning. Oh, good night. Look at that right there there in front of us.
There it is. This is now just...
Tornado on the ground, David. Tornado on the ground. It's on the ground.
Oh, you see it? You see tornado on the ground?
Yeah, it's on the ground.
Okay.
Yeah, there's debris on the ground.
Debris on the ground. Tornado now, southwest of Cole.
Light debris. I don't see heavy debris. But this thing is going to be going through Cole again. I mean, it's...
Right here.
Right now, I'm going to say it's just south of Cole.
Here it is. Tornado. Look at the condensate. Here's your tornado. Here's your tornado right here. And, folks, this is going to be... It's going to be on or just barely south of Cole. Oh, it's so close.
So close.
It may be
Yes,
like,
yes, David, you're right.
okay.
You're so right.
Okay, Val, so like maybe a half mile south of Cole, it looks like right now? It's close.
It's a half a mile to our northwest. I just had to move here
Okay.
to get a better shot. I'm going to go back to the road.
Oh, yeah, then it's definitely south of Cole.
Because it's going to be crossing this road.
Yeah,
here.
It's approaching May Avenue. That's what Val's on.
Yeah, Val, you're on May Avenue right now.
Okay.
Val, if you need to bust and get a little further north, go ahead.
We're busting. We're busting right now.
Yeah.
Oh, good.
he's in traffic. By the way, in case you don't know this, Oklahoma is everyone's favorite vacation place in the month of May for severe weather. You'll see people from all over the world, from all over the country, from every university that has an atmospheric science program. They all come to Oklahoma in May. It's what they do. So the roads are jam-packed. And again, they're out doing what they love to do, and that's track weather, and we get it. But man, it jams up the highways. Okay, there's a circulation. Amy's got a great, power flash. Is that a power flash, Val? Val Castor?
100 yards in front of us right there. I want to get around these people. Oh, good grief. It's a trap.
Val, is that the tornado right here? It looks like that's the tornado.
The tornado's on the ground, David. It's on the ground just maybe 200 yards to our northeast.
Okay, all right.
It's on the ground 200 yards to our northeast.
Okay,
it's going to be on the south side of Cole.
It's right here. There's a tornado. I thought I saw a power flash. Here's the cone. There's a tornado. Val Castor has it live on News 9. He's been to a bad cell area here. Give him a second. It'll come back. All right, so.
See that right there up above us?
Okay, it's right here.
And David, it's not a super strong tornado.
No, it's not. It's not a strong tornado.
I mean, that's kind of been the pattern today.
Yeah.
But it definitely was doing damage for sure.
Yeah.
Light down. We had power flashes and we had some small debris being lifted. It looks like to me it's probably on 74B or very close to it.
Yes.
Was that another power flash just then or a lightning?
CC, go negative.
All right. So.
Okay.
Yeah, it's to our northeast now. I'm going to say it's probably right over the highway. We're trying to make our way.
Yeah, there it is. There's your cone.
There's the funnel. There's the funnel. You can see it.
Yeah. Okay. All right, Val, we're going to go back to radar. There's your cone right there. And there's Val and JD.
And I'll take this back. This is CC. You
And
can see when it was getting close to
right here.
May.
Right here.
Getting close to May, up to the north of Val.
Yeah. So it did barely produce.
Yes.
But it did. I mean, we know it produced, but it was a weak tornado with some debris as it was crossing May Avenue.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, so it was very, very weak on the CC.
Yes, it was.
Okay. Yeah, I was looking at some bad data over here.
Yes.
All right, so there it is, tornado there, just east of May. It's on the ground. It's right here. It's crossing, just like Val said, crossing 74B.
Got damage in the shot.
What's that?
That was damage in Val's shot.
Oh, we had tornado damage right there in Val's shot. We just had some tornado damage now. This is going to be south of Cole. And I don't think Val's GPS is updating.
And while you're talking about that, another tornado warning south of Ninnekah. This is now the farthest southwest storm, David.
Okay. All right. And is Tom on that?
Tom is on the one further east.
Okay, we have 2 tornado warnings going on down there.
Down there. We have a total of 4 tornado warnings currently, but
Yeah.
one and more is not on the ground. Their circulation's still there. There are 3 more down the line.
Okay. All right.
So this one, the one near Cole, is the most threatening at the moment.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And it's crossing Highway 74 right now. Okay, so this is going to be Western Avenue and 74B. It's approaching Western Avenue and 74B. Let's go to Val Castor. The funnel is back again. There it is. There's your cone. Val, is it on the ground? It looks like it is. Val, your video is a little bit fuzzy right now. Is that the roof cam?
Yes. That's the tornado, David. Cone-shaped tornado on the ground. It's going to be east-southeast of Cole right now, all the way, condensation all the way down. Condensation all the way down to the ground. We're coming up to 74B right now, and this is to our east-southeast. So it's east of Cole now, and we're about to turn right. We're in the rain. The tornado's partially wrapped in rain, but we can see it there. You see it in our shot. It's all the way down. The condensation's fully condensated all the way to the ground, David. All right, so here we go.
There's a tornado. Remember, it's his camera, and it's at night. We're trying to get this. There's the tornado right there. It's all the way on the ground. I know it's hard to see, but you can see the white here. The condensate is all the way to the ground. Okay, folks, if again, you live in Goldsby, this is coming your way. This is a little bit stronger tornado now. Val, what do you think? Condensate looks like it's pretty much all the way to the ground.
It is. It's on the ground, and you'll be able to see it better. We've got it in dash cam now. It's turning into a bigger tornado, and it's been very persistent on the ground now. I don't know how long, but just a cone-shaped tornado. There's a power flash at the bottom.
Okay.
Power flash at the base of the tornado.
Power flash.
Now, this is going to be about 1.5 miles east-southeast of Cole. You might help me out what other towns it's headed to right there, but
it's going to Goldsby.
On the ground, we just saw a power flash. Go ahead, David.
Oh, no, I just said it's going to Goldsby right now. You folks in Goldsby, take your tornado precautions now. That's why. Tornado is on the ground from Val and Amy Castor. Looks like somewhat like a little bit of an elephant trunk down here. Debris in the air, power flashes. Val, we have your shot. Looks good. Tornado still on the ground. Val, what do you think? EF1, EF2, low-end EF2, or just a strong EF1? What do you think? How big is that debris
I'm going to say at the moment, absolutely an EF1, maybe a strong EF1.
Okay.
You know, it hasn't really hit much, I don't think. But you know, David, it's getting stronger. We see a tornado that's shaped like that. You know, most of the time, I'm going to say it's an EF2. But right now, we just don't see a ton of debris in the air. There is debris. But the main thing to note here is this thing has been persistent. It's still on the ground. It's the longest one we've seen today. And this, it looks like it might be on the ground for a while.
All right. Yeah. Oh, no doubt about it.
I'm getting.
Go ahead. Take it.
Yeah, we're getting closer. We're getting closer to it. There's 1,000. I'm maybe exaggerating by a little bit, but there's 1,000 chasers driving it way slower than I want to drive, and we're going east. And I think it's going to cross the road ahead of us somewhere. I'm going to try to pass some people here real quick if I can.
Hey, Val.
So it's going to try to cross the road up here, up ahead of us.
Yep.
It's at Western.
And we're going to try to get it as it crosses here. So, you know, if you're on this road, 74B, just keep that in mind. I mean, this tornado is headed for the road. I believe it's headed for the road right now. It's still on the ground. We're still seeing debris. You could see it in our shot, right?
Yep. Hey, Val, let me ask you a question. You're going eastbound on 74B, right?
Absolutely.
Okay.
74B, we're going east.
Okay, and
it is southeast of us.
Yeah. It's, okay, this is due east, folks. This is going to be just to the right or just south of 74B, and it's coming up on. It's just going to be in between Western and what's the next street over? 24th Avenue.
Yeah, it's going to be next approaching High Avenue.
Okay, there's the tornado. There's the tornado right there. The cone's been on the ground here for the last 2 or 3 minutes. Val Castor's had it live. The tornado on the ground. We've had power flashes. We've had debris in the air. So we know we have at least some damage down here to the east and southeast of Cole. And we all know what happened in Cole back on April 19th. Val, what do you think? You and Amy, looking right at it. You're going eastbound. I can see the cone. Is there condensate on the ground? Oh, yeah. Oh, my gosh.
Debris. Bigger. Hey, there's a bigger debris cloud.
Yeah, there certainly is. There it is.
Yeah,
okay.
yeah. And it's we're getting close to it now. We are getting close to it. It's approaching the highway up ahead of us.
There you go.
When we get out of these trees and get on top of this hill and this clearing, it's always closer to you at night than you think. And there it is right there. There's the debris going across the road in just a second.
Yep. Hey, Val, your shot is very, very dark. I know it's dark out there. It's getting dark. We can still see it, but it's hard to see it. If you zoom in, we can't see it.
Okay, zoom out.
Yeah.
They can't see it when it's zoomed in.
Okay.
Okay, so pull out as far as you can go.
Okay.
Right now, it's. Yeah. You're right. It's just about to cross the road.
Yeah. Looks like it's about ready to cross 74.
It's a good thing this thing is not any stronger than it is because there are cars on the road where it's crossing. Now, the debris is going across the road. Debris is going across the road. You can zoom up just a hair.
Okay.
Man, I'm going around them. Okay, it's on the road. Debris is on the road right now, straight ahead of us. Debris is on the road. The debris is lagging a little bit behind the actual circulation.
Cones up here. Debris.
The debris is on the road.
Debris is crossing the road. The tornado's left of the road now, so the tornado has crossed 74B, and we think it's going to Goldsby, or at least it's going to go to the Goldsby area. Okay? You're watching this live, only on News 9, Tornado live on the air. Val Castro's had it live for the last 10 minutes, and we have debris in the air. That means we have damage. Whether it's trees or whatever, we have damage down there with this tornado. Overall, it looks like it might have been as strong as an EF2, for sure an EF1, could have been an EF2. We'll determine that later on. Okay, so the tornado does continue. Val, is it still on the ground? What do you think?
Don't you do that.
Hey, Val
Okay,
Castor.
sorry. Had a car try and pull in front of us there.
I just saw it.
All right, so David.
Yeah, go ahead.
Now the tornado it's okay. Here we go. We got debris in the air. I'm going to turn left and look north, and we got debris falling out of the sky to our north here. Okay, look at this. We have big pieces of debris. Okay, you see that debris?
Not yet. We're about 5
Tornado's
seconds.
on the ground right in front of us in this field here.
Oh, there it is.
Hang on.
Right there. Right there. You see the debris right there ahead of us. I don't know what
there it
road
is.
we're on. We went to a cattle guard here.
Okay, went to a cattle guard. You're just off 74B. The tornado's just to your north, it looks like, right? There's the tornado, still on the ground. See the condensate? Watch it. Look at the condensate. It strengthens. Condensate, digging a hole, digging a hole, digging a hole. There you go, condensate. There's your cone. Condensate and debris on the ground, mainly debris now with an invisible tornado with a lack of condensate. There's the cone. There's the cone snaking back around, right? And how close are we to Cole now? Or Goldsby, excuse me. What, about 6 miles?
Yeah, here, I'll put
Pull
a
back.
track on it.
The condensate is still up there.
Yeah, it's still there.
It's still up there.
Yeah, for sure.
And
About a mile
the
and a half
debris
from
is still
Goldsby.
there too.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, I was looking
I
at...
zoomed way in.
Yeah, you did. I was like, wow. Oh, wow. So we're 1.5 miles south of Goldsby, Val.
Yeah, I was just looking at the terrain around, the population around. I mean, it's sporadic,
look
but I
at
mean, there's
that.
obviously homes all throughout here.
It's still on the ground.
Yeah, it's right here. It's right there. It's right to the right of this red car. Yeah, it's still on the ground. It's right here. It's right there. It's weak. See it? Little condensate.
It's
Yeah.
approaching Southwest 24th and Chestnut Road.
Okay, let's go back to, control room, put his shot over here. This is shear rate.
I just took off all the green to kind of really pinpoint
Looks good.
and localize it. Val's just south of there, and then you can see Goldsby, David, right by way of your shoulder. Now, there you go.
Here's Goldsby, and you can see all the farms in here, right? This is our high-res data. This is going to be Chestnut Road, and what is this? Petite? I don't know.
But if I take this off completely, just really quickly, there's a massive pond right there that this is going over. Folks in the area would probably know exactly what that is.
Yeah, southwest of Goldsby, what,
yes.
half mile?
Just over a mile.
Okay, just over a mile. Back to this?
Yes.
Okay. So, yeah, this is where the tornado is, right here. Val's, he's had it in his shot. We've had it live for the last 10 to 15 minutes. Okay, so, again, just southwest of Goldsby. If I'm in Goldsby, safe spot, lowest level, and I'm going there now, the tornado, again, is still on the ground. Let's get an update. Let's see if it's on the ground. Radar says that it's not very strong if it is. Let's go back to Val Castor. Bring Val back in. Val, what do you think? Still on the ground? Southwest of Goldsby?
Well, here's
looks like
the deal, David.
New area of circulation.
Every now and then we still see debris on the ground. Right now, I do see a little bit of debris, but here's what's going on that's even more significant than that. Rotation all the way around this thing is getting stronger. I think that this thing could easily form a bigger and stronger tornado. Right there. You got it, right there. There it goes. It's getting bigger again, David.
there
You
it
see our
is.
shot?
Yep, there we go. Tornado on the ground. Tornado on the ground.
It's getting stronger.
Wow, look at that, guys. This is live.
Man.
Only on News 9. Boom, look at that. That looks like the Wizard of Oz right there. Okay, folks, this is going to be an EF2 tornado. Now we're getting into the strong range, if you will. Val, what do you think? It's going to be an EF2. This is going to be southwest of Goldsby.
absolutely, David. EF2, absolutely, without a doubt.
Wow, wow, wow.
Without a doubt, EF2.
Okay. All right, folks, this is live, only on News 9, tornado on the ground. You're seeing it live from Valcaster.
You're hearing it.
It's going to be an EF2. Val, your wind, we can hear the wind there. Okay, go back
46,
to the
46, where we're at.
Yeah.
You want me to show you? You want me to show you the wind?
Yeah. Let's put the wind up here. This is on Valcaster's truck. Wind 22, 23, gust to 46 here in the last minute.
Yeah,
okay.
that gust was right.
Goldsby.
That gust happened about a minute ago, and it's turning into a bigger cone again.
Yep. The cone's widening out. Yep. Okay,
no, I would leave it.
Val is still on the ground. Okay, Val, control room, let's shove his picture up. Do not leave that.
David,
leave it up. Go ahead.
Real quickly here on JD's shot, there might be twins.
Okay, let's go to JD.
I can't tell exactly.
Let's go. Okay, JD's just south and east of Val. Let's go to JD's shot. And JD, your shot's not in focus. I see the one on the power flash there. I think JD, I think it's
there it is.
There it is. Okay, I see Val's shot. JD, is that on the ground? Go ahead.
I can't tell for sure if that's on the ground. The other one that just touched down, that long,
he's looking at
Wizard of Oz too.
Yeah.
It lifted, okay? It lifted,
Yeah,
and this one is a new circulation. It just keeps setting them down. David, this thing hit a structure a few minutes ago. I saw large pieces of debris floating around in that debris cloud with that white initial tornado that was just east of Cole. For whatever reason, I'm having a real hard time keeping this camera focused. But, yeah, this thing keeps putting down tornadoes. It has hit structures east of Cole, and it's still in charge and taking names. It is meaning business, David.
Yeah, great job, JD. He's right there with Val. And, folks, it's going to Goldsby. Let's go back to Links 2. There's a tornado. Okay, you folks in Goldsby, you got to go to your safe spot right now. Tornado is on the ground. It's in Val's shot. There's your cone. It's in JD's shot. They're right here. It's going to Goldsby. Right, Val? Make sure Val's on the move. He's got to keep moving. It's going to Goldsby. It may not hit Goldsby like downtown Goldsby, but if I live anywhere around Goldsby, tornado, okay, look how tight it is.
And this is getting into the populated area now around Goldsby.
Yeah, a lot of people live
here.
You know, this is really, we consider this the South Metro. I mean, a lot of people live down in here that work and, you know, in Oklahoma City, they drive this every day. This is Goldsby. This is going to be State Highway 74. This is East Ladd Road. This is going to be Chestnut Road. And it's going to cross 74 pretty close to or on top of Goldsby. All right, let's go back to reflectivity here. Take a look at it, see what you think. Okay, there's the hook. And it's just a big mess. Doesn't look like much to you. Let's go to velocity data and shear rate. There's the tornado. There's shear rate. It's right here. It's southwest of Goldsby. Val's had it in his shot. And it looks like it's either on the ground or it's very close to being on the ground. All right, let's go back to Valcaster. And again, this is going northeast. Cass, let's get a storm track on that. I'll come back to it. Val, your night scope, your night vision is up. We see it. What do you think? Nice shot there with the night
David, we
camera.
are we're going east. We're having to reposition because it's running off from us. So we're going to run over here to Highway 74 and go north. But right now, the night vision camera is on it. And can you tell if it's on the ground from looking at that? I can't really tell. I know that the debris cloud can be faint with it because we saw that quite a bit. So it's very possible there could be, a circulation over the ground. But I'll tell you this, David, that circulation has just switched gears. It's almost like a light switch came on, and it changed from weak to strong. And so, this storm right now could produce a very strong tornado. And it's headed for a populated area. That's the bad thing, David.
Yeah, no doubt about it. That's what we're worried about, is that it does do that, and we get a stronger tornado. That low-level jet is beginning to kick in. Hey, Justin, get those guys eastbound and down. Every one of them up there. Everybody eastbound and down up top, please. Okay. Wow, there's a lot going on. All right, so there's Val's shot, and he is, again, on we're calling it the Goldsby tornado right now because it's going to Goldsby. Let's keep that shot to the left. Let's go back to Links 2. And we have Val down here. There's Goolsby. The tornado is going to be southwest of Goolsby. It is kind of dirty. There's some rain wrapped around it. It's not just hanging out, but it's still easily visible from Val and JD. And that's going to be heading up to the northeast, right? So that's going to go through Goolsby and
There's
then
a track
Noble.
on 3.
You folks in Noble, what's that?
There's a track on 3 if you want to use
Okay,
that.
and then we will do a track, and then from there, Lake Thunderbird. Okay? All right, let's take a look at, let's go to Lynx 3, and this is what it looks like. There's the tornado just west of Goolsby, the David J. Perry Airport at about 9 o'clock. Noble, 9:05, National Weather Center from Highway 9 back to Post Road up to south sides over near the Law Center in Norman, south sides of OU campus, anywhere down towards National Weather Center. And then from there, Lake Thunderbird, 9:29, Thunderbird Casino. If you know anybody that's in the casino, give them a heads up. Tell them something's brewing, right? Etowah, 9:39, and these are all the same towns that had tornadoes on the April 19th. Twin Lakes, 10:07. Grand Casino, 10:12. That's over here. You know where that is. Tornado barely missed the Grand Casino on April 19th. Of course, Shawnee got hit hard. Dale, 10:14, and Tecumseh at about 10:18. That's with that circulation here, all right? So South Norman, Noble, Goolsby, Lake Thunderbird, you're in the next line of fire with this storm, right? And it continues to spin off to the northeast. Okay, let's jump and go back to Lynx 2, talk about the southeast Oklahoma City storm. And Hook is beginning to wrap up now over Lake Stanley Draper. Are those guys going east, Justin?
Yes, they are.
Okay. And again, this is coming into and crossing South Hiwassee Road and southeast 134th. Tornado is going to be right there. That's going to be where the tornado is, crossing Lake, excuse me, I grew up at Lake Hiwassee. It's crossing Hiwassee Road, again, at southeast 134th, and there it's going to cross southeast 119th. So if you live north and west of Stella, and if you live east of Lake Stanley Draper, safe spot, lowest level. Let's go to shear rate. Let's see what it looks like. Again, this is going to be...
It's very close to that radar.
Yep. Okay. It's right here. It's crossing the highway right now. It's crossing, well, not highway. It's crossing Hiwassee Road. Okay, so again, this is going to be northeastern and far northern Cleveland County. This is going to be southern Oklahoma County or southeastern Oklahoma County. Tornado is going to be right here.
Heading up eventually maybe towards Newalla.
Yeah, Newalla's down the line here. Cass, let's do a storm track on that. Let's bring that to Newalla. Okay, so Marty's eastbound. Brandon's eastbound. We'll get him in here. Here's your Hook with that. Tornado warning right here. Okay. Schwartz Elementary School is on the north side of that. Let's go ahead and zoom on into some of these streets here, Cass, or Lacey.
Okay.
And some of these streets right in here, we're going tight.
Okay, I'm going to pause it so we can keep it there.
Okay,
there we go.
so this is where the Hook is. It's crossing Hiwassee Road. We have 104th to the north, 104th down to 119th, down to 134th. And if you live back to Anderson, so between Anderson and Triple X and let's say north of 149th, safe spot, lowest level, go there now, do it. It's headed northeast. It's going to Newalla. Justin, what do you got?
Val and Jeremy are both reporting power flashes.
Okay. All right, let's go back to it. Let's go back to Val. And again, folks, northern Cleveland County, southeast Oklahoma County, possible tornado. It's not on the ground, but it is developing. Let's go back south. Tornado continues. Valcaster, looks like the cone is either halfway down or, boy, I see a big broad area in there. Is it on the ground? Night chasing is not for amateurs. Go ahead, Val.
Yeah. Okay, so straight east of our present location, we have a large wall cloud that's hanging very, very low, and it's even possible it might be on the ground. We can't see, but it should be right over I-35 or right close to I-35 is kind of what we're thinking, straight east of our location. We're having to go north here because of our road setup to get back ahead of it again. But there's another area of rotation back just to our left, but that's the old area. It's going away. The new area is large and in charge, and it's to our east. It's very, very big. Would not be surprised, David, if there's a big tornado eventually comes out of that. So we're going to try to get back under it so we can see it. Back to you.
Okay. All right. Well, we'll see what happens here. So power flashes continue, at least intermittently. And I know the camera looks a little bit different. That's his night camera, and the light will change that. It's in infrared light mode and all that crazy stuff. All right. So let's get back to it here. And again, tornado, obviously confirmed back here where Bow's had it on the ground for the last 15 minutes or so. It's gone up. It's come down. You saw the elephant trunk. It was putting down. Looks like probably an EF2 tornado from that. And this is going to Noble, folks. This is look at the hook on that. That's going to Noble. Let's go into Noble. All right, let's go to shear rate here. Jeremy's right there. What does Jeremy see? So we have, Lace, that's what you're talking about.
Yes, those are the two areas. There's the old one that went just to the west of Goldsby, and there's the new one, which is with the hook now, that Val was saying it looks much more dominant off to the east, and that's where Jeremy's located.
Yeah.
And it's making a beeline across the river towards Noble.
Yeah. Yeah, Noble's right here. So
yes.
You folks in Noble, do it now. It's just, again, a couple of miles away. It's just west of you here. Here's I-35. This is going to be the new developing mesocyclone. There's the other one. We know what it did. We saw what it did live on the air with debris and damage from Valcaster and Amy Castor. This is trying to become, it looks like, what's going to be now the dominant mesocyclone down here. And that, again, is going to go, I mean, I don't know how it misses Noble.
David, another tornado warning. Been watching those showers that were by themselves turn into thunderstorms down near Pauls Valley. They lifted to the north, up near Byers and Winnett.
Okay.
Now kind of forming into a cluster, one big storm, and it does have a hook on it, moving to the northeast. And this is all by itself in south central Oklahoma. So I can go to that here and show you just that area.
Yep, let's do it. And it's right here. Yep, okay, so shear rate. Okay, so here's your hook on this. Golly, that took out of nothing. I mean,
yeah, the showers have been doing absolutely nothing. And watch how it merged together.
Nothing. And then boom, like that. So tornado warning. And folks, this is going to St. Louis. Okay. This is going to Sacred Heart. This is going to Asher, Winnett, Byers. Tornado is going to be right here, just south of Highway 59, southeast of Rosedale. Tornado warning. Okay. And this, I get it. Lots of farms in here, lots of ranches in here. This is a big rural area, but there are still a ton of people that live down here. And it's going to be just southwest of Highway 59, south of Rosedale, moving northeast at about 2025. There's the hook. There's your tornado right here. And it's going to, if I live in Winnett, I'm cleaning out the Frady hole. I'm doing it. I'm getting the closet ready. You know what I mean? Let's start thinking about this. I know you folks down to our south have been watching us all evening long up here with the hair on fire, watching all these other storms and tornadoes, and you've been like, oh, yeah, we're out of it. No, you're in it now. Okay? You're in it now, and this is a problem. That hook is really, really ramping up. All right, so that's going to Winnett. That's going to Asher. Tornado warning for you. What does CC look like? Anything on debris?
Let me take a look. I was just looking at new showers, too, near Sulphur, back to the south of Ada. So, I mean, there's several teeny showers going up in that area.
And that's, we all know that's what that was. Okay, I don't see anything crazy in there. We don't see debris. We don't see debris. Now, we could have a weak tornado with debris not lofted very high or very, very small pieces of debris like sticks and limbs and leaves and things. But we don't see anything that's any more significant than that. But still, tornado warning again. This is going to be south. You folks in Rosedale, you're fine. No tornado for you out of this in Rosedale. Okay? All right? But if I live in Winnett or Asher or anywhere near these cities, I'm thinking about where to go and what to do, and I'm thinking about it right now. Do not wait. Mobile home, we all know the story with that. You got to get out. Okay? Damaging winds will flip a mobile home, period. And you could get some damaging winds even if you don't get a tornado around that area of circulation, 80 to 100 miles per hour, okay? Anywhere around this ball. You do not want to be around the ball. And I haven't used this phrase tonight. I haven't seen that look yet, but this is taking on more of the screaming eagle, if you will. You can see the wings here. That's the downdraft, and the updraft's back here. We call that the beak, right? Looks like an eagle flying to the southwest. It's actually moving to the northeast, but you don't want to be there. All right, so Winnett, Asher. Okay, and these storms, they're all supercells. They're all rotating, but wow. Okay, Let's come back to the city. Let's come back north.
Okay, Brandon Wells is closing in on the storm that's tornado warned in the east side of the metro
Okay,
now.
let's go back up here, and then we'll bring Brandon in here in just a second. He is on I-240. Hank's coming in behind him. Let's get an update from Brandon, and let's bring Brandon Wells in here. Brandon, the circulation is going to be just to your south. Marty Logan's right there, too. He's to your south. But anyway, Brandon, you're coming out on 240. Your road's about ready to straighten out. You'll be going due east. And tornado's going to be just to your south. We can't confirm it with CC velocity data. It's still pretty impressive. What do you think? What do you see? And what are your winds? Looking to your right.
Yeah, David, well, right now, like you said, we're moving east here on 240, and just out my passenger window to my south, that's the area that we're really watching. We're going to...
All right, hey, quickly here, folks. Let's go back to Jeremy. Let's go back to Jeremy Carter. Jeremy, let's go back to Jeremy Carter here, control room. Jeremy, what do you think? Tell us what you got. Go ahead.
Hey, David, I'm going to show you a shot for a second. We got a large tornado on the ground on this rotation, crossing Noble. Watch here. You'll be able to see in the screen. Amy's going to focus in on it. It's definitely on the ground, firm contact. It's a large elephant trunk, David. But I've got the river right here. I've got to cut around all the way around from where I'm at.
Here. There it is.
You get a shot of it?
Okay.
Yeah, we can see it.
Jeremy, okay. Jeremy, where are you in relation to Goldsby and Noble? What's your exact location? Bring his location back
So
up.
I'm actually on the Johnson Road exit and I-35. I'm trying to get around. Power flash. I'm trying to get around to the other side of the river. And, David, it's probably what I'm seeing. It's on the ground and doing damage. We are going to make tracks that away, David. Back to you.
Okay. All right, Jeremy. Justin, we got to get him east. We've got to get him east and back in position. He's got to mess with the river. Tornado is on the ground. It is on the ground now. And, folks, it looks like it's coming into Noble. Ugh, yuck. Oh, gosh. Okay, let's go back to Lynx 2. Let's jump into radar here. Look at the hook over Noble. Golly. Lynx,
crossing the river on 9.
Yeah, there we go. Lynx 2. Okay, what'd you say, Justin?
I said Val's on 9, crossing the river on the north side, so he'll be in view here in the next couple of minutes, too.
Okay, how far north is he? Oh, he's still up here a little ways, though.
Yeah.
But, okay, all right, JD, oh, my gosh. Yeah, that's not good, folks. Okay, tornado on the ground. You folks in Noble, yeah, safe spot, do it. You got to go now. If you live in Noble, north or east of Noble, right here, the tornado's coming now into the northwest side of Noble. We're going to have damage. Yeah, we're going to have damage in Noble. Look at the streets here, folks. This is the highway. Let's go ahead and zoom on in here, Lace. Go tight.
It's coming up to the north side of Noble where it makes the bend.
Yep, the bend right here on the north side for sure. Okay, this is going to be southeast 329th Street.
It's Etowah Road in town.
Yep. It's crossing Etowah Road and Main Street coming in from the north. Tornado on the ground on the north side of Noble right now doing damage. What's CC look like?
Last scan was not showing anything. It might be a little negative now.
There it is. It's right here. This is going to be a little bit of debris in the air. You saw the shot from Jeremy Carter live on News 9. You're going to have a little rain wrapped around it. Look at the ball. Look at the ball on the north side of Noble.
And Noble High School is just down the line, David, just behind you.
I see Curtis, what is that? Curtis Inge Middle School?
Middle school.
Several
and the high
power
school
flashes
is right.
on Jeremy's shot, too.
Jeremy has power flashes.
Okay, all right, let's go back to Jeremy Carter. Jeremy, you're looking to your north. Tornado's on the ground now. Great job, buddy. Give us an update as you look that way. Go ahead.
Oh, yeah, David. So this thing it got a huge mesocyclone over the top of it. It came down to a cone. The last time I noticed, it didn't look condensed. It didn't look like it was fully condensed. But then to start from that area, and I'm gonna get over Lake. We are going to be booking it north. People in Noble need to take cover. Back to you.
Yeah, no doubt about it. It's in Noble right now. Okay, let's go back to Lynx 2. And here it is on the north side of Noble. This is downtown Noble, right? This is going to be the north side. Let's go ahead and zoom on in. Let's get some of these streets in here.
Okay.
And this is going to be Bent Tree Road. Look at this. Look at this. Woodbriar Road, Bent Tree Road. It's right here. It's right. There's your tornado. This is the northwest, the southeast Main Street that comes off I-35. This is Etowah Road. This is your tornado now. North side of Noble. Tornado on the ground doing damage. Right here. Jeremy Carter's had it live on News 9. And we have Jeremy's shot. It's right there. And let's get Jeremy's shot up, control room. We have it. There it is, Purcell. It's actually Noble. Well, he's close. He's just to the south of Noble. Yeah, this is the tornado right here.
Close to the 7-Eleven there on Main Street. Those are all neighborhoods. David,
all neighborhoods, right?
All neighborhood streets.
Yeah,
yes.
Willis Street, Wood Street, Meadow Lakes Drive, Hosley, Bent Tree, you know your streets, Woodbriar, Trayton Place, 8th Street, Curtis, Inge. Is that what it is? I don't know. I'm sorry. Curtis Middle School.
It's the middle school. It is the middle school.
It's the middle school on the north side of Noble. There's your tornado. Let's go to shear rate. What's it look like? Okay, it's not as impressive as
stretched out on shear rate, definitely.
Yeah.
But the hook is ever present.
Yeah, tornado on the ground now. Wow. Okay, so tornado on the ground. This is going to be again in Noble. Downtown Noble is right here. This is what we call downtown. This is on the north side of Noble, and we have power flashes. We have debris lofted in the air, and we've seen the video live from Jeremy Carter with the tornado on the ground. And this is going to look like this is a weakness in what we call the debris detector. This is a weakness, and it looks like we're going to have some debris being lofted. It doesn't look like it's a violent tornado, but it looks like it's, you know, EF1, possibly an EF2, okay? Which can still hurt and or kill you. So, center part of the house, lowest level. This is going to be leaving Noble. It's going to be leaving Noble as it moves off to the northeast. We'll get our news crews and we'll figure out what's going on, how much damage we have down here. We know we have damage southeast of Cole. We know we have damage. Now it looks like on the north side of Noble, at least some damage, okay? Some damage. This tornado might be intermittent. In Jeremy's shot, it was not. It was on the ground with a cone. It was an elephant trunk on the ground doing what it does. And that's tear stuff up.
David, there is a track on 3.
Okay, let's go back to Links 3. Control room, and we're going to take this off to the northeast. So there's Noble. We've done a pretty wide swath here running to the northeast. Noble High School now, Lake Thunderbird, 9:33. Thunderbird Casino, 9:41. Little Axe, 9:41 as well. Pink, about 10 o'clock. Bethel Acres, 10:17. Grand Casino, 10:18. And I'm telling you, I don't know what it is, but there's something about night tornadoes south and east of downtown Oklahoma City. This has become the norm the last 5 to 8 years or so, and especially the last 5. We continue with this tornadoes at dark, south and east of Oklahoma City, running from Noble over to Shawnee. And I hate to even point this out, but Shawnee at 10:30, okay? It's 9/11. Shawnee, 10:30, OBU, 10:32, all of Shawnee, 10:30. And Dale at about 10:21. So if you live in Shawnee or in between Shawnee and Lake Thunderbird, back to Noble, you need to be watching this. Will this look like this when it gets there? Probably not. This will probably weaken. We might get a new area to form here. Do you guys see this?
Yes, and watching another storm, too, that's coming up near Tribby.
Okay.
North of the tornado-warned storm coming up towards Winnett. So
Okay.
we've got several new storms that are flaring up as well. We're watching this one that's still spinning very tight on the north sides of Noble.
Okay, no doubt about it. I mean, this is serious.
Wound up.
Yeah, this is serious. And we have this other area up here. I just want to make sure that that's not Numez or anything to the north. It's probably not.
Here we go.
Okay, so here's the circulation now. It's leaving Noble, moving northeast. Tornado has been on the ground, at least we know of, looking north and probably coming into the north sides of Noble. We know we have, and we know we have some damage there. And we know we have damage southeast of Cole. So, yeah, we've had multiple tornadoes today. The first ones were small, they were weak. But as night came, the low-level jets kicking in, these storms are getting stronger. What's this thing? What's this doing? This is what keeps pulling me in.
Right, and the hook looks very impressive on reflectivity so far.
Yeah.
I'm just not seeing it on velocity, which is pretty strange, honestly.
Okay. All right, let's keep an eye.
Because you know it's getting inflow right
Yeah.
there, so there should be at least some turning.
Okay, but we need to keep an eye on this, and that's going to
Yes.
develop right on Lake Thunderbird.
Yes.
All right, so here's our tornado now.
North of Noble High School.
Yeah, there's your Noble High. It's just north of that. I mean, by a half mile. Is CC showing anything right there?
Let me look. No.
No, a little bit of weakness, but nothing crazy. Okay.
Not exactly where the hook is. That's a good thing.
It's not quite as obvious as it was, the hook, but still not good. Okay, so tornado warning continues. Confirmed tornado from Jeremy Carter. He had it when it was west through southwest of Noble. Not very far, though. Okay, so let's back out of this. Let's come back. And what were the other storms down south? We want to talk about these.
Well, there's a new one going up in between these two, in between this one and the Winnett storm. I was talking about that one to the southwest of Tribby.
Yeah.
It's not organized right now. And then, of course, the tornado-warned storm still trying to cross the river up towards Winnett.
Crossing the river right now, just north of Johnsonville. And, man, they're not moving very fast, are they?
This one,
no. What do you have on that? 15, 20?
That looks like about 20. I'd have to measure it really quick.
Okay.
But
no, it's fine. It's right here. And what does shear rate look like in that? Okay.
It still looked like it's looked the whole time.
Yeah.
It hasn't really changed too much.
It's kind of holding its own.
It is.
And but there's your hook right here. So tornado warning if you live in Winnett. If you live in Winnett to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 miles southwest of Winnett, safe spot, lowest level, and you got to go now. If you live in between Winnett and Asher, west on Highway 39, lowest level, center part of the house, you got to go now. And then from there, it's going up towards St. Louis. This is a classic supercell with the potential to put down another EF1 or an EF2. Okay?
And on the tornado-warned storm now,
We come back to the metro.
Farther north, Marty Logan is right under the hook with that one.
All right, let's come back. Let's zoom in on radar, and then we'll go to Marty Logan. All right, Marty's right there, and let's take a look at this. So the tornado warning's been dropped on that?
Yeah, the circulation is very, very, very broad. It's hard to find at the moment.
It's been up and down. Let's go to Marty Logan, and it came right in on top of Marty. And Marty, we have your shot up there. I tell you what, that storm that's the one that's been alive for the last couple of hours. I know you got underneath it there. What do you think? What are your winds right now? Still has a mesocyclone in it. Looks like it's just about on top of you. Go ahead. Well, we have his shot. We know he's alive and well.
I can hear him.
Go ahead, Marty.
No, I thought you were going to Val. Yeah, we're following this storm headed towards Nuwala, tornado-warned storm. We don't have it we can't see it right now, but it's going to be just off to our north, I believe. So we're moving in on it, see what we can find. Back to you, David.
All right, well, let's see what it does. This thing has cycled, Marty, so many times tonight. It's been up, it's been down, it's been all around doing what it does, and that's, cause havoc for sure with several tornadoes, okay? Some small. Most of these have been small, but the one near Cole and at Noble, those were what we call strong tornadoes, it looks like to us. Probably EF2s, the way it looks. We know we have damage, at least in a few areas. Some of this was over rural, open areas of the countryside, and then we saw debris in the air. All right, so let's go back to the southwest. What's this thing doing down here now as we come back down here where Val and JD have been? Okay, so there's the circulation. It's right here.
I'm going to turn on the TDWR.
All right, let's see what it looks like. Okay, let's go to Val. And this is going to Lake Thunderbird again. You folks in Lake Thunderbird, it's been an exciting night for you. Let's go to Val. And Val Castor, what do you think? Oh, there's your lowering. I can see it right there in your shot. Go ahead, Val.
All right, so David, we've got roof cam is up right now. We're looking at it. So it's in our shot, and it just looks from our vantage point here. This is looking south. It's probably going to be no more than a mile south of us. We're on Highway 9, and we are I'm just going to say we are west of 60th Street, and we're about a half a mile east of 48th. And we're looking due south, and it's a big wall cloud right there. Big wall cloud. I can't really see anything on the ground. Can you, Amy? Okay, we don't see it on the ground, but it is a really, really big wall cloud. And it looks like to me it's probably going to cross just a little bit east of us here. Very, very close to us, but just maybe a little bit east. So maybe cross around 60th, maybe a little east of 60th Street. But we know how fast that thing can ramp up. And every time it lightnings, you can't really see it until the lightning flashes, but it's pretty ominous looking. Right there. Back to you.
Yeah, I see it. Great job. I see it right there in your shot from time to time, the lightning. Yeah, and folks, you know, we've done this a lot this year. The February 26th, the big outbreak we had, the record number of tornadoes, night tornadoes, April 19th, just a couple of weeks ago, and then here we are tonight. And, you know, this is how we do it in Oklahoma. We start in the day, we end in the night. It's a big party. All right, let's get to it. Let's go back to links 2. And this is the hook we need to watch. This is the new hook that, it's really the old hook, but it re-intensifies and it weakens and it comes back. And that's going to Lake Thunderbird. And this has a deep mesocyclone in it right now. And this thing is, it's alive and well. It's breathing, and it's going to Lake Thunderbird. What you got, Justin? Oh, I thought he was talking to me. I'm starting to hear things. Oh, gosh. It's starting to happen. I'm hearing things.
We usually get there about this time of night.
I know, right? It's been, yeah. And it's not even, it's only 9:19. We got plenty of time. All right, so the tornado now, Val's on the north side. He's looking at the circulation that came out of Noble that did produce a tornado near Noble. Where's Jeremy? Let's see how far south. I know Jeremy had to go around the river. Okay. All right. Hey, Justin, has Jeremy made the turn yet, headed north? Hey, Rudicell.
He's talking to Hank.
I'm sorry. Has Justin made the turn to head north? Who, Jeremy? Yeah, Jeremy. Yes. Okay, all right, thanks. All right, good job. Thank you. Okay. So we have JD here.
There's his updated location.
Okay, well, say that again.
Jeremy's updated location.
Okay, yeah. Oh, he is northbound and down. All right. Okay, he's gonna, yeah, he's getting it. All right. Okay. All right, so tornado warning, confirmed tornado. Jeremy Carter had it live on News 9 when it was back here near Noble. And now that circulation is here, south of JD and south of Val. Still pretty strong, okay? Still pretty strong to keep the tornado warning going with that. And that's headed up towards Lake Thunderbird. The tornado warning for southern and southeastern Oklahoma County has been dropped because the circulation has come down. All right, still some wind and hail in there. That's the least of our problems right now. Okay, so what does shear rate look like out of this? Okay.
It's a far cry from what it was at the moment.
Okay, that's weakened some too. Okay. All right, and control room, Jen, when you get a second, tell me when you have Val's video ready. Val Castor's video from earlier when it was...
By Cole.
Okay. Which one is showing the elephant trunk? Let me start off with that. Is that... Let's go with that. Surprise me.
There really is someone talking to him right now. He's not just talking to himself.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
We should point that out to folks at home.
Okay. Oh, yeah, I guess it does look like I'm talking to myself, doesn't it?
Yes.
Okay.
This is from earlier.
Would it be any surprise that I do that quite often anyway? I'm just saying. All right, no, that was from earlier, right? That was when the whole thing began. And this is when it was a loosely rotating funnel. It was spinning. And then, Jen, I think it's going to be a little bit later video. We'll get these labeled here. There we go. Okay, that was on the ground for a good 10 minutes, 4, 5, 6 miles in here. Yeah, this cone was on the ground. And again, he's got his camera in night mode, but elephant trunk on the ground, doing damage south and east and northeast of Cole. And there it is again. Tornado was right out his right window. And he basically kept going. This is Highway 74B. And he was on that from start to finish, him and Amy. And that's the tornado there on the ground. And again, you can see right here. Watch this shot. Watch this. Look over here to your right. Here's your debris. Watch the debris kick up. She zooms in. Amy runs the camera. Val does the driving most of the time. And what's going on here? There's your debris right here. It's beginning to intensify. The cone is hanging down in here. And there's your debris. There's your debris again. Cone is here. Now watch this. I think we have this piece of video edited all the way. Now watch what this does. And this really, really maxes out. So there it is. You can see the condensate. You can see the debris. It's starting to connect. It's starting, boom. See it digging? Just digging, digging, digging. And then after that, this whole thing quickly cones out. And you'll see it here. I think we have this video coming up. And it starts out like this. And then right after that, it cones out. There's your cone. You can see it in the lightning here from Val and Amy. And then this cones out and goes all the way to the ground. And there it is at 8:48. Check that out. It was live, only on News 9. So crazy. Yeah, boom. Check that out. That does look like the Wizard of Oz tornado, by the way. I'm just saying. Watched it a million times. Okay, let's go back to Lynx 2.
A new tornado warning coming with the storm south of Dibble now that Tom is on. This is still the farthest southwest storm, David. It's the hook kind of weakens and strengthens, and right now it's on a strengthening trend.
Yeah, and look where it's going. It's going maybe
laps it.
Noble. Let's see. Yeah.
Possibly
well,
between Noble and Purcell.
Purcell. So again, this is going to be a new tornado warning for you folks in Purcell and up to Slaughterville with that. And yeah, and there's a hook right here. So Tom's right there. Let's go to Tom Pastrano.
And there might actually be two, one closer to Dibble and then one northwest of Washington.
Okay, yeah, you're right, Justin. Okay, we'll go back to that in just a second. Tom, watching a couple areas down there. And tornado warning. Go ahead, Tom. Give us an update.
Yeah, David, so this is going to be out my left window, and there is a lowering over there. I'm going to get into position here in about 1 minute. I'm about to turn north, but there definitely is a lowering, and it looks like it has been getting a little bit better organized here over the last 5 to 10 minutes. So I am about to turn, and I will get you a better shot shortly. Back to you.
Okay, all right, so he's going eastbound. He's going to make a left turn. He'll turn north and get back in position. He's already really close to it. He's just going to make the turn. He'll be able to look back to his west and northwest, and he'll be able to see it. He's going eastbound right now. That's how you storm chase. You zigzag, right? You just back and forth. You switch back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. You go east, you go north, and then stay out ahead of this, right? If you're behind it, that's worthless. You can't do any good chasing behind the tornado unless your roads keep you there for a while. You want to be either on it or out ahead of it. Visibility's better, roads are better, and you stay away from all the amateurs. At least you try to. All right, so let's go back to Lynx 2. And I want to point out, nothing headed for Oklahoma City. Let's just get that out of the way. Okay, but this is, again, obviously a South Metro, Southeast Metro deal. If I'm in Shawnee, a couple of things going on. If I'm in Seminole, I'm really, really watching this. Little Seminole, Bowlegs, Cromwell. I'm really paying attention to these storms because that storm is a supercell. It's small, but it's getting stronger. That is a supercell with a tornado warning on it, and that's headed to St. Louis, and we have these two storms. So right now, we have 3 tornado warnings, and we have a supercell that is quickly probably going to end up with a tornado warning on that. Everything, again, moving from the southwest to the northeast. So if I live in Prague, Shawnee, Pottawatomie County, period, Seminole County, period, I'm watching and I'm calling people. If I have friends and family saying, hey, get on to News 9, watch them, watch Payne, watch the team, because they're watching this stuff and they're tracking it and it's headed your way. That's going to be Shawnee, Little, Seminole, Bowlegs, right? You can watch this TV on your phone. There's a million ways to watch us, right? We're everywhere, okay?
The storm that came out of Moore, David, that crossed over, went across I-40, it is very, very small, and it's weakened so much. It's barely even there right now.
Is there any lightning with that? Very little lightning.
I'll turn it back on. There's still a few strikes every now and again.
Okay, so it's going to Midway. The hook now is coming in on Hera. It is not tornadic. Mesocyclones, once they get going, they don't just evaporate. They just spin down, and then they gradually go away. That's why that storm is still hanging on. But we don't see anything scary in here. It's still a storm. It's going to produce some small hail, gusty winds, lightning and thunder. It's right over Midway. It's right over Hera. It's going to Jacktown. Then from there, Meeker to Sparks. But it is not severe, and it is not tornadic. So as of right now, we're not worried about that. What's this going on up here east of Fallis?
That storm strengthened a little bit up towards Kearney.
Okay.
No hook with it, but the hail has come up with it some.
All right, and east of Stillwater.
Yes, Bob's been watching that storm as it made its way up from basically Meridian.
Yeah, wow, he's been on that a while. And it's not severe either. It's just producing some wind and hail.
Yes.
Okay, and that's going to go to, it's going to Pawnee and Merrimack, and then from there it's going to head up into Osage County. Okay, it's going through Pawnee County for sure, but nothing tornadic and not even severe, but we're still watching it, okay? We have Bob on it. Bob's all over it. And we have the storm coming into Kearney. Not severe, not a big deal. Not worried about it right now, but we're watching it, okay? Just so you know. So if you hear thunder in Kearney, don't panic. It's okay. We got it. We're watching it, I promise. But you got to watch these things because they go up and they spin and it doesn't take long. So the big show right now, 1, 2, and 3, and 4 tornado warnings going on. Let's go back to Tom here. Tom's made the turn. Tom, what do you see when you look back to your west and northwest there? What do you see, Tom? Looking at your shot. Go ahead.
Yeah, distinct lowering. It's going to be to the southwest of Washington. I'm coming up on the intersection of 39 here. It's definitely distinct. There's nothing on the ground yet. I can't tell if it's rotating. There's a lot of trees out here, so it's really hard to see. But, yeah, it's still there. It's very pronounced. And, yeah, it's not as low as it was maybe about 5 minutes ago, but it's definitely there. Back to you.
Okay. All right. So Tom is on the farthest, almost the most farthest southern storm, okay? He's down north of Kreiner near Dibble, and you can see the lowering. There's a lot of lightning. Tom's going by lightning and power flashes, and we're looking at velocity data. No tornado on the ground, but it's strong enough. We have the tornado warning on that. Let's go back to Lynx 2, and this is what it looks like. That's it right there. There's where Tom is. Circulation is going to be to his west and southwest. What does shear rate look like on that, Lace? What do you think?
It's hard to see at the moment.
Yeah, wow, that certainly is. Okay. So it's not crazy.
What he's seeing and what radar's showing are a little off.
Yeah.
Good, he's right there.
Yeah, it's right here.
Yes.
It's right out his west and southwest window. Okay, if it does anything crazy, Tom's there. We're going to know it. He'll jump and yell and holler to get back on the air. But right now, that's a hook, and that's going to Noble. We will get a storm track on that. Now, let's go to the northern storm. And they're calling it the northern storm. And look at the hook on this, where J.D. and Val are. And Jeremy's coming in from the south. So it's now east-northeast of Noble. Lake Thunderbird, it's going for the lake. Right? Going to have some pretty good size hail in here. What are you guys seeing in hail sizes? Golf ball?
Well, I was just about to say, this is one of our larger hail detector of the day. It's showing tennis balls. The lightning's picked up on the storm.
Yeah.
And both Val and JD have been noted that the base of the storm has kind of lowered again, where it has that kind of bowl-shaped lowering. So it might be cycling again, but definitely an increase in the hail size in the last couple of radar scans. So we were just talking about that with the trackers.
Okay. Well, I mean, and that tells us a lot, like, you know, Justin, I mean, it's intensifying. Hail core's coming up, lightning's increasing. The VILs, another product that we use, that's been coming up, and that's not what you want. You don't want it to be increasing in strength. The stronger they are, the more likelihood there'll be of producing a tornado, but some pretty big hail. Let's go to Val Castor. He's right here on Highway 9, and that's coming up. Wow, Val, it looks like it's going to be just to your south of Highway 9. What do you think?
Well, so, David, I think it's right over us. You know, based on we stopped right back there, and we were getting west winds, and so we think it's maybe just barely east of us is what we're looking at. We're pretty much right under it. The roof cam that she has right now, we had a large bowl-shaped lowering before, but then we think it moved over us, and when it's go right over top of you, you can't really hardly see it. And now that camera shot, that's looking just to the northeast. You can hear the sirens. That's looking just barely northeast of us, right there, through the trees. So I think it's strengthening again. I think it's trying to get its act back together. I think the rotation is strengthened. Just a big, wide, lowered area, possibly a wall cloud. If we could see it in the daytime, we'd know a lot more about it. But we're going to stick with it. Back to you.
All right, great job. Looking good, Val. So let's keep going here. This thing's crossing again, Highway 9. Val and JD are there. And again, we're tracking at night, so that's scary, right? It's scary if you're a homeowner, if you're at home. Let's go to Lynx 2, and we're going to jump. Okay, there's that storm here. There's JD. There's Val. Look at the hook, right? Yeah, right? Yeah, Screaming Eagle. Screaming Eagle. There's your beak. We say it all the time. You don't want to be in the beak of the eagle. It's a bad day gone wrong. I'm just saying. And it's going to Lake Thunderbird.
Yeah, it's coming up to Highway 9 right now.
I swear, Lake Thunderbird, that whole area between there and Twin Lakes
has been
this
wild.
year.
Yes.
It's been if there's a tornado target in Oklahoma, it's been Southeast Metro. It's been from Cole to Thunderbird to Shawnee and Norman, obviously. I mean, this little zone in here. It's this little zone has just been an incredible bullseye this year. remember for so many years, people in Norman, I would always get emails or texts, and last tornado Norman had was back, the 2000s. I mean, before the last, 5, 6, 7, 8 years. We're like, we don't have tornadoes. We're east of the river. And I'm like, yeah.
Yeah, 2010 changed that.
Yeah, 2010 was like, okay. And then, but after that, Norman, you're in it. Okay, so this is a circulation now. It's pretty much on Highway 9, all right? It's going to Lake Thunderbird. So if you live in and around the lake, lowest level, center part of the house, the circulation is going to be, Val said it's pretty much on top of him or right over the highway. So let's go ahead and we'll say that's true. And then from there, it's going to head right over the southern finger of Lake Thunderbird and then cross over here by the dam. The dam's right here on State Highway 9. That's the dam of Lake Thunderbird. And your spillway comes out and goes down the river. But again, that's going to right up Highway 9, it looks like. Boy, it got it shoved to the east, didn't it?
It went due east, yes, turned right, and the shear rate really ticked up. Actually, it's one of the strongest values of shear rate we've had so far tonight.
Okay, let's go back to Val. Okay, real quick, before we do that, hang on a second. It's coming up on 108th and Imhoff, and what's this down here? Is that Post?
Post.
Yeah,
Post
East
Oak.
Post Road.
Post Oak.
Post Oak Road, and State Highway 9, and coming up on 108th Southeast. 108th Southeast. It doesn't get any better than that as far as storm tracking. Let's go back to Val. Val, Castor, shear rate has ramped up just to your south and southeast. Just to your, it's ramped up just to your southeast. What do you see, Val?
Well, I could tell you this. We just had a wind gust of 55, and it was circulation around the mezzo. I think the mezzo was right over top of us. Right now, our wind is calm, completely calm. There's no wind. I mean, that's pretty odd. So I'm kind of thinking, David, maybe the mezzo is right overhead at the moment. We can't, and that's probably why we can't see any huge lowerings. I know you were just saying it looked like it might have been just southeast of us, but I'm thinking it's right over the road. And I don't know, you guys got it moving east-northeast, I'm thinking. Look at our shot. I mean, which direction is that looking? That's looking north. Okay, that's a shot looking north, and I'm not saying that's going to be the main part of the wall cloud, but the fact that we can't see it, we have calm winds, and we just came out of strong 55-mile-an-hour west winds. I think it's overhead, David.
Okay, all right, great. Val, this tornado might be on the ground. Let's go to Jeremy Carter, and Jeremy, you're looking off to your northwest control room. Let's go back to Jeremy Carter and bring him back in here. Jeremy, what do you see? I know you're south. You're coming up on East Post Oak Road. You're on 132nd. Circulation to your northwest, just a couple of miles. What do you see, Jeremy, looking off to your northwest?
Yeah, I got a huge cone funnel halfway to the ground. I mean, I don't know if you can see in the lighting shots. I don't see power flashes, but definitely has a smooth edge, just like a funnel does, at least halfway down. I think a tornado would be very imminent with what I'm seeing now, David, for sure. Back to you.
Okay, yeah, Jeremy, I think you're right. I think the tornado is on the ground. If it's not, it's certainly close. Let's go back to Links 2, and what Jeremy's talking about is right here on Links 2. Let me show you. Folks, that's probably on the ground, crossing southeast 108th and State Highway 9. If you live in the south side or have property or live anywhere on the south side of Lake Thunderbird down to Highway 9, you have to go to your safe spot, lowest level. Tornado warning for you. It's right here. It's almost on top of Val.
And it does look like CC is negative. There's a decent area there very close to the circulation.
Hey, your mic. Gotcha.
There's an area very close to where Val is, that same circulation, where it does look like debris maybe lofted in the air. David, look at CC. Do you see the yellow? There we go. Well, now it's just updating.
Yeah, right here.
So maybe it hasn't hit much.
Yeah. Man, but look at the ball. Okay, let's go to JD, who's in behind it here. Let's get an update. Bring JD in. Let's turn him on.
And they are sounding the sirens in Shawnee.
Okay, that's
from the fire department.
Okay, and JD in rain, his shot. JD, your shot's a little bit pixelated there, a little bit rough. JD, what do you think when you look off to your southeast? You're in rain though. Give us an update.
Yeah, unfortunately, I'm on Highway 9. I'm east of 84th. I'm looking southeast where that should be, and I don't see anything for the trees. And it is raining, but it's got to be getting ready to cross Highway 9 really close, somewhere between Val and I. It's got to be getting ready to cross. and there's some power lines here. So if it's on the ground, we're going to get some power flashes. That's going to be the only way we see anything. Back to you, David.
Okay. All right. Well, keep busting east here, JD. You're not far from it, and it looks like it's either on the ground or very close to the ground. It's going to be, to pinpoint it, I'm talking about, let's bring up radar here, just a couple of miles to your east and south. I mean, like right there, like a mile. I mean, like a mile to your east and or half mile into your south, JD. So you're right there. It is on or just south of Highway 9, crossing 108th and southeast 108th, and that's going to be Highway 9. And yep, tornado confirmed. Tornado confirmed on the ground now. Jeremy Carter, he has seen it a couple of times. It looked like to him. So confirmed tornado now, crossing 108th and Imhoff Road, or what? That's Highway 9. It's going right down Highway 9. But it will lift north of the highway. Then it's going to parallel the highway as it goes up and on the eastern sides of Lake Thunderbird. Now, it could stay a little more right, but right now we're going to bring it. So if I live in Little Axe, I'm going to the safe spot. And I mean, I'm running. Let's do this. Get it ready, okay? Get the closet cleaned out, whatever you got to do. If you live in Little Axe or if you live in between Little Axe and the Bend or the south finger of Lake Thunderbird, you got to go there now. This is coming right up the highway. There's your tornado. I can't tell you where it is any better than that. That's where it is. It's crossing 108 southeast, going right down Highway 9, right? It might have weakened slightly.
Let's look at it on velocity here.
But what's velocity? Yeah, it's still there. There it is, right there. It went right over Val.
It did go right over Val.
I mean, like literally went right over his car. Okay, so that's, again, moving east. JD's coming in behind it. What's JD's shot look like? Okay. Want to point out nothing for Oklahoma City. We've got some rain in Lincoln County, storms there. Nothing crazy, nothing severe, okay? This is the only game in town. We have several games in town. Okay, so Lake Thunderbird area. South part of Lake Thunderbird, right here. Tornado. It's going to be right here, coming right down Highway 9. It might be a little bit south of Highway 9, but not by much. Not by much. We might have had some debris, might have had some damage in here, possibly some damage there. Okay, let's back out of this. What's going on down towards south, guys? We've got the other tornado warning.
Yes, we have both. The one coming in on St. Louis, that area of circulation is still very impressive, and that storm's about to eat the one to its south. We'll zoom in on this one a little bit closer again.
It's eating.
It's going north of Asher.
Unless that outruns it, surely it won't.
Well, yeah, it'll be close.
Yeah, it's going to be, okay, well, yeah, but the big storm is definitely the dominant storm.
Yes, and it is actually just weakened as it crossed Highway 39, but over Winnett, that circulation has been pretty tight.
Yeah, it did weaken though, didn't it?
Yes, and just in the last scan it did.
Yeah, okay. So the tornado missed Asher. It's been right here. That's the tornado. What does shear rate look like? Anything? Look at the hook. Okay, shear rate's even ramped up. Really? Oh, boy, God. It might have been producing when it crossed 39. Okay, but it's occluded. It's lifting to the north. But if I'm in Pearson or St. Louis, I'm still watching this because it could cycle. The whole storm's moving northeast. The mesocyclone is pinwheel to the north. What's that? Look at pinwheel to the north. It's lifted north. Okay, what's velocity? Look at that. Yeah, okay. This storm is not finished. This storm is not finished doing what it's going to do. Okay, so this storm here, we'll see. The big storm is going to try to eat the smaller storm, but it's already developing cyclonic shear. So we'll see what happens with that. That's going to head up towards Bowlegs and Wewoka. We'll see. By the way, what's going on down south? Other storms?
Yeah, these are showers taking off.
Yeah.
Thunderstorms trying to develop. Those are the ones we were talking about earlier.
Okay, well, right now, these are not a big deal. South and east of Ada, not a big deal.
And then we've got the storm that Tom is on.
Yeah, nothing in Lincoln County.
Still coming back up towards Noble once again.
Let's go to Tom Pastrano. And tornado warning for Washington, going to Slaughterville, going to possibly as far north as Noble. Let's check in with Tom Pastrano down there. Tom, I tell you, man, that's just been a breeding ground down there today. You're on that tornadic rotating thunderstorm west of Purcell on 59. What do you think when you look back to your north there? What are you looking at?
Yeah, David, over the last few minutes, the wall cloud has gotten more pronounced. I would really take my precautions if I was in Washington. I didn't see anything imminent, no power flashes, but it definitely looked a lot better than it had been over the last 10 minutes. Back to you.
All right, great job, Tom. Wow. Okay, it just continues. And, yeah, let's go back to links 2. And so Tom's down there. He's not seen it on the ground, right? It's been rotating here. Tom's been on this thing the last 45 minutes or so. And it has not produced a tornado, but it has a hook for sure. Velocity data says it's spinning like a top. Tom says it's spinning like a top. And we will get a storm track on that, Cassie. And that's headed to Slaughterville. It's going to McGuire. And then from there, it's going to keep headed off to the northeast towards Etowah. Okay? McGuire, maybe again Lake Thunderbird with this. The hail is up into Goldsby. Cole, good news for you. This is well to your south and east. You had a tornado, barely missed Cole again. The April 19th, it did not miss you. But this evening, it was close. It was just to your south and east. But I mean, too close for comfort for sure. Okay, all right, let's go back to links 3, control room. We're going to do a storm track on the tornadic part of this down near Washington and give you a storm track. And we have everything down here moving northeast. Okay, this is going to be Noble at 10:05, Lake Thunderbird 10:37, Etowah 10:43, Pink 11:03, Macomb 11:13, Twin Lakes 11:24, Grand Casino 11:30, and how about Tecumseh at about 11:33 and Dale at 11:33 as well. All right, so we've widened the cone out in case this thing makes a turn to the north, but you can pretty much say that we've got the middle of this cone where we think the mesocyclone is going to go, but we've given ourselves a buffer on the north and east and south side of this, all right? But anywhere in that box, right here, in that box with your cities that are popped up are right here. And the closer the city to the tornado or the circulation, the higher it is at the top of this list. Obviously, these are farther away. These are closer to the area of circulation, okay? All right, so Purcell, this is going to go north of you. You folks in Purcell, okay? Slaughterville, you're still in the line of fire for sure. Noble, you're in the line of fire. And then Etowah. I really think Etowah with this thing right here, we got to watch that. There's the area of circulation, okay? Big supercell, big, deep supercell, rotating thunderstorm. All right, so 1 tornado warning, 2 tornado warnings, 3 tornado warnings right now, going on 10 o'clock at night. All right, so Brandon's coming in from the north on this cell. He's going to make his way down towards Tribby. He'll get on this. Justin, is he headed towards Macomb, making his way east? I got you. Okay, Andrew, is that what he's doing? You got Brandon going eastbound? Because I think we need to get him over he's got to get east to 177 before he can drop south, okay? Okay, just keep him going east. Okay, so 2 areas of spin. All right, so let's do this. Let's go ahead and zoom on in, talk about what's going on in southeast southeast Cleveland County, which is going to Shawnee. You folks at Shawnee, I know April 19th, it was bad, right? Well, we don't want to do that again.
You want to switch back to links 2?
Let's go back to links 2. And again, this storm is still pretty impressive on links 2.
Yes.
Okay.
I broadened out just to show the.
No, you're fine. Okay, up north, nothing severe in Lincoln County.
Correct.
Okay, yeah, nothing going on, at least at Glencoe, not severe, not a big deal, not a big deal. These 3 are a big deal, and they're right here in central Oklahoma.
And the little storm right there that's just now to the northwest of Meeker, that's the supercell that came through the South Metro, and it is still holding on.
God, look at that. Mesocyclones, they go to they're gone on radar.
Hey, David.
What's that?
David, Val's got the wall cloud on that thunderstorm near Lake Thunderbird.
All right, thank you, Andrew. Let's go to Val Castor. And Val, it's kind of coming down the highway there. It's right behind you. And looks like it was on the ground, possibly back to the southwest there, Val. Go ahead, give us an update. What do you think? What do you see? Do we have Val? Is Val Castor punched up?
Yeah, I'm here.
Go ahead.
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we got you. Go ahead, Val.
Okay. So we are turning here. Look at our shot. We've got the wall cloud in the shot here, and really, from our perspective, it looks like it's tightening up maybe a little bit again, and that's going to be to our north-northwest. I'm just kind of estimating on the direction there. We're on Highway 9, headed east and northeast right now. So, David, look at this. I want to put this up on the screen. You see that? That's our wind speed. And when that mezzo passed right over us on Highway 9, we had west winds, and that's our gust we recorded, 55.
Yeah.
So when the mezzo passed over us, I mean, I don't know if it had touched down just before that or what, but we got pummeled with wind, and 55 is pretty stout right there. So the 2 is our current wind. We can measure while we're driving. So it's not very strong at the moment right here, but earlier it sure was. I'm going to take that off again, but that's where the wall cloud is. We are headed east. There it is right there, and it's looking big again.
Yeah,
back to you.
Yeah, Val, great job. And when there's power flashes, lightning flashes, you can certainly see it. We hope we don't have power flashes with this, but Val, no doubt about it. And Val, your storm is a little bit more. It's kind of pulled away from the southwest storm, so it's kind of got a little separation. So now we have kind of 3 unique different supercells.
Yes.
Okay? And they've kind of separated themselves, which is not good. You want them to be together so they impede on each other. One interacts, they take each other's moisture and stability, and it'll sometimes keep them in check. When they start to separate, you know, I always say this, a lonely storm is a scary storm. When a storm is by itself, it's not good. It's not good. All right, let's go back to Lynx 2. And
this is the storm to the southeast now.
Okay, Brandon's coming in on the north from that. Man, look at the hook on that.
Yes, and the velocity couplet was very broad. It's back to very tight. It's
there
tiny,
it is.
But it is tight.
Okay, yeah, there it is. Okay, so how close is Brandon? Boy, he's close.
Yes, Brandon's just to the north.
Okay.
There's a low-level lock now.
Okay. All right. You saw low level?
Yes, with the circulation there just to the southwest of Pearson.
There's Pearson right here. This is, there's Chisney. And
that's out advance of the hook, but.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's still back to the west, it looks like.
Sure.
Okay, so Brandon's coming in from the north. Tornado warning for Pearson, St. Louis, up to Maud. Okay, and let's see, is it? Yeah, it's pretty much a straight line. And it's going to go, obviously, Macomb, you're out of this. You're out of this one. This is where the tornado is going to be, crossing the highway here. All right, back out. Let me get my bearing straight. What highway? Oh, 177, of course.
Yes.
Okay, coming out of Shawnee, yeah.
And David,
go ahead.
You were talking about how the storms are becoming a little bit more isolated in nature, just kind of looking over a mesoanalysis. The low levels of the atmosphere, despite it being almost 10 o'clock at night, are still very favorable. We have instability at the low levels and really good wind shear, despite a southeast wind that's fairly light, but we have good turning of the winds at the low levels of the atmosphere. So these storms, now that they're individual, might have a better chance of actually being able to produce than earlier when they were all competing with each other and not being able to hone in on that circulation. So despite it being 10 o'clock, we still have that tornado threat every bit as great now than it was 3 hours ago.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely
right.
right.
As they move off to the east, they're still in a good conditions.
Yeah, like you said, low-level jet is feeding these from the south, a strong jet stream overhead, but the low-level jet is really cranking up now. It's nocturnal, and it's really, really cranking up. So look how these storms are separated. See the separation in here? So that one's not messing with that one anymore. These are by themselves. This one is clearly by itself. So we have 1, 2, 3, and that's more than enough. Okay, which is not good. All right, so let's talk about the southern storm down here. We will do a storm track on this coming up here in just a second. Cassie, we can get that ready. This is going to be Slaughterville. Tornado warning for you to McGuire. If I live in Slaughterville, I'm going to the safe spot. You don't have very long. It's not very far away. How far? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 miles?
And that's the hook. Further to the north, Noble, which does have, we know, at least some minor tornado damage.
From earlier.
From earlier, getting very heavy rain and possibly hail moving back in. Of course, a lot of lightning with that as well.
Yeah, so they're going to get more rain, and we know we have some, obviously, tornado damage from down there. So this is where it is. Tom is getting back in position. And the roads down here, you know, once you get southern and eastern Oklahoma, they get a little sketchy, some of the roads. 5 miles now, coming in on 5 miles, give or take, west of Slaughterville from downtown. Tom's right here. Justin, is Tom going to go into Slaughterville? Does he still have any good? He does have good roads to the east, correct?
Correct.
Okay, yeah. I just want to make sure he's planning it out down the road because it gets a little gnarly as he gets east of there. All right, so tornado warning, lowest level. Again, Slaughterville, lowest level, center part of the house, storm shelter first, center part of the house, bathroom, closet, center part of the house. You got to go there, and you got to go now. The circulation is going to be west of Slaughterville, and if I live in and around Slaughterville, I'm watching this. It's going to come right through town. It's going to go right over town. Go to. Okay, and go to Shear right here. Let's see what that looks like.
It's just about to cross I-35.
Okay, there it is. So it's at Southeast 12th and just north of 74 or 74B.
Yes, just south of Goldsby.
Yeah, Goldsby's
Again,
right here.
like 2 miles.
Golly.
I know.
There's been a lot going on around Goldsby tonight. That's the place not to be. That's some wild evening. All right, so there it is, right here, crossing I-35. It has it a little bit further north.
Yeah, in that area where it's, you know, kind of tucked back in.
Yeah. But what's it showing in velocity data down here in the ball?
Not a lot.
Yeah. Yeah, so it's back on the wrap. A little bit up there, okay. Still, that's too close to comfort for Slaughterville. If I'm in Slaughterville, no way am I not going to my safe spot right now. If I'm in or north of Slaughterville, between there and McGuire, tornado is going to be right here. But also want to point out, Noble, you're close. You're in the tornado warning, but the circulation is to your south. And right now, it looks like it's going to go south of you. Yeah, velocity data is kind of...
Yeah, that's kind of been a trend tonight with several of these. The hook looks very dominant. You can see it. You know there's rotation there. Mm-hmm. And on velocity data, it doesn't necessarily match up, but the trackers have been seeing it. Yeah. And Tom's been watching that area for I don't know how long now.
Yeah, and also I think that a lot of the mesocyclones are deep, but some of the higher velocity winds have definitely been the low levels tonight. Yeah. I mean, because you tilt up and it's, you know, it doesn't look like much. It's definitely been way down low. And remember your radar beam next to you live, all of the radars, they all, it's a straight line. It doesn't follow the curvature of the earth, so they don't follow the land, and they're straight up. So the farther you're away from the radar, you're going up a little bit higher in the sky, which is fine, except when you're looking at, you know, rotation down low, you got to tilt that beam way down low to get a closer look. So Slaughterville, tornado warning for you, tornado warning for Pink, going to Shawnee, and if I live in Shawnee, back to the west, tornado warning for you. Okay, we checked in with Tom. Let's go back to Val. Val's on Highway 9. He's eastbound. Circulation's just to his west. And Val, what do you think? It's just behind you there. It's a little bit behind you. Do you see anything back when you look out your back window there?
Yeah, so I'm pulling off the side of the road right now. We're going to search. We've been trying to stay maybe just ahead of it. I can tell you this, though. I kind of get a sense that the storm has weakened a little bit. And maybe by weakened, I just mean maybe it's not as pronounced or as tight or as strong on the rotation. I know it's still tornado warned, obviously. And we've seen this storm cycle, I don't know, time and time again today. So it still could cycle back up. But right now it might be kind of in a down cycle. We're looking, I don't see as pronounced of a lowering as we saw earlier. So I guess that's good news, David.
Okay. All right. Well, great job, Al. We'll see. Hopefully that'll be the plan here, and the trend will be for this to continue to weaken. All right. So that would be a good thing. All right. Lace, I see you brought that up.
At Links 1, I was just looking at power outages. Okay. We've just been monitoring that number, and the news desk has been giving us information with that. So about 10,000 customers in Oklahoma County, 1,500 in Cleveland County without power currently.
Yeah, that's quite a few, right?
Yeah, and most of Oklahoma County likely due, I mean, I would think lightning. There wasn't much wind with the storms that came through. No, you know, West Metro with those storms earlier, but no, we didn't have. That's still quite a few, only 1,500. I'm surprised it's not more than that. And I can't believe that McClain County. Right.
It's not showing up. When we know we have people without power down there. We saw power flashes and all that. So, okay. All right, let's go to Links 2. And I want to point out, talking about here as far as the intensity of the storms. Kind Okay, so there's Noble. All right, so that's the storm that JD, Jeremy, and Val are on, right? There's Pink. There's your Hook, right? That's going right down Highway 9, right over, like we said, right over the eastern sides of Lake Thunderbird. This storm is not as pronounced, and a couple things going on. See how the Hook was like this? Now the Hook's like that. It turns into a C. See how it's becoming a C? The mesocyclone is weakening with that right now. Definitely weakening with that. So it's still going, it's now north of Highway 9. And I'm still watching it, though. If I'm in Shawnee, I'm not going to my safe spot yet, but I'm thinking about it. I've cleaned out the closet, all right? But the circulation with that has definitely weakened. So JD's there, Jeremy's there, and Val's there. It's right here. But it's definitely weakened. Okay, let's go back to the other storm, back to Tom Pastrano's storm. Let's see what it's doing. It still looks pretty impressive. And that's coming right into Slaughterville and north of Slaughterville, between there and McGuire. Okay, let's go to Tom and get an update. Tom's coming up 170 or 77, excuse me. Tom, what do you think? Circulation off to your northwest there. Do you still see the lowering? Do we have Tom? Tom Pastrano? We have your shot? Look. Okay, well, he's hot back. Tom?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we got you. Go ahead. Looking back to the northwest, what do you see?
So right now, there's just a lot of lightning, but inflow is really increased with this. I don't see any pronounced lowerings, no power flashes at the moment. But I am going to get a little bit closer, and I'll report back if I see anything. Back to you.
Okay. All right. Well, tornado warning continues on that. By the way, you are watching News 9 at 10 o'clock. And we've done this at least 3 times this year, the last couple of months. Tracking severe weather and tornadoes in the afternoon, going well into the evening. All right. I'm looking at, the storms have come down a tick. They've come down a tick. Still rotating, still spinning. Looking at the strengths here. Still a severe storm. And I'll tell you what's crazy today. We had plenty of instability, but today these storms, and every event, every storm is a thumbprint, fingerprint, all the above. The atmosphere was just not set up to get big hail today. Just wasn't. Big storms, big updrafts, tornadoes, but not any crazy big hail. April 19th, we had, my gosh, people are still getting things looked at. All right, so these are now the 2 big storms. We have the one storm down south. What's the storm down south look like? The other one down here.
Further south.
Okay.
Down,
all right, none of that. It's all junk. Okay.
Yes, so far, yes.
Okay. Let's hope it stays like that. All right, so Brandon's now coming in on this storm. Let's go back to reflectivity here.
Okay.
Let's see what it looks like. Brandon's right there. Let's go to Brandon. And Justin, let's bring Brandon in here. Let's get an update from Brandon. He is going to be just northwest of St. Louis. And Brandon, looking at that cell, it is rotating, it is spinning. What do you think? Give us an update as you look back at the mesocyclone.
Yeah, David, it's really dark out here, and we're unfortunately having problems with our roof cam at the moment, so you can only see it in the lightning shot. There is a lowering. I would definitely not say there's anything imminent for a tornado. It's still well above the ground, but there is a lowered bowl. We do have fairly decent inflow as I look back to the northwest. I would say that just by looking at your radar, the trend is if you live, St. Louis to Maud, this thing still should be taken seriously the way the other storms have evolved throughout the day. So we're going to be right here with it on the south side of the mesocyclone, and looking back at the lowering, we'll stay with it to the east. Back to you.
Okay, all right, so Brandon's on that now, and he'll stay with that. This thing is kind of lifting to the north. Seminole is still in the line of fire with this. Let's go back to Lynx 2, and here's Seminole. Rain now in Seminole, going to have some small hail, gusty winds down to Bow Leg. And we were just talking about this off the air with Lacey here. And that's that southern storm. And notice how it's developing a hook. Not a tornado warning on it yet, but a new hook is developing right southwest of Bow Leg. Shear rate doesn't look like much right here. See that? And this storm could still eat this storm and absorb it, and this goes away because this is still the dominant storm by far. But notice how the hooks on these don't look quite like they did. They've come down some. All right, but if I'm in Bow Legs, Yeah, I'm watching this, okay? I'm watching this right here. And then if I'm in Maud or up to Seminole, I'm watching this. You're going to get some wind and hail in Seminole. It's going to rain. It's already raining. It's going to get heavier, but the hook is still back here. What does shear rate look like? Is there anything showing up with that? Okay, is that a low or mid-level lock?
That's a mid-level.
Okay. So shear rate still has a little bit, doesn't it? No?
Barely.
Barely.
And actually, yeah, I turned some of it down, but yeah, it's barely there at all.
Okay. Huh. Okay. Well.
Here, look at the VIL on it too.
What's the VIL doing?
Turn it on. There you go.
Okay.
It almost looks like it pulsed up and is getting more intense.
Yeah, it's still
just disorganized at the moment.
Yeah. It's just it's going through a kind of a rejuvenation state, if you will. We'll see what it does, but it's going to Seminole. All right, so this is a mesocyclone. It's right here. There's the original mesocyclone. Now coming in on Chisney and Romulus. Okay, this is going to be down 177. All right, OBU and Shawnee are right there, 177 southbound. This is going to lift up towards Earlsboro. And this is really lifting to the north.
Yes, that's what I was saying. It just all of a sudden went from moving northeast to just lifting north quickly.
Yeah, boy, you were right. It's really making a move. I mean, that's northeast right now.
Yeah, Tecumseh may even get rain out of the backside of that, where Marty's located.
Yeah. Okay. All right, so here's Earlsboro. Seminole, keep an eye on this hook that's trying to develop. If I'm in Earlsboro, back to Tecumseh, really close to Earlsboro, and again, back to Tecumseh, we got to keep an eye on this hook. And there might be another hook trying to develop here. Tornado warning continues. So Earlsboro, you're in the tornado warning. Seminole, not officially, but I'd keep an eye on this. And that's going to be lifting off to the north-northeast. Not so much northeast now. You see the movement here. It's kind of lifting to the north. That might be because it's maybe weakening some. Trying to become a little bit elevated, but not yet. We'll see. That's kind of interesting, though, how it's doing that. All right, let's come back to the Cleveland County, Pottawatomie County deal here. And this thing is right in and just north of Slaughterville. Tom, he's back in the rain again. He's trying to get east. Brandon is in Dale, Brandon W. And then Jeremy's over in Pink. And I think Val's there, right? Val's
he's
on
right
that
there,
storm
Jeremy.
still? Yeah, they're right there together. Okay, so, and we're talking about this weakening. No longer a tornado warning on that. It's become that small, which is great.
You're great for folks in Shawnee.
Yeah, so.
Keep it that way.
Yeah, Shawnee, great news. You have rain coming. Okay, now this storm has weakened. It's no longer tornadic. No longer tornadic, but we still have a mesocyclone. Going to have some nickels and dimes, maybe some quarter-size hail there. This storm is still tornadic. Okay? Running from Slaughterville. And that's going almost east-northeast towards Etowah and McKittyville. Let's go to Tom Pastrano. He's in the thick of it. He's not seeing much except wind and rain. Go ahead, Tom. Let's bring Tom in and get an update from him. Tom, what do you think? Looking back there, boy, you're just right in the thick of it now. What side of the mesocyclone are you on? What's your wind doing? Okay, all right. We lost Tom. He's kind of in a bad cell area. He's in a pocket of no cell coverage. Okay, let's come back to Links 3. And let's go to Links 3. And again, folks, we've had damage today. Near call, I've lost count of the tornadoes. We've had a bunch of small tornadoes. And I think a half dozen of these probably won't even be counted just because the trackers are right there. It was a quick spin up. It was on the ground, it was up, it was down, and then it was over with. But we know we had the cold tornado, all right, that was going to Goldsby. That was legit. We know we had the Noble tornado. That was legit, doing damage as well. So total today, probably a dozen tornadoes when you count all the small ones with the bigger ones. Yeah? We'll find out what that number is. Again, surveys will be done. We'll figure it out. Boy, look at the hook now real quick. Let me look at the hook here, guys. What's shear rate look like on this? Is it ramping up?
It doesn't have anything in the actual hook. It's further up into the actual main storm.
God, it's up in here.
Yes. Yeah, and look at velocity with that hook.
Yeah, look at this down in here.
Yeah.
Okay. It's so, weird looking. Okay, man. Okay, it's certainly not the classic, if you will. But a couple of features going on. So you know, flanking lines coming in from the south. I get it, but still, it's kind of interesting. All right, Tom's there, and he's on that. Hank's on the back side of that. Did we find out what Hank was doing, guys? Let's get an update from Hank. And let's bring in Hank here real quick. And Hank, go ahead. What's going on with you right now? What are you closing in on?
So, David, I'm moving into Noble. We've had some reports of some damage in Noble, a couple restaurants and a couple of houses. The first responders out here have had some of the roads closed off, trying to, you know, have some of organization in the chaos. But we're coming into Noble right now, and we're going to start looking for damage. We've heard that the Taco Mayo was hit and it sustained some damage, but I haven't verified that myself yet. I can tell you that there's quite a bit of I'm sorry. Oh, yeah, I guess we could film that real quick. So there is a service station that we are pulling up on that's hit, and you can see power lines are down right here in the shot. This is coming in just in the north side of Noble. So it's pretty dark out here. We know there's a lot of power outages here. Of course, you can see this power pole has been snapped off, and this awning has been destroyed at this. Do you know what this gas station is, Patty? Do you know what street we're on? We're on we're by the Shaggy Chick. We're by the Shaggy Chick Pet Spa. So sorry, I don't know Noble that well, but there's the Taco Mile right up there. So yeah, we are finding some damage right here as 77 comes into Noble. So we've heard that there are no injuries, but there were a couple of homes that were hit, and we know there were a couple of businesses hit earlier. David, back to you.
All right, great job. So again, tornado damage, at least like Hank said, a couple of homes, and again, that was on the north side, a couple of homes, a couple of businesses, and EF1, maybe EF2 damage. We'll have to wait and see some of these other homes. This is going to be probably some EF1 damage. And Hank and Patty Brown today, by the way, they were in the tornado when it was down by and west of Cole down there. They got on that thing and got right on it, and it when they were on Highway 9. And it basically came right over them. They had debris in the air, and it was a weak tornado. It was weak. And but then the tornadoes got a little bit more serious once the sun went down. Right when the sun was going down, these things really started to ramp up. All right, so this cell down here, still a hook on it. That's going to Seminole. Tornado warning continues. It's moving now a little more northeast. So you guys see that? It was moving a little more, pulling north, and now it's a little more northeast. And then we have the hook back here where Tom is, and circulation is going to be northwest of Tom and north of Tom right now. So Tom's moving, right? Yeah, he's still going east. Okay.
Hank found some more damage as well.
All right, let's go back to Hank. Wow, look at that. Okay, let's go back to Hank. All right, folks, look at this shot from Hank. Okay, that's a little more serious now. That's what we were talking about. We were jumping up and down about damage on the north side of Noble. Hank, you found it. That's going to be at least some EF1 damage, if not maybe stronger. Go ahead.
Yeah, for sure it's EF1 damage. This is the Donut Palace. So this is Highway 77 and Etowah Road as you come into Noble. There's some pretty significant damage. That's the roof of the Donut Palace is what that is. I'm going to turn the truck around where Patty can get another shot over here. There's quite a few first responders over here, but zoom up on the other side of that sheriff's car. There's some pretty more damage over there, too. I don't know if that's where that home was or not. So, yeah, things are kind of chaotic here in Noble at the moment. But, yeah, it was I'd say it was at least EF1 damage that took the roof off of this building, the donut shop here in North Noble. Back to you, David.
Okay, so there we go. So we were talking about this earlier. We were saying Noble, Noble, Noble. And unfortunately, this is what we were afraid of. We said we knew we had debris in the air. Jeremy Carter saw the tornado. We had it live on News 9, and there's the outcome, is at least a couple of businesses hit pretty hard, some homes hit. No reports right now of any injuries, it doesn't seem like. We're going to get another update coming in from our news crews coming up, but you can see the resources now piling into the Noble area. All right, so we're still tracking severe weather. We're going to take a quick break and go to our team at the news desk. Guys, man, been a wild afternoon and a wild evening for sure.
Absolutely has, David. Tremendous job by you and your team, and we're just now starting to get some of these damage reports coming in.
Yeah, as our team's been tracking the tornadoes, we've been now tracking the damage. We want to go out to Chris Yu. He's a reporter on the ground at the command post just outside of Goldsby in McClain County. He also has the sheriff standing by. Chris?
Yeah, Amanda, we're just south of Goldsby. I'm joined by McClain County Sheriff Landy Offalter, who is thankfully telling us that there's no major damage that they're aware of right now, no injuries, but deputies are doing kind of a grid search right now. Sheriff, can you talk a little bit more about just what deputies are doing right now?
They're traveling up and down the county roads and the highways searching for damage and stopping at each house and seeing if they are and checking with the people at those houses.
Right, so right now you told me that so far maybe one house had some kind of damage, right?
Maybe one house is what we've been told so far is all the damage we have.
Gotcha. And right now, when it comes to other sorts of damage, you mentioned power lines. Are there any trees? Are there any other infrastructure damage you're aware of?
We've had some reported power line damage down on Santa Fe, I believe was the street.
Right. So right now, I guess deputies are continuing to go across McClain County, just kind of assessing the situation, doing more grid search, things like that, right?
That's correct.
Gotcha. Are you aware of just any other parts of areas nearby? Any other agencies are responding to other sorts of damage or any sites right now?
We're searching the southeast part of McClain County right now, down around the Byers and Rosedale area, and so far no damage down there either.
Gotcha. Well, that's the McClain County Sheriff, again, telling us right now that deputies are going door to door, kind of assessing the situation, telling us if they've seen any damage. But right now, as you heard the sheriff say, it was one house that suffered some damage, but no injuries at this point, some down power lines as well here in McClain County, but thankfully nothing major. We did go through Cole and Washington and Bridge Creek earlier. We have not seen any damage as well, maybe some down signs, but nothing major at this point. So, but for now, live in McClain County, Chris Yu, Oklahoma's own News 9.
Chris, thank you. And no reports of any injuries or fatalities statewide so far.
Yeah, and that was the report there from McClain County. Okay, we do want to swing it over back to David Payne now with an update on the storms.
All right, guys, thank you. Yeah, this thing is quickly ramping up now. We're talking about the southern storm down here. And let's go ahead and take a look. There's a hook with that. Tom's on that. Tornado warning.
Let's go to links 2.
That has weakened just a bit. Let's go to links 2. And let's talk about what's going on with this cell right here. And this is still a concern. Look at that. That has really, just in the last, seriously, took 5 minutes to go from, yeah, we're watching it. It was spinning. We've had the tornado warning on it. But this is ramping up. And it's lifting to the north. It's going to go on, or really it's going to go west of Maud. And Brandon's right there. I don't hear Brandon. And by the way, we're rolling on Hank, correct? We're rolling on Hank? Okay, just to make sure. And we'll go back to Hank coming up. Okay, so here's Brandon. Tornado's going to be right here. Romulus Road. And again, just northwest of, there's Chisney, I guess. We'll bring it from east of Chisney. And Seminole's right up in here, okay? And Maud's right here. So this is going to be, 4 or 5 miles, a couple miles west of Maud. And it's, was it 3.5? Yeah.
Yeah, oh, there we go. There's the latest update.
Okay, so pretty close to getting, oh yeah. Okay, that's probably on the ground. It's close to it. Close to another tornado on the ground now. Is Brandon in the system? I don't have a phone number for Carlos. Justin?
Siri, please.
Justin, is he back in the system at all?
No, he's been in and out.
Okay.
Is Marty still in?
Brandon's is there. You can talk to him.
All right, let's go to Brandon. Brandon's circulation looks like it might be on the ground to your northwest about a half mile. Looks like it might be on the ground about a half mile. Go ahead and give us an update.
Okay, David, so we're just on the south side of Maud, looking back to the northwest. I cannot see anything on the ground. I can see the entire bowl. It's extremely low at the moment. We're trying to get it in the shot. Actually, there may be a funnel forming right now. We may have a funnel. It's probably halfway to the ground in our shot. It's so dark and there's so many trees. If it's not on the ground, it's getting close. It's really trying to wrap itself up.
It's right there.
Literally just to our northwest, I'd say probably a half a mile at the most. And this storm is not moving very fast. So if you live in Maud, right now is the time to get into your shelter. This storm continues over and over. They keep going through these cycles, and it's in one of the uptick cycles right now. As we were sitting there earlier, you know, it kind of dissipated, but then it shifted off to the north, and then it recycled, and now it's moving a little bit more due to the east.
God.
So it is really, really low right now, David. I mean, literally just to my northwest.
Yep. Brandon? Okay, hey, Brandon, here's the deal. Yeah, I can see it in your lightning flash. It's definitely a low-hanging bowl. It looks like a tree hugger. Here's the deal. It's occluding a little bit. It's going to go west of Maud. It's making the swing to the north-northeast. So just be aware of that. You are just west.
Oh, large tornado on the ground. Large tornado on the ground, David.
There we go.
Okay, you can see it in my shot now. It's a well-established tornado on the ground.
Looking at the lights here.
That was.
Huh?
That was, you could see it, right there where you're pointing.
Yeah, it's right here. Okay, yeah, there it is. So it's going to go.
I can't see it fully condensated anymore, but I can tell you just a second ago it was. It's kind of going through.
Yeah.
Just.
There it is. It's on the ground.
Yeah, it's
definitely on the ground. It's right here. Tornado on the ground. This could be a stronger. This could be a stronger tornado. I mean, I know it is. I know it's at least an EF1, maybe an EF2. Okay, EF2 or higher.
Okay, now we came out of some trees right here, so we have to have a little bit better shot of it.
All right, well, okay, your shot's still up. This is going to be west of Maud. Okay.
Yeah, this is a large funnel.
Okay. Okay.
Well established.
Yeah, no, the couplet is, it's a half mile. How far is that from him?
Let me measure it, but it's half mile is what it looks like, yes. Maybe a mile.
Yeah, Brandon, it's maybe a half mile to a mile from you, looking off to your northwest.
Which that's going to put it about 2 miles west of Maud.
And Hank, it's going to cross Highway 9A. Hank, let me start over here. Brandon, it's going to cross Highway 9A. Okay, Brandon, we need to figure out your roads here because they're not the best. Actually, you do have some decent roads. It's not as bad as I thought. All right, Brandon, stay with it. We'll come back to you. We'll leave your shot up. Let's go back to reflectivity here. And you saw it right here live on News 9. That's what I call precision storm chasing. It doesn't get any more accurate than that. So here's Brandon. There's your hook. Wrapping up. The tornado's right here. And notice in the reflectivity how it becomes a little bit of rain wrapped, yes. And then the purple and the red wrapping around the hook right here, right? The beak, right? And notice how there's a weakness in the reflectivity. That's the tornado. Let's go to shear rate. It's right here. And we'll turn shear rate on. There's the tornado. Brandon's looking right at it. Okay, there it is right there. So the tornado continues. It looks like on the ground, it's up, it's down, but it's right here. And we are going to have some debris, and we're going to have some damage, whether it's trees or whatever it is. That's on the ground. I want to point out, Maud is right here. It's not going to hit Maud. It's lifted 20 minutes ago. Sure, Maud was in the line of fire, but it's done what they've done all year long. These have occluded, and they've lifted to the north. Lifted to the north. And that's exactly what it's doing right now. All right, so let's talk about some of our streets here. Let's go ahead and zoom on in.
Okay, I was just pointing out, it's still making a beeline up towards Seminole. If it keeps lifting to the north, is the problem.
All right, okay, but back out of that. Okay. You're right. Let's back out. Here's Seminole. Yeah, long-term, yes, but guys, it's going to...
But is it lift more north? Yeah,
exactly.
I
mean, does it do this? That's what we said earlier. If I'm in Seminole, I'm packing everybody up. Cats and dogs and guinea pigs and whatever else you got. And I'm in Seminole and thinking about where am I going to go? Because this tornado is on the ground right now. Seminole. Okay?
And I'm just going to zoom out a little bit more so you can see the hook that's gotten a lot more defined with the storm back to the west as well, southwest of Etowah.
Okay, and Justin, what does Tom see out of that? Okay, well, check in with him, find out what he's doing here. Don't let him outrun it. Don't let him outrun it. It's his storm. He needs to stay on that. Okay, so the hook, again, and the tornado are going to be Miss Maud, which is great. Small little town of Maud. But it's still headed towards Seminole and west of Seminole. If I live in Seminole, I'm getting ready to go. I'm not going yet, but I'm getting ready to go. And if I live in a trailer or mobile home, you can't do that. You can't stay. Here's the tornado. It's right here. It might have weakened a little bit. Zoom in just a little closer. No. Boy, Brandon is right there.
Right with it.
Hey, let's go back to Brandon Pennell. Let's go back to Brandon. Brandon, it looks like it's on your bumper. If you can hear me, go ahead, give us an update.
Okay, David. So yeah, we're in a bad cell area, so it's kind of in and out. But we just crossed a debris path. It had crossed this dirt road that we're on. There was a bunch of trees down in the road, leaves falling out of the sky. So I know it was intermittently, at least on the ground. I believe the tornado is going to be just to my north now. We're trying to get back to the highway to where we can see back and get out of these trees. So if you give me just a minute, I'll get back with you.
Okay, all right. So Brandon's right there. I mean, literally right there. Let's go back to links 2, and let's talk about this storm again. And again, Brandon's right here. There's your hook. It's now crossing 3480. All right, and there's Brandon. The tornado it's right here. I mean, right there, crossing 9A right now. Has anybody seen my glasses? I might need
right
those
there
for a second. Hey, thank you.
It's hard to find them when you can't see.
Hey, what? Hey, come on now.
I'll just point it out.
No, that's fine. It's fair. It's all fair.
But I can tell you, it is crossing Highway 9A right now.
Yeah, it's right there. Right there.
There
Cross the
goes.
9A. All right, and then what do we have
to the
here?
north.
Say that 20 times.
You
Good
go
luck.
for it.
Huh?
Go for it.
Ikontushka?
Ikontushka.
Ikontushka Road. Sorry. We'll just go with N349.
I like that better.
I can say that better. Easier. All right, N349. And send me an email. All right, so there's a tornado. It has weakened. It did weaken as it came across Highway 9. Okay, that's good. But will it cycle to do it again? I don't know. Nobody knows. It's still in an environment that it could ramp back. The hook's trying to tighten up again. It occluded, and now it's trying to tighten up. It occluded, now it's trying to tighten up. Marty Logan's right there. Do we have Marty? Justin, is he in? He does not see anything. He didn't see anything? Okay.
And if you remember with the Seminole tornado, that was last year, correct? This was the area that tornado started, right along the Pot County, Seminole County line in this area.
Yeah, it took out the Grove Farm just north of Maud.
Right.
Last year, May 4th.
Yes.
And then went from Maud up to Seminole, right? Everybody in Seminole remembers it. Everybody back towards Maud remembers it. We had 2 nights of tornadoes up here, 2 days back to back. So anyway, we don't want to do that again, but this is headed your way, and it has produced what I'm going to call a strong tornado. An EF2 looked like it. I mean, I'm just saying it was wide, laminar, and it was smooth, and it was on the ground. So that was on the ground due west, pretty much due west and southwest of Maud. Okay.
And real quick, I just want to show you, David, this hook.
Hey, real quick. Hey, Justin, I think Brandon should have gone into Maud and up 59. Do you hear me?
The road that Brandon was on came to an end. They're going back east because the original circulation looks like it occluded, and new ones coming to the north or to the east.
Yeah. Okay.
North of
Do me
Maud.
a favor. Get Marty into Maud. Get Marty up Highway 59, and get Marty to Seminole.
Okay.
Marty needs to be moving. We need to get him south into Maud, east, make a turn up 59. He needs to be in Seminole. And then Brandon, Brandon's in behind it now. He's going to have to make his way back east as well. What'd you say, Lace?
I was saying this next storm, the circulation is tightening up still. Tornado warning continues south to the southwest of Etowah.
Okay.
With this, there's 2 tornado warnings. I'm talking about the further west one.
Yeah, and God, look at this thing.
I know, and it weakened. It started to tighten up. It's actually weakened slightly in the last scan.
Yeah. All right, let's see here. Yeah. It's right here.
Yes.
Okay, there it is. Okay, finally. Man, it's I tell you what, it's been a real booger to pick out here.
Right.
All right, McKittyville. It's
the
coming
hills
into
come up with it as well. The hill cores kind of come up.
Wow.
So
look at the wrapping gust front ripping into it. Look, check that out for all you weather
kind of backwards S.
dorks like us. Check that out. There's your ball, all right? There's your mezzo, and then this thing is, look at the gust front wrapping into it. Take a picture of that and send it to Mama. I don't care who you are. That's crazy. When you see stuff like that on radar, it's like, wow, hang on. Here we go.
Yeah.
All right, so going to have some hail up here. Val's up north. Tom's just to the northeast. And what does Tom have? Tom's shot's frozen. Boy, it's a bad cell area down here. We got to get a hold of the cell companies and get some towers. Something's going on.
I'm sure the people around Etowah would really appreciate that.
I know, right? I mean, bless their hearts. Got to have a phone. I mean, and think about it. These guys have all these, they've got a dozen phones in their cars.
Right.
And they're from all different of the vendors. They're from everybody, all the companies that make their stream work. And when they lock up, that means you have no cell coverage. If you can't get out on 2 of the video cards or 4 or 5 of them, if you can't get out at all, why own a cell phone? If you live down here, they got to get that figured out. All right, so there's your hook.
And this is very similar to just April 19th. It's track 2, about 4 miles difference, it looks like, from tracking, right into Etowah versus south of Etowah.
Except Etowah, right now, I think it was starting to do the curve.
Yes, it was starting to spin. So right now.
As an EF3.
Yes.
Right? And then the Seminole tornado, or excuse me, Shawnee tornado took off. Yeah, that went north, and this took off and did that. Okay, so 2 supercells, 2 rotators, 2 spinners, hook here, and it's going to be on and south of Etowah. Tom's coming in. Tom's going to be in a good spot. Is Tom's stream up, Justin? I mean, it's okay. Is he back in the phone here, the system?
He's not. I'm trying to get a hold of him.
Okay.
But his stream's been freezing at times. Yeah, it's live now.
Okay. And Marty's on this. All right, Seminole, let's go back to this storm.
Okay.
Let's take a look. Now, 2 storms left. That's what we have left, all right? Which is better than 5, which is better than 3. But this has weakened, okay? But still, if I'm in Seminole, I'm watching this. We need to make sure this doesn't ramp back up. Okay, there's that tornado that basically weakened and died right there. Died right there. Right here. Going away. Bye. See ya. Okay, that's gone. But the mesocyclone is still right here. That mesocyclone's died. We're trying to get another one in here. These things cycle. They're living, they're breathing, they're alive, just like all of us. They're born, they live a great life. Maybe it's an hour, whatever they do, and then they die. Problem is, they'll have another one. Another mesocyclone will be born with all the dynamics we have in place and the instability and the heat and all that, all right? And that's what you end up with. Okay, so that's weakened. Seminole, we're still watching the area. Okay, it's starting to come back now. You guys see that?
Yes.
Right here.
That is going to be, if you take a look, that's right where the new hook is.
Hey, Justin?
Yeah.
Let's real quick. Let's check in with Hank real quick. Why this ramps back up. Let's get a quick update from Hank. And he's found that house down in Noble. Let's go back to him, control room. And Hank, give us a quick update on the house you found in Noble. Looks pretty good damage there, or bad damage, I guess.
At first, David, I thought it was the roof that was ripped off, but after looking at it closer, I think this is the roof from the donut shop that's laying on this house. So this is Main Street and Etowah Street, not Etowah the town, but Etowah Road. And the more I look at it, it looks like there's a lot of fence debris and sheet metal that are hanging all through the power lines all over the place. But this looks like that it's the roof of the donut shop. So I showed you that earlier shot in the parking lot where all of that debris was piled up. That was headed northeast. This debris here is headed southwest. So there is no doubt this was the tornado that did this, that ran through. And I believe Jeremy was the one that was talking about this tornado, when it was coming through Noble. Back to you, David.
Yeah, great job, Hank, finding that. And yeah, Jeremy had it. He was jumping up and down about the tornado when it was going into Noble. He had it in his shot, and we had it live on News 9. Okay, let's go back to, so we talked about this. We knew we had a tornado on the ground. We knew we had it in Noble. We knew we had it on the north side of Noble. And unfortunately, all that came true. Okay, so look at the hook here. Beginning to tighten up again. That's what I was saying right before I went to Hank. There it is. It's tightening up over Brandon and Marty. And again, Seminole's right here. Here's Seminole. And let's see, what's the movement here? Well, it hadn't made up its mind yet. It's just now developing. So it's either going to go south of Seminole or it could make its way north. Again, if I'm in Seminole, I'm watching it. There we go. What does shear rate look like? Anything out of this yet? Yeah, okay. There it is. Okay, so shear rate, our product with our live radar only on News 9, and this basically will show you, it's an algorithm that takes in wind speed and wind shear, wind direction, and it's not very far away. You folks in Seminole, again, 6.9 miles away. Cassie, let's do a storm track. You might already have one, but let's do a storm track from where Marty and Jeremy are, Marty and Brandon are, and let's take that all the way. Yeah, look at the hook now, folks. Yep, Hellcore, yep. Oh, no. It's ramping up again. Okay, so that's ramping up. Let's go to links 3 on the storm track. And let's see if she has that. There we go. Seminole, 1054. It's 1034. So what's your speed on that, Cass? Okay, 16. Okay. 16, it may fluctuate some, but let's say 1054 to 1045, just to be safe, okay? And that's not that far away, right? It's 1034. All right, so there's your hook developing with that. Tornado warning continues. That's going to ride northeast towards Seminole. Now, it could go a little farther south. It might take a little more of a right turn. That hasn't happened today, except for maybe once or twice. Most of these storms have lifted to the north, or at least made that curve, that turn. Want to point out, Cell just went through Holdenville, not tornadic, a little bit of lightning and thunder, maybe some small hail. Nothing crazy out of that right now, okay? We're watching it. Keep an eye on it. But this is our concern. This produced a significant tornado back west of Maud. Back west of Maud, that was about 20 minutes ago. Okay, 20, 30 minutes ago. Brand.
Right underneath that circulation right now.
Yeah, do we have Marty, Justin? Is Marty in the system? Yeah. Okay, he can talk? Yeah. So he has good cell coverage. Okay, let's go to Marty. Marty Logan, I'll tell you what, the hook is forming, it looks like, just about right on top of you. You're in Maud right now. You're on the new developing hook. What are your winds right now? It doesn't look like the wind's blowing at all, which means everything's going up.
Yeah, not much wind at all. Kyle is looking, he says at our 1 o'clock, we're looking to the southeast. He's pretty sure that he can see a funnel. We're both looking that way, so we are going to be, what was the town we came through? We came through Maud, probably, and we're right on the river, and we're looking right down the river right now at the lowered area. We're trying to see if we've got anything coming on down. I couldn't see the funnel whenever he said he could see it. So I know it's right here, probably to our east-southeast, and we're trying to see it. No power line flashes, nothing on the ground. And, you know, it's just hard to do. I mean, we've been doing it all night with everybody, and it's very difficult to see it. But right now, possible funnel southeast of where we're at right now. Back to you, David.
All right, so, and not surprising, this thing is, again, already produced a fairly significant tornado when it was west of Maud. Marty was there and Brandon was there. And now it's, that weekend fell apart. Now it's cycling and doing it again. Okay, nothing in Oklahoma City. This is well to our south and east. But see the hook in here? Trying to redevelop again. Here's Seminole. Okay, so this is going to make its way to the northeast. It might go on or south of Seminole. Right now, it's been kind of moving a little bit more to the east-northeast versus northeast. So it's not crazy strong right now, but it's strong enough. Okay.
The whole storm itself has shrunk in size. Take a look.
All right, so let's jump back to this storm here real quick and talk about this one. Val is down on this, and Tom, do we have Val into the system? Can we hear him? All right, let's go to Val. And Val, let's get an update. You have been all over the world today. Big day for you, Val and Amy. You've seen a lot of tornadoes today. And go ahead, Val. And that southern storm, that hook still looks pretty impressive. Go ahead.
Yeah, okay. So we just busted out of the rain and the core in this storm. I can see structure now through our southeast. Looks like a lowering, looks like a small lowering from what we can see. That much about it. I mean, we just got out of the rain and we just saw it. So it looks like to me that's going to patient mezzo. So we are headed that way.
bad cell area.
Yeah, he's in a bad cell area. Man, South Metro. It's Smiley Etowah. This is not like this is high up in the Rocky Mountains. These guys are pretty close to Oklahoma City. We're still having cell problems tonight. Okay, let's go back to Links 2 here. And one more time, nothing in Oklahoma City. Storms in Lincoln County are not severe. Going to have some small hail, gusty winds. Severe weather now taking off south of Holdenville down near Stonewall. These are not tornadic, but they are severe. Quarter-size hail, winds to 60 miles per hour. New cell near Roth we're watching. And this mess to our south and east continue to push off to the southeast. So we're watching both these storms carefully. And the area of circulation now, obviously, nothing for you folks in Shawnee, except you're going to get some wind and rain in Shawnee. Winds maybe 50 to 60. The hook is down here. Tom's here. Bow's here. But even that's weakened slightly here in the last 10 minutes. So, Carl and Amanda, I'll tell you what, tornado warnings continue. They have slightly weakened in the last 4 or 5 minutes, which is good news. We'll see if they ramp back up. We'll be back over here in just a minute. Back to you guys.
Yeah, we will toss it right back to you if we need to immediately. But you know that damage that Hank and Patty Brown were, well, we have a different perspective of that now.
Yeah, we're seeing the most significant damage tonight out of Noble. At least so far, we have Jordan Fremstead there in downtown Noble there, right at Etowah Road and Highway 77. And Jordan, you were in front of that donut shop that lost its roof tonight.
Yeah, we're right next to that donut shop, Amanda and Carl, and the donut shop actually didn't take a majority of that damage. It's actually a home that you can see behind us here. It doesn't look like there's too much damage to the roof, but there's quite a bit of debris laying around this home right now. This is the most significant damage that we're seeing right now here in Noble. The gas station that's right across from where this home is at took a bit of a punch as well, and the stoplight here in town is out, so right now law enforcement is directing traffic. It's definitely an area you're going to want to avoid, definitely a chaotic scene, but the good news tonight is nobody here was hurt. I just spoke with several different law enforcement officials in town, and they all nodded their head. They said everybody is okay despite how bad it looks behind us here in Noble. So that's the good news so far, but there's lots of power lines down right behind us here. They actually have this road blocked off where this home is at right now because there's several power lines that are snapped off right behind us here, actually right above our head here. There's one that's barely hanging on. So some significant damage here in Noble tonight. That's what we're seeing so far. We'll send it back to you.
Hey Jordan, are you hearing anything about homes out there in Noble? We understand it was one, maybe two homes there, kind of in that general area where the donut shop was. Jordan, anything there?
Yeah, just a couple of homes right now. This is the one that we're able to see right now. It's pretty dark. We're not able to see too much more behind us right now, but it looks like this home right behind that donut shop, that's the Donut Palace right here, is the one that we see significant damage right now, but we have quite a few law enforcement officials, several EMS officials here that are talking to homeowners and making sure that everybody is okay.
All right. Good news, really, when you consider what we saw earlier with that going through there, and David and the trackers saw it right there on radar, and then we saw the storm itself going into Noble.
Seems to be pretty isolated right there where Jordan was. Previously, we were in Goldsby. They were doing a grid search there just to make sure everybody was okay. Everybody there is fine. No injuries to report. No fatalities anywhere in the state right now, which is wonderful news. And also there in Goldsby, not very much damage. We're only hearing right now of one home that may have sustained some damage, and we have a crew going there to check that out as well.
Yeah, you heard the sheriff in McClain County explain that they're just kind of knocking on doors, making sure everyone is okay. But yeah, like you said, so far, all is well.
OHP, they've been out and about, not really helping with any of the damage or anything like that, but what they're doing is they've been helping as these tornadoes have been going through. They've been going down and shutting down some of the roadways. For instance, at one point on I-35, they went and shut down part of that just to protect any motorists who might not know that there's a tornado coming through that area. Another thing we can check on, in fact, we might be able to toss it up on the screen, are some of the power outages. A little bit of good news there. It seems like there were quite a few outages earlier on. In fact, at one point when I looked, there was close to 13,000 customers. These are OG&E customers without without power. And right now, that number has come down significantly. In fact, right now we are at, and this is OG&E, 2,103 customers in Oklahoma. There's a look right there. You can see kind of where some of the outages are. We have a lot of them in Oklahoma City and some of them in Norman. Excuse me, most of them in Norman with OG&E, and then about 500 in Oklahoma City and 500 in Noble as well.
And at its peak today, I think that number was right around 10,000 customers, and the majority of that at the time, we're going back a couple hours, but it was Oklahoma City seeing the most outages there with around 10,000. So things are getting better on that front. We're just seeing some of these pictures come in, and we're going to check back in with our crews, but there is another house that I'm just kind of seeing a picture online from our crews. It does look like it sustained some roof damage. And this is that a two-story house there in the Goldsby area, actually at 260th and Western. It's east of Cole. So talking about Cole, avoiding another hit this time around, but some of the homes kind of near there may have sustained some damage. Not significant damage, but there is one that we'll be sure to check with our crews here on this one, because it does look like there's some roof damage.
Yeah, there as well. And if you are around any of the path of these tornadoes, just be careful as you go around. We have gotten some reports of trees down in some of those areas, even in Washington, which is south of Goldsby. There's a report of a large tree down near the area of Walnut Creek Avenue, not too far from the volunteer fire department there, and that big tree was blocking the whole roadway there. So just be careful if you have to get out and about if you're in any of these storm zones.
And I will say, if you don't, here's this house I just mentioned. I believe this is 260th and Western, it's east of Cole. You saw that quick shot right there. That's a two-story home that had some damage there on the roof. Just to kind of piggyback on what you were saying, we have enough crews out there as far as law enforcement, first responders, and there's a picture of the house right there. That, again, 260th and Western. If you don't have to be on the roads right now, just don't. Let the crews kind of do their thing right now. There's not a whole lot of damage out there, but I'm sure officers, law enforcement, firefighters, they could use your help in cooperating and staying away.
And as we toss it back over to David, you got some help from Nicole Ryerson, one of our viewers, Egon Tusky. Egon Tusky, that's the road name that you were looking for.
What is it?
I'm not going to say it again.
Egon Tusky?
Egon Tusky.
So she says.
That's going to come out as Larry. I mean, it's just, you know.
You're renaming the road.
Or you don't know somebody's name, you call them Guy. It'll be that. That's insane. Okay, so talking about the tornadoes today, we're talking about the damage southeast of Cole up to Goldsby, one little area in here, right? Noble, okay, right there, east of I-35, tornado damage there. And then we're going to have tornado damage west of Maud, okay? So we kind of have 3 to 4 areas, and also back by Tuttle. When Hank, what's that?
Andrew's got a map built. If you want to get links 4 up
Oh,
there.
Lacey's mic's not on. I thought you meant mine's not on. Okay, what are you on, Andrew?
4.
Let's go to links 4. And Andrew's put this together, and Andrew Adams has. Let me show you here.
Can you hear me? My mic is on.
And this is what we're talking about here.
Can you not hear me?
Near Tuttle. I hear you.
Okay. Yeah, my mic is on. My mic is not.
It was on the whole time?
Yes.
Okay, her mic was on the whole time. North of Blanchard. There you go, a couple of tornadoes there. We had several from east of Blanchard over to Noble, right? And again, this number will change. This is just preliminary, looking at the video, how long we've been on the air, looking at all these tornadoes. We had a bunch of swarm of tornadoes back in here that were small, up and down, up and down, up and down, little tiny wispy things that probably won't get counted, okay? But the more significant ones, Cole, south of Cole, up to Goldsby, to Noble, and then it's going to be just south of Highway 9, south of Lake Thunderbird. And near Tuttle, had some damage there, a little bit. And then we know we've got some damage. We're going to have damage west of Maud. So you total that up. And also, oh, yeah, down near Rush Springs. Forgot about that. So right now, the number is about 11 today. We average 24 tornadoes in the month of May. And this is how quick it changes. We got half that, basically, in one afternoon and evening. So there you go. So that's how fast things can quickly go the other way. I'll tell you what, if we hadn't had that complex of rain and storms move through southern Oklahoma this morning and kind of put a damper on the instability and kind of delayed everything, I think today could have been a little bit bigger. This is considering how things could have gone, this is still, you know, a dozen tornadoes or close to it is still more than enough. But that wave of rain and storms that were in southern Oklahoma this morning, I really think kind of helped us out. I know you're thinking, really? That didn't help us any. Yeah, it could have been worse, okay? All right, let's go back to Links 2 here. Let's talk about the storms. And we still have the tornado warning going on Links 2. And this is for this storm here. Tom's right there. And Val's back here south of Etowah. This is where the hook still is, but this storm is a far cry from what it was. Anything on shear rate lace that looks like anything?
On velocity, you can still see the circulation, but no, it's not.
No.
It's not organized.
Not like what it was.
There's a little bit of a hook southwest of Tribby.
Yeah, but wow.
It's, when I say a little bit, I mean it's an area where basically the wind's feeding into it.
Yeah.
But not at a rapid rate.
No, that's right here.
Yes.
Is Tom in the system? Is he able to talk? He's there. We need to invest and get Tom a landline. He can just drive around and drag a cable somewhere. All right, let's go to Tom and get an update. And, okay, Tom, you're back in it. What do you think? Looking off to your southwest there. Nope. Gosh.
Well, his
it
air
just
is on.
froze up.
Is he using a bag phone from 1980?
Yes, yes.
That's crazy.
Rotary.
Who's his carrier? No one answer that. I'm kidding. Okay.
Yeah, that's one of those bag phones I think he puts in his console.
Yeah, just still dragging that thing around. By the way, it's how we used to chase. Well, before that, it was a big bag of quarters. You stop at a payphone and make a phone call. Tornadoes on the ground, and then get back in the car and chase. And then the bag phone changed our life.
Yeah,
okay.
You're showing your age.
I know. Hey, now, come on now. All right, let's go back to Links 2. And this storm continues to weaken on Links 2, talking about Pottawatomie County here. Continues to weaken really quite a bit. Still has a hook. We got to keep an eye on it right here. It's right there. Tornado warning continues. If you live in Tribby or south and west of Tribby, just to be safe spot, lowest level. I mean, it's going to go pretty much on and south of Tribby, okay? But it's just not that strong. It's not that strong. And then what's going on over towards Seminole? Circulation is coming into town now. It's right there. Wait, it went right over Seminole, didn't it?
It's just to the west of Seminole, yes.
Right here.
Yep.
It's right there. Brandon's right there. Do we have Brandon in?
Yeah, that storm no longer has any lightning to it.
Yeah, the Seminole storm?
Yeah, the Seminole storm.
Yeah, it's gone.
It's quickly going away.
It's collapsed. So that's it. That's gone. Seminole, man, not going to do a repeat of last year, at least not tonight, right? So rain in Seminole, the lightning is going away, and you might have some very small hail still suspended up top that's going to drop to the ground, but that's going to be about it. That's moving in, moving out, and it is gone. All right, so one storm left. And let's talk about that. One storm with still a tornado warning on it, and it's coming into Macomb, moving east-northeast right now. And it's nothing crazy. I mean, it's just an elongated, it's almost turning into a bookend. Not quite, but still, it's down on the southern side here. But and up here is nothing really. A little bit of wind, Shawnee, nothing crazy, nothing tornadic going to Shawnee right now. Yes, sir. None of that. I tell you what, if we have any, Jen, if we have any of the video from earlier from Val, the latter video of the tornado, maybe when it's at dark, but the cone and all that showing up near Cole. You're fine, just whatever, just give me what you got. And back near Tribune, also there's maybe some Jim Gardner video. I'm going to show that. That was really wild from Jim's stuff today. And again, this was at night, and he's looking off to the southeast, so it's not being lit up or being backlit by the sun setting. We've had some great videos sent in from people that were on this side looking back, and it's very, very clear and ominous hanging out. But he was going down 74B southeast of Cole. There's the tornado. It is on the ground right there. You can see the debris, the dark spot. You've got debris in the air. And here's the thing, too, with the cell coverage, lots of chasers in here. And guess what? Every one of them, every chaser is streaming or on their phone or looking at data. Right? And they use up, there's only so much available airspace available. So some days, a lot of this is taken away. And then notice how good the shot gets as you get out of this area. So there's a tornado again from Val. That was live just southeast of Cole. Barely missed you folks in Cole. Wasn't as strong as what you had on April 19th, but it doesn't matter. There's the debris by the tornado. The cone's up here. You'll see it in a couple power flash. There it is. Now it goes to night vision. He moves his camera. Tornado on the ground. This whole thing cones out, so pretty wild for sure. So we have damage south and east of Cole, up towards Goldsby. We have damage in Noble we've been showing you from Hank. Damage in Noble. There's your tornado there when it was east and northeast of Cole. And then we have damage, again, in Noble. We have damage west of Maud and also near Rush Springs. So we have, right now, about a dozen tornadoes today. That's, you know, they weren't violent, but a couple of these are going to be strong. And that's what we said. We said a strong tornado or two today, and that's what we had. This is quickly weakening as well. All right, and let's go to Links 4. Andrew, do me a favor. Bring up some of the images on Links 4. Just kind of go through them there. And look at that shot from Washington, from Cora Hobbs. Check that out. And she's brave, because that's not very far away. Washington from Jamie Beard. There's the tornado. You can see the sun. It's backlit. Bowell's on the other side looking back to the dark side. Look at Cole. There you go. Look at the video there. Check that out. So that's an elephant trunk. That's an EF2, right? And look at there, Goolsby. Wall cloud from right to left. This is coming out on the left side of the wall cloud.
And David, this next one's really short and at night, but it loops really quick, and you can see at the very end of it how quickly that's spinning on the ground.
Wow.
And Noble, look at that motion.
Oh, that's incredible. Look at the people over here. Goodbye. They're going. They may not have any idea. No, they're running there. Somebody's moving fast. Oh, they probably took the car out to get in the storm shelter.
Yeah, that's probably exactly what they did.
Yeah, they backed the car. It looks like he's getting down in something, doesn't it? I don't know. Anyway. Okay.
I think it's exactly what they're doing.
Yeah, probably are. Great. That's how you do it. This is what Hank was on. This isn't Hank's video. Hank's got great video of this. There's a Tuttle tornado. That's clearly on the ground. And we know we had at least some damage out of that. You know, rural areas, you know, hit a barn, hit a home, whatever. And somebody was doing fireworks tonight. So I guess not enough going on. Why not? 4th of July a little early. But look at that shot there from Newcastle. Brad Singletary, tornado on the ground. Cone over halfway down. Look at the wind here picking up. Yeah. So folks, we've had a lot of tornadoes today. We've had a lot of tornadoes. This is an outbreak. Anytime you get more than, you know, 6, 8, 10 tornadoes, it's an outbreak. Look at that. Look at the debris. Little debris beginning to spiral in. So, you know, but again, it's an overall, that's an EF1 or an EF0. That's a fairly weak, probably an EF1. That's going to be an EF1 or EF2. That's the Tuttle storm. That's the storm, the tornado that Hank was on. So there you go with that. Okay, and we do appreciate all the pictures. Just don't get hurt. You know, I mean, somebody's just stepping outside their door and they're watching this thing go right by their house. I'm like, oh boy. So Josh, Clement, nice job. Okay, let's go back to Links 2, talk about the storm we have going on. This is no longer a thunderstorm. The lightning's leaving it. Brandon's there. Marty's there. Sequoia's there. Then we have what's left down here in Tacoma and Tribby. Jen, you got something? I heard Jen breathing. Okay. Okay, new information. You guys have more on the situation down in Noble. I think we can say that Noble by far, at this point, probably has the worst damage. I think that's fair to say.
Looks like it took the brunt of the damage tonight. All right, David, thank you. We are hearing now from the police chief in Noble.
It is the fire chief out there who Jordan Frimstead he's been talking with. He is also at the same location where Hank and Patty Brown were earlier, kind of at the heart of that town. Noble, of course, not too far from Norman. Let's go ahead and check in with Jordan for what officials are saying from there. Jordan?
Yeah, Amanda, we just got done talking to the fire chief here in Noble. He says that tonight they had 3 structures and then just the 1 home that were damaged so far. Right now, crews are here doing assessments. They have a drone in the air right now to try to get a bird's eye view of everything that's kind of happened. But he said, you know, different departments have come together and have actually done a pretty good job. He said it's actually much better than they expected coming to this area. They expected a lot more damage and they did expect injuries, but fortunately tonight, no injuries to report here in Noble. They are directing traffic. They turned it into a 4-way stop here at Main and Etowah. That stoplight is out, so right now cars just treating that intersection as a 4-way stop. But they say to kind of avoid this area if you can. We've got several power lines down in this area next to that home that was damaged. But so far, a pretty good situation here in Noble, all things considered. Reporting live in Noble, I'm Jordan Fremstad, Oklahoma's Own, News 9.
Jordan, often in times like these, we see the community wanting to come there to that area. Have you seen a lot of people? I know it's late at night, but a lot of people starting to show up there?
Oh, yes, definitely. Lots of people coming in asking us, what can they do to help? And, we really didn't know what to tell them. And actually, officials say there's not much that they need right now. They just have the one family. They were home during the time of this tornado, but they say they're doing fine. And as far as the 3 businesses right here, they do have some significant damage, but there's really nothing right now that they need from the public. But lots of people here wanting to come together to at least try to help here in Noble tonight. Amanda, I'll send it back to you.
Hey, Jordan, good work out there. If we could pop your shot back up, just can you kind of show us some of the damage that you are seeing there behind you? I see it there to your left.
Yeah, so we've got what looks like a fence here behind us here. So this is the staging area for law enforcement and fire services, and they've actually got that drone in the air right now. They're assessing damage as we speak. This looks like just a fence from a backyard of one of those homeowners here in town. And then we can see some metal beyond the squad car that I'm standing right next to that's kind of bent and everything. But all in all, I mean, pretty minor damage, all things considered for a tornado. But like we mentioned, we did have the one home behind us that Hank had before we took our live shot about a half an hour ago. But, that family was home during the time, but as far as we know from officials, everything was okay with that family. Carl?
Hey, Jordan, we appreciate out there. So, wow, and they're using the drone out there at this time of night to assess some of the damage.
To make sure they're not missing any of the damage, too. So right now, pretty isolated, not too many structures when you consider we had around a dozen tornadoes tonight. And the good news, and we're constantly checking on this, we have no reports of injuries and no fatalities. So that is great news when we're talking about tornadoes.
Yeah, David was talking about it earlier, and I know, Lacey, you can speak more to this now, but just what happened this morning with the storms this morning in South Oklahoma and how that helped our situation tonight with these tornadoes.
Yeah, actually, 3 o'clock in the morning this morning, whenever I was in earlier tracking severe storms in Hollis, that complex of storms made its way in across southern Oklahoma. It weakened, but held its own just enough that it provided heavy rain, cloud cover into south central Oklahoma, and that helped to get that southerly flow up across the state, limited the severe risk some today, and that really helped kind of stabilize things some across the Oklahoma City area. But it wasn't enough to limit severe weather altogether. As you've seen, we've still had a tornado outbreak, but it could have brought down the strength of these tornadoes some. Hard to say exactly what's impacted it, but we know for sure those storms this morning had at least a little bit of a limiting factor. We're still tracking severe storms, guys, and we still have tornado warnings ongoing. In fact, a new storm that is tornado warned. It's to the far south and east. We'll take a look here and zoom it on in a little bit closer. It's to the east of Stonewall. This is moving to the north of Colgate. It's crossing Highway 75. Large storm, though, that is coming into Hughes County. The tornado warned portion of the storm is making its way off towards the east. It's not going to make it into Hughes County. And of course, Hughes County is our viewing area. This storm is severe from just south of Holdenville to Calvin. JD is closing in on that area. There you see the circulation. We're hitting this storm pretty high up in this portion of the state, but it's definitely rotating and making its way off towards the east. It's going to go north of Colgate and eventually over towards Berg and eventually over towards Daisy. It's kind of moving to the east-southeast. That's the strongest storm in the state. If you take a look at what's going on right now on Next Gen Live, we're quiet here in Oklahoma City. Quiet in most of the metro. A few thunderstorms making their way through Shawnee. Not severe. The only severe storm in the state is the one well to the southeast. Even the storms that have now rolled out of Payne County, Pawnee County, heading over towards Tulsa, Keystone Lake. They do have some pretty intense lightning with them. May end up with some nickel and dime size hail, but everything's really been on a downward trend with the exception of this new supercell. Do want to zoom in for the folks in Shawnee. Take a close look. You can see the lightning going on, so it's pretty loud right now in Shawnee. There's no tornado threat with this. In fact, if you look as far as the wind goes, you're probably getting 25 to 30 mile-an-hour winds at best. And we had the tornado warned storm further to the south. That storm's really weakened significantly near Tribby and Macomb. Still may have some nickel and dime size hail over Macomb, and that's going to track up towards the northeast, towards Harjo, eventually Earlsboro, but nothing threatening or damaging out of that. In fact, Tom's been watching that storm for us since it started way back to the southwest. and it's virtually falling apart. So as far as the storms go, guys, everything's on a weakening trend across much of our viewing area, with the exception of Hughes County, where you may easily have quarter, maybe even some golf ball size hail east of Allen, and that is headed off towards Stewart, and the tornado warned storm is going to head anywhere from just to the east of Stonewall over towards Colgate. So that's the latest radar update. There is nothing threatening or ominous in our viewing area. As far as a tornado warned storm, that storm is moving away, and the rest of the night we have a chance for a few additional storms down in south central Oklahoma, but the tornado risk is quickly going away, which is great news. We'll have to monitor the risk, of course, for tomorrow, which we will do. Back to you guys.
Lacey, thank you. Quick question for you, because and you mentioned it, but I want to just touch on it a little bit more, because some people are like, okay, the storms have passed me.
Right.
I know they're still out there. Is anything going to build behind that, or is there any chance of it circling around?
Yeah, circling around, no, but for more storms, yes. There is a chance for a few additional storms down in south central Oklahoma later tonight. It's not locked in. Some of the very latest runs of high-res data has a few new storms trying to make their way up to the south. So far, that is not happening. Hopefully that does not happen. And I know David's taking a look at some of the latest data right now to kind of give you that latest zone. Yes, thank you. Take the latest zone of how that's going to play out. But as far as what I have seen, there was a chance of some of them developing. They should have already been going, and they're not. We do have more storm chances tomorrow. Tomorrow is a day still to be weather aware. We'll still have the chance for very large hail. Damaging winds will be possible. The tornado threat is not zero tomorrow, but it is lower than what we had today. A lot of the ingredients will be missing tomorrow. But as far as additional storms later this afternoon, David, I hear you. As far as additional storms later tonight, that is, it does not look like those are going to be a major factor.
Okay, and hopefully tomorrow,
there you are.
They'll be able to play some.
No, I'm kidding.
Well, you know what? You take away. I was going to pass.
No, you're fine.
Along. So, you guys want some softball news right now? Let me just provide a little
How
softball
did it go?
news. So here's the deal. Oklahoma State was taking on Kansas, and because of the weather coming in, they stopped the game top of the fourth inning.
Oh.
Kansas is winning that game right now, 3-1, but they're going to play it tomorrow. They're going to resume the game at 10 o'clock tomorrow. So hopefully at 10 o'clock tomorrow, we won't see any rain at Hall of Fame Stadium here in Oklahoma City, and they'll be able to complete that game, and Cowboys looking to make a comeback.
Well, hopefully they will. Let's toss it now over to David Payne, because a lot of people also are interested in tomorrow as well, David.
Well, you know, I was just looking at some of the latest data. We're going to have the boundary moving in tomorrow, so we will have a few more thunderstorms. I'll be honest with you, the tornado threat tomorrow is lower than today, much lower than today. It's more of a wind and hail threat. We're still very unstable, and we're going to have a boundary, a weak front draped across the northwest. But tomorrow, we could have a few storms in the northwest and possibly a few a little farther east, but the tornado parameters tomorrow just aren't as high as, again, what we had today. But we still got to watch it. It's May. Jet stream is still strong overhead. And tomorrow, the instability is extremely high. We don't look like we have anything to mess that up tomorrow, so we're going to be very unstable. So some big hail and some big wind. All right, so like Lacey was talking about, Oklahoma City west and really southwest and north is quiet. The action is now moving into Tulsa, their viewing area, out of Pawnee County and Osage County, and we've got that one severe storm down there. And the Brooksville, Macomb storm, Tecumseh storm, it's pretty much nothing here like she was talking about. Let's go ahead and zoom on in one more time. And again, nothing spinning in this, nothing to worry about. Johnson, Shawnee, OBU, Neal, Earlsboro, yeah, Brooksville, Macomb, it's all good. That's now weakened, no longer severe, not worried about it anymore. Just some good old-fashioned rain for the garden, right? And then the storm down south here, let's jump on that real quick. You know, the tornado warning is for right here, and that's, there's Colgate, all right? So that's Cole County, and it's right in here. It's tucked back in the Cali. It's pretty strong.
It has been, yes.
Wow, yeah,
and then there's in that new area, too.
Yeah, it's up near Gertie. Yeah, so Holdenville, Hughes County is in our viewing area, okay? Is in our viewing area. And that is pretty impressive. What's shear rate look like? I know it's a long ways away, but oh yeah, that might be on the ground. That might be on the ground northeast of JD and yeah. Well, by the way, here's McAllister, so we're getting over there. But Cole County is not in our viewing area. I know people still watch us, and you know we say that, and people get all upset, but technically our DMA, our viewing area, but people can watch this all the time. And I've said, we're not, yeah, satellite, and, you know, I get it. But Yeah, that's impressive. That's going to probably produce. And that's going to head over towards Ashland and Stewart. Maybe not Stewart. It's almost pushing due east. So Ashland out of that.
Well, the last scan, I think, did it try to lift north maybe? No, not really.
It's pretty tight. What shear rate look like now? Yeah. Yeah, anything on CC? I know you'll be way up. If we have something, ooh.
I don't know that that's it.
Okay, go back to velocity again.
There we go.
Nope. Okay, good. I thought, wow, that's,
I
you know
know.
how high that is? That'd be really high debris up.
Yeah, you're at about almost 5,000 feet.
Yeah, right there, yeah, okay. So it's wrapped in rain, it's right here. Non is there, there's Rock Creek, there's Parker, Ashland, and it's moving almost due east towards Parker right now. So Atwood, Calvin, Allen, Gertie, heavy storms up here, nickel, dime, quarter-size hail, plenty of wind, lots of lightning and thunder. This is the only severe storm now we have in Oklahoma, and the only tornado warning we have left is right down here, leaving Pontotoc County, moving into Cole County. But again, Hughes County is still in our viewing area. All right, so let's talk about Holdenville here. Anything? Holdenville, a little bit of rain. It's more anvil precip coming from the north. Storm's diffluence kind of spreading out. You're getting some anvil precip, some anvil lightning up here in Holdenville. But not a big deal. You're not going to get a tornado in Holdenville this evening, tonight, whatever. It's not going to happen. It's going to be down here if it's going to happen at all. So that's moving east, going to Ashland. And yeah, you know, it's a big deal if you're in northern Cole County. So if you live north of Colgate, west of 75, heads up. Everything back here is gone. Tornado warnings, severe thunderstorm warnings, they're all gone. And once again, everything down here, the glob itself is pushing northeast. This thing here is moving off to the east. The circulation is. It's its own entity. It's strong. It's a deep mezzo, and it's going where it wants to go. A couple of showers out ahead of it, nothing crazy. So, yeah, what a wild day. What a wild day. Where's Hank? What's Hank doing right now? He's not back in damage, is he? No. Okay. Just checking in. All right, so one more time. Let's go back to, Andrew, let's go back to the number of tornadoes today. Again, this is preliminary. And also, Jen, if you can get Jim Gardner's video ready, let me know when you get Jim Gardner's video queued up. That was some really good stuff from earlier from Jim Gardner. And
that's ready in links 4 whenever you want it.
Okay. Okay, so there's the tornadoes today. We had the tornadoes in Tuttle that Hank and Patty Brown had live. The tornadoes in Cole and Noble that Jeremy and Val had live with that. And then the tornadoes down south that went over to Noble, that the Jeremy was on that, Val was on that. And yeah, it was near Blanchard. Yes, Jen, you are correct. And then we know we have some damage west of Maud where Brandon was. So, yeah, and then also near Rush Springs. So, yeah, there you go, some pretty crazy stuff. All right, this is from Jim Gardner, and notice, again, this is a funnel. It is rotating, and you can see the little vortices here, the main cones in the center, rotating around that, and then this finally would spin up enough, and Jim would see a little bit of some condensate on the ground. So this is a weak tornado at this point, down near Blanchard. But Jim all over that today, and you know, that's what it looked like. That's one of the many, many tornadoes today. Kind of ragged, slow turning, but as the sun went down, the low-level jet kicked in, and these storms became stronger. And that's exactly why we had the storm, the tornado that Val had. And here it is. It's coning out. And it was about this time where he could see a squirrel on the ground. So that counts. And you're thinking, really? Yeah, that goes down as a tornado. You have this, and you have debris on the ground, sure. And this was coming up on Highway 9. But just, you know, fast enough to get a tornado, but not fast enough to put down a big one. And that was good. We can handle stuff like this. We're always going to have tornadoes. Always have, always will. But, you know, this we can get through. We like this. And look how it's starting to fold. Now it's starting to tilt up a little bit. So that's what was going on today. And Jim did this for several hours. Tornadoes today, several weeks. Jim probably had 4, 5, 6, you know, tornadoes. So, yeah, that's what we were talking about today. And that's what Jim was looking at. All right, let's go back to some of the video here. Go back to links 4 one more time. And Andrew, bring some of that up again. Just a couple of those pictures and video we had. Oh, wow. Hang on. What was that?
This was sent in from Alec.
Oh.
Gorgeous structure shot.
From Alec. Wow. Is that the southern storm? Which storm is that?
I'm assuming that's got to be the southernmost one.
Wow, look at that. Justin, you see that?
Yeah, I would assume that was the one that Tom was on. The first LP storm that we had in Cotton County.
Yeah. Wow. Folks, man. Look at the plates on that. Okay, lots of lightning tonight. Did we get any big hail pictures?
We got one, and it was smaller than quarters, so I didn't save it.
So crazy.
The reports I saw were of quarters and smaller, yes.
Yeah, and you go back to the 19th, and we had
tennis balls, like
tennis
crazy.
balls, baseball, just everywhere. Look at that shot there. That's from Cole, from Charlie Elledge, and clearly, tornado on the ground. Clearly on the ground there. And that shot from Edmond, that's got to be some kind of up on a tower. Looking off, yeah. That's a cool shot from Edmond. Okay, appreciate all the pictures and video. So great stuff going on. And there's the tornado down from Cole. So, yeah, there you go. There's your Cole tornado. The bow was on, mile by mile, live on News 9. Bow was all over that today. So that's one of the stronger ones. That and the Noble tornado were kind of some of the stronger ones of the day. So, wow, big day. South Metro again. All right, well, guys, we're still tracking it. Severe weather off to our east. We'll keep doing cut-ins as warranted, as needed. And you guys probably have a little more at the news desk. Back to y'all.
Well, yeah, we do, David. We had an update from McClain County earlier from the sheriff, and at the time he was saying there wasn't much damage, but now we're getting some new reports that there are multiple homes and structures with moderate to heavy damage in McClain County. And we have Chris Yu, who's been covering that.
So Chris is just about 15 miles south of Norman, just to give you a better idea, not too far from the town of Cole. Let's get the latest from him. Chris?
Yeah, man, Carl, we are at the command post here south of Goldsby, where the first responders, they're wrapping up right now. They're going to do another search of the county at first light, but they've been going through the county, deputies going door to door, kind of knocking on homes to kind of assess the damage, see if anyone was hurt. Earlier, we did spot a home that was suffered heavy damage. If we could roll that video, it's a home that's east of Cole. It had its roof torn off. Firefighters still remain on scene right now, kind of assessing the damage. I saw them moving several things from within the home right now. It's unclear if anyone inside that home was injured. But like you heard Carl said, we got an update earlier that just a few moments ago that the McClain County Sheriff's Office says multiple homes and businesses have suffered moderate to heavy damage in McClain County, although it's still unclear how much. But again, we were at a home earlier that had its roof torn off by the tornado, suffering major damage, but it's unclear if anyone was hurt. We're also aware of some downed power lines and trees here in McClain County, but again, no major injuries that we're aware of right now. And again, so we're at the command post right now. Things are wrapping up here. Earlier, deputies going door to door trying to assess the situation. We haven't heard of any major injuries or severe damage other than some homes right now. But of course, they will be returning when daylight returns to kind of get a better view of the situation. But for now, live in McClain County, Chris Yu, Oklahoma's own News 9.
All right, Chris, thank you for that report. The very latest from down there near the town of Cole, which not too long ago had another tornado that went through, and unfortunately there were fatalities there with that one. But again, no reports of any deaths or injuries with these tornadoes tonight.
We do want to pitch it over one final time now to Chief Meteorologist David Payne.
All right, guys. Yeah, much better off now. We, man, what a day, right? It's been pretty crazy out there. Let's go to links 2. Oh, you're taking me back? Okay, so this is during our 6 o'clock, 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock. We started to obviously ramp things up. That's at 6 o'clock. Supercells ramped up here. They began to separate. Mesocyclone. That produced a tornado. That was spinning, but died. Instability was just too low to the north. And that produced a tornado. And then several of these produced tornadoes, again, near Tuttle, near Cole. And, yeah, so, and obviously here's Noble. Noble gets hit a little bit later. with this cell right there. There's your hook coming into Noble. And Rush Springs had the tornado down there that came out of Rush Springs. And that was the one that came out of Rush Springs, produced the tornado that Tom got on. So, you know, about a dozen, give or take, dozen tornadoes today. So here's what's left now. Dying showers, some heavy downpours over in Pott County, moving into Seminole County. We have one severe storm in southern, central, and southern Hughes County, south of Holdenville. All right, running from Calvin back down to Non, back down northwest of Colgate. It is severe. The whole wave here is moving to the northeast, but the tornado, right in here, there's an inflow notch. It's right there. And wow, that's pretty impressive still. And that's going to be, it's more now kind of east-northeast. So,
and not moving very quickly either.
No, it's not. It's taking its time. What, 15 miles per hour?
Yes.
Not very fast. But tornado's going to be with that. So if you have anybody that lives in close to Non or Parker, up to Rock Creek or Ward Springs or Ashland, give them a heads up. And this is going to be crossing Highway 75 here shortly. What's CC look like? Anything right here? Not negative. No. And what's shear rate? Shear rate's going to be pretty impressive.
Yes, it is.
Wow, look at that. Yeah. Yeah. So shear rate, speed.
It's a dangerous storm. It's 11:19 at night.
Yeah, people are, yeah. We hope they're still up. Surely they've been watching some of this tonight, watching it come their way, but that's pretty impressive there. Okay, so that's going to Parker, and that's going to be either on the ground or certainly close to it, crossing Highway 75. Crossing Highway 75. So again, talking about tomorrow, we'll have some storms around, some of the data. Break out a couple of areas of thunderstorms, some wind, some hail. Tornado threat tomorrow, certainly not zero, but overall looks to be pretty low. Okay, the jet stream, this wave that's doing this today is pulling out of here tonight and tomorrow. So the jet stream winds aren't as strong tomorrow, but still strong enough. And this time of year, it takes a little bit to give you a problem, especially if you have some kind of a boundary left over. All right, so storms are coming, moving through Osage County. This is the only game in town, again, in far southern Hughes County and down into Cole County, really. So we're watching that. Let's go ahead and take a closer look one more time down here. And so the worst part of the storm is down in Cole County.
It is, yes.
Yeah, okay. All right, so mesocyclone's right here. It's moving due east. And Calvin, no threat for a tornado in Calvin. No threat for a tornado in Holdenville. Holdenville's way up here. But this is definitely serious. And the little community of Non, I've been through Non. I don't remember Non. I've been through there before. But that's pretty close to being on the ground. But how high up are we, 5,000 feet?
Just about, yes. Very close, 4,900.
Okay. That could be on the ground, though. That's certainly close.
And it's been going for the last 30 minutes or so.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Okay, moving off to the east-northeast. So, wow, check that out. Okay, well, we're tracking that. Moving again east-northeast, going to Parker. Non, you could be under fire here shortly. Parker, over to Ashland. Tornado safe spot. If you know anybody, if you folks in Hughes County might have interest down in northern Cole County, call them, tell them it's coming. If they live in the Non area. Okay? Got to give them a heads up. That tornado is very close to being on the ground if it's not already. It's close. And it's wrapped in rain, too. You're not going to see it. It's not going to be hanging out, you know, like like they have today, like some of them have. You're not going to see it like that. It's going to be a wall of water. The wind's going to pick up, and it's going to be right there on your door. So keep an eye on that. Back to Steedman and Ada. Some rain there. Not a big deal. Not a big deal. All right, so once again, let's back out. And Lacey and I are talking about some of the data here. Had storms firing overnight tonight, but that's kind of got away. If you looked at the nest, anything on that?
No, I have not.
I looked earlier. I didn't see a whole lot for tonight, so we're trying to say, looks like the night's going to be fairly quiet, hopefully. You might have a little thunder, maybe a few scattered storms develop. We have low-level jet in place, still have some instability in place, and the areas that did not get storms today, so you can always, doesn't take much to get a little bit of lift and you get a couple of storms to develop. But we're going to be here.
The nest still has a couple storms busting out. Pauls Valley South, about 2, 3 o'clock in the morning. They're not crazy.
Okay.
But moving through that area, very similar location.
So maybe down here tonight, but nothing nutty out of that. Okay, we'll be watching it though. And this is the only game in town, again, over here in eastern northern and far eastern Cole County. So, guys, we're tracking it. It has been a wild day, half dozen tornadoes, and we're still watching what's going on down here. Back to you all.
No, you are, David. Keep it right here all throughout the evening. We're going to have meteorologists here. Some of the areas are wrapping up what they're doing tonight. For instance, McClain County, they're wrapping up their command post. They're going to be back out as soon as light comes tomorrow morning so they can get a better look at any damage around their county.
And we are signing off. We want to show you just a quick shot from Noble in Cleveland County, the area that looks like it got the most damage there, right around Etowah Road and Highway 77, the main intersection in town, where 4 commercial structures damaged and 1 home damaged as well. But the good news here and throughout Oklahoma, no injuries tonight.
Keep it right here on News 9 throughout this evening, and tomorrow morning we'll keep you updated.